like this was really bad, that like 50% of the article is just about Lav. It's probably one of the people that I treated like with the most care that I could have. Was the most reliable to, was the most
Okay.
about like
That works.
Yeah, I don't know how him and Lav move on from this. It's got to be like mentally destructive, and then not even to like, I guess to like another thing. This is something that kind of surprised me.
Alright,
is
and
that
then
Rune is really good when it comes to art and music and presentation and stuff. He's really good at that. And even his writing was relatively provocative for some of the excerpts of things I read in high school, things I read in his old Shane Lane blog or whatever. They were decent, or college, I think it's college thing. They were decent. It was decent writing. The writing on this article is horrible. It feels like it was written in a feverish 3 to 4 days of 2 hours of sleep, of too much coffee, too much Coke, too much whatever. And then this is the result. Like, it's just so poorly put together. It's pathetic. And I don't understand how to spend 4 months on this and to produce something that looks like it was written in less than a week, that didn't even have an editor go over it, where you've obsessed about these parts of my life, and you're still getting huge facts wrong. Like, for instance, the thinking that Linus guy on my stream was Linus Tech Tips. That's insane. For thinking Nicole was a streamer, like for the blue team, there's like so many like just small like factual errors, and it's like how do you spend 4 months on this? What were you doing the whole time? I know what he was doing the whole time, but what he was doing the whole time was he was pouring over hours and hours and hours, and he was having so many recorded calls with girls trying to find something really fucked up, but nothing. But that's yeah. Why didn't he reach out to Nino too? She's like my employee that I use all the time. I don't understand how she didn't get a DM, but. Yeah, I don't know how they're going to. I don't know what their like next move is, because that would be. It's just like humiliating. I feel like I don't really know, because I'm not stupid. I have a decent understanding of how the public will respond to things, but like I can't imagine if I would have worked on like a Teffel's manifesto, or if I would have worked on like that Bob 7 manifesto, or the whole N-word art. Like if I would have worked on something like that and it would have came out like this, oh god, I would kill myself. Oh my god, if this is what I produced at the end, I would be so embarrassed. Not a single link, not a single source, nothing validated. Imagine including an allegation. 2 anonymous women say they sexted with him. One that has met like that, like what are we even adding at this point? It's just like so random and crazy. But there's a good chance he spent the last 3 months or 3 weeks getting information and talking to people, and then wrote it in like 2 days in a schizo nightmare. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. But Jesus, it's like so, I would be like mortified that this is like after 4 months of writing. It's like a grander. How much did my Vosh manifesto take? The part that had Vosh. I feel like that was 2 months, and like 1 month was mainly spent like not writing anything because I couldn't pick it up again.
Interpersonally.
Do you think he's going to continue to campaign against you? I have no idea. I don't know what he does. He needs to find somebody else to fixate on. It wouldn't surprise me if he writes like a follow-up or something. Because I can't imagine he's going to be happy with the reception of this. Like even his own fan base, I don't think is going to receive this very well. I can't imagine him just putting it down and moving on. But
I don't struggle interpersonally. No, I don't. That's a fucking joke. It's not a joke. I don't. You have feuded. You've feuded and fought with everyone in the 4 corners of the internet.
Your writing wasn't much better in my opinion. I think my writing is infinitely more readable than this. I super disagree. And I think a couple of my manifestos have been written and are very entertaining. And they're written really well. Also, I source the fuck out of my shit. I like relentlessly research for these docs. Oh my god. Like even in this like 1 or 2 pages, how many links? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Here's 8 more, 4 more. Here's 2 more.
Here's
4 more, 3 more.
Here's
so much more to like edit and source. 16 links on this. What is this? Oh, I've aggressively debated Fuentes almost every interaction I've had. Because I want to make sure that if I say something, it's not just wrong. That's another thing too that I've never understood about other creators. I wish I had this gift. How people can just so confidently wade through these conversations, just be wrong without any care in the world. They just want to like come through and just say shit. It's like, bro, you're not even a little worried that you're just like totally fucking out of your depth. Do you think Max's narrative switched all that much between his initial investigation and now? I'm not sure I ever saw him say somebody. You keep saying he said that. I think you only should have seen a way from the no. I don't know if you're JST. Sometimes you do like the anti-jerker thing. We want to try so hard to be contrarian to me so that you seem objective. But no, in the beginning when Max was DMing people, you can go find the logs. I'm like, I don't need to source this. Everybody saw this happen. When Max was DMing people,
it's better just have the browser for this.
That was part of his initial claims. Then he started saying that there was a pattern of abuse, especially young women, and women that he DM'd. That was another thing. I don't know why you're trying to gaslight me saying that he didn't have. I mean, I can look up the email that he sent to Hafu was saying, I'm coming forward as an emotional abuse victim of Destiny. Some others are coming forward with me. That was a lie. And I'll be writing an article describing abusive patterns that I and others have experienced, especially women. That's a lie. That was the email to Hafu. In his initial DMs to Doobie, I'm pretty sure he talked about how I'd bring women on stream and then that I had sexual relations with them and sadistically get off to it. Yeah, and he was saying that there are 20 plus women ready to come out in the past as well, right?
Stephen, yeah, I can tell you exactly why I fight with anybody that I do. It's not a mystery to me. Yeah, there's always a reason.
Lab seems pretty happy with the article. No, she's not. The only 3 people that probably read and reviewed this article, if I had to guess, it was probably Shaylin, Lab, and Max. I don't think Max trusts anybody else because it has to be somebody he has direct control over. There's never going to be a conflicting narrative in his life about things that have happened, so I don't think he'd be open to criticism or anything from the outside. Oh, did she delete her comment? Oh, here it is. I felt vindicated to myself. If you actually read the article, you see in real time how Steven lied to me and gaslit me publicly about the nature of our relationship. Where? Gish galloped in conversations. Where? And desperately tried to reframe narratives. Where? I feel vindicated knowing I'm not crazy. UDGers can laugh until the cows come home and follow a parasocial leader to the ends of the earth. Anyone with a brain reads that and sees an extremely toxic, manipulative person. I am free. Like, this is like a thing that literally only her, Shaylin, and Max can agree with. I don't know if they're going to get any support. Even with the native, like, Mr. Girl fans that hate me, I don't think you're going to find much support for this because this is such a stupid waste of time. Some of these comments are kind of funny. I'm I'm up to the Bob 7 part. My big takeaway is Destiny's eye for an eye approach to being slighted. He retaliates at people for things unrelated to the offenses he feels he suffered. He sent this to Ellieman for saying she wanted to be left out of his manifesto. Dude, I know so much personal information about you. Why are you trying to take shots at me right now? Are you serious? I don't want to sound like I'm threatening anybody, but like, you should slow down with personal insults because you're like way out of your league, dude. You're way the fuck out of your league. Shutting down attacks at himself by using threats of personal information completely unrelated to the discriminant at hand seems to be a theme for how Destiny protects himself. The quote, he sent this to Ellieman for saying she wanted to be left out of his manifesto. Reply, are you kidding right now, or just unaware of the events? Ellieman the previous day had been hugely insulting towards Destiny and Melina, quote-unquote, the backstabbing whore, calling them both liars who had no evidence for the claims against Bob. 24 hours later, after taunting them, is asking that they not include her in the manifesto. She helped Bob with his article, which included 50 pages of private messages from Melina and Bose, and yet when her private conversation were about to be released, she started crying live with her about it. One of the most hilariously stupid moments I've ever had in my entire life was when Ellie was on her stream, looking at her phone, giggling like a stupid little, because Bob 7 was writing his manifesto. She was giggling and laughing, and then something happened. I don't know if I said I was releasing one or I was about to publish one. She left her room and came back, and then she was crying, like, why can't people just stop? Why can't people leave things alone? The change between when before and after she realized I was writing something was so hilarious. Holy shit, it was so funny. She was so giggly and happy when it was fucking
this
Bob
is too much drama to be interested.
I'm not one to normally opine on stories like this to a certain degree. Obviously, when there's a mass tragedy, we typically cover it to a certain degree. But now we're seeing something I didn't expect to see. For those that don't know, I'm assuming most of you do, yesterday, a transgender person, a biological female who wanted to be male, took up several weapons, shot her way into a church and school, killed 3 9-year-old children and 3 faculty members. And we're getting more and more information as to the motivation and to other videos coming out about what happened. Now, I'm surprised the police have released the videos that they did, because it shows this person shooting into the building. It actually showed gunfire. They didn't show anyone dying or anything like that.
All right, next payout.
We now have final text messages sent by this individual. Now, the reason why I felt like it's important to go over this to a greater degree than we may typically here at Timcast is that we are seeing a response from the left that is sympathetic to the perpetrator. We are seeing liberal commentators gloat and mock those who died. And we are seeing evidence that for a long time now, the left has been advocating for and preparing for just this. That is to say, it seems like to a certain degree, this is politically planned. There have been flyers circulating for a trans day of rage, numerous outlets arguing for trans people to be angry, and advocacy for trans people to get guns, raise their weapons, and start fighting. When all of these things come together, you have a combination of a tolerant media that advocates for this rage, an activist base advocating for these individuals to take up weapons, and then you get what happened yesterday. Now I'm all in favor of people having the right to keep and bear arms. And now we're seeing something interesting. A question that I posed a while back: should a mental illness or mental disorder, I believe it's a disorder, preclude someone from keeping and bearing arms? Most people said no, because who determines? Well, I altered the question a little bit as of yesterday and said, if an individual has a mental disorder with a high rate, associated with a high rate of self-harm, should they be barred from owning a gun? And overwhelmingly, people said yes. And that's a challenge, because the Second Amendment does not say that. However, if there is due process, then you can actually have your rights, in a sense, I don't know what the right way to phrase it is, curtailed. Meaning, when you go to prison, it's because due process is determined that you are no longer, you no longer have a right to be free if you seek to harm other people. Some of the messages that have been posted are rather shocking. David Pakman, effectively, basically gloating. He's a liberal commentator gloating. Well, let's go over the latest details. And, you know, I'm just going to say it. This was political. It was an act of terror. The individual who perpetrated it said, one day you will understand. Meaning there is a political and ideological motivation behind targeting 3 9-year-old children. And of
I
course,
don't
now
think
we have
those
news-
children were targeted, but they certainly were victims of this.
Maybe a threat. Let me see if I have the tweet here. I don't think I have the tweet pulled up actually. They changed the headline. Newsweek says Tennessee Republicans ban on drag shows criticized after mass shooting. I might have the tweet here somewhere, but let's read the first story from the New York Post. Nashville school shooter Aubrey Hale sent a friend a chilling suicide note minutes before slaughtering 3 children and 3 adults, writing, "I'm planning to die today." Hale, 28, messaged Avariana Patton, her former middle school basketball teammate, on Instagram at 9:57 a.m. Monday, News Channel 5 reported. So basically, that post I made on here about you, that was basically a suicide note. "I'm planning to die today," Hale wrote, using the name Aiden, according to messages Patton gave the outlet. Now, one thing I really do find interesting is that they're misgendering this individual without question, with absolutely without question. They just this one time they don't care. Let me see if I can. So apparently that's not. Let me see if I can reload this. I'm going to have to implement a image blur. They're misgendering this individual. They're saying it's a woman. They're not saying trans person. They're just outright ignoring the fact that this seems to be a principal motivation. "This is not a joke," wrote Hale. "You'll probably hear about me on the news after I die. This is my last goodbye. I love you. See you again in another life." "Audrey," Patton replied, "you have so much to live, so much life to live." Now, this Avariana apparently called the police and told them about this, and the police did not respond for hours. And if they had, this probably would not have happened. So there's an image of the messages. In response, Hale wrote, "I know, but I don't want to live. I'm so sorry. I'm not trying to upset you or get attention. I just need to die. I wanted to tell you first because you're the most beautiful person I've ever known in my life." She says, "My family doesn't know what I'm about to do. One day this will make more sense. I've left more than enough evidence behind, but something bad is about to happen." So the Metro Nashville PD has posted some images and a video. I'm surprised they actually did. And then we have this interesting phenomenon. Newsweek. Tennessee Republicans ban on drag shows criticized after mass shooting. Excuse me?
Are you sure?
So you're saying that groomers targeting children, sexualizing them, and these medical surgeries on minors being banned resulted in a terrorist shooting up a school and church, killing 3 9-year-olds as well as 3 faculty members. And the news is criticizing their law. Let's try it another way. Let's say there is a group of people who are selling booze to children, and so we say we're going to make it illegal to sell booze to children. So that group then gets a bunch of guns and shoots a bunch of kids. Why would you then say we must criticize the law banning the sale of alcohol to children? No, you'd say these people are psychotic. It was probably right to ban these things. The celebration of this ideology exemplified by Newsweek, and so much more. Jack Posobiec posted this. Trans community activist posted this 2 days ago. It is a trans flag that says, "Nobody is coming to save us. Siblings, pick up your weapons." And we have this. Will Chamberlain posts a Teen Vogue article. March 31st, 2021, on Transgender Day of Visibility, it's time to finally stop policing trans rage. They say when Grimm started taking hormones as a teenager, he says people used his testosterone as a scapegoat anytime he lost his cool, claiming that testosterone was causing his outbursts rather than legitimate feelings. It would piss me off like nothing else in the world, because here's this life-saving medication, and dare you say that my emotional dysregulation could have anything to do with that? Well, it does. Testosterone makes you more aggressive. Guys grow up with it. But for someone who's, look, guys grow up with testosterone and they're yelled at for behaving certain ways.
What?
You take someone who's not been exposed to this degree of testosterone, you pump them full of it, and they get angry. The Simpsons had a joke about it. I think it was Martin was like, "They've put me on testosterone and now I just want to fight everybody."
Okay.
Yes, that's what it does. It increases aggression.
You're gonna pay me for this, right?
Now, the interesting thing here that we can see in these stories is that
Gotcha. Great.
we know there's SSRIs, there's these pharmaceuticals and hormones being pumped into young people, and it's going to increase instability, mental instability. They are telling people in the media that trans people are being threatened, that people are trying to kill them. It's the rhetoric of the left. When you say something like, there should not be sex shows for children, they say, that's genocide. I'm not exaggerating. They post this online. So what would happen if someone truly believed that was happening? You get this. And that's the scary reality of what's going on. Tucker Carlson talked about it, and he got criticized for it. LGBTQ Nation writes, Tucker Carlson is afraid gun-toting trans people will start political violence. Quote, they want to be able to commit it, and they want you defenseless so you can't fight back. Friday, March 24th, 2023, this was written. And only a few days later, Tucker Carlson was unfortunately proven correct. This is a scary reality of where we are. Fox News host Tucker Carlson has claimed that NPR is overhyping anti-transgender violence to encourage the trans community to arm themselves with military-grade weapons. As proof, he pointed to a recent NPR segment about Rainbow Reload, an LGBTQ plus gun club based in New Hampshire. The segment mentioned how mass shootings targeting LGBTQ spaces and a rise in anti-trans rhetoric have inspired some queer people to take up arms. Carlson considers this hypocritical because he believes NPR is solidly anti-gun. Tom Fitton tweets, a leftist professor at Wayne State University in Michigan has been suspended with pay after publishing a Facebook post calling for the murder of conservative campus speakers. I don't think I can show you what he said. He directly says to do things.
Better be good.
He directly tells people, this is where we are. I wonder, is this just another blip? Is this just static? Is this just noise? Or have I unfortunately been right? The political faction's rhetoric is increasingly getting more and more dangerous, namely on the left. Liberals are gloating and celebrating. I have this archive from David Pakman. I can only see as there's an increase in callousness, anger, and calls to violence, that things like this will escalate. I don't want them to. I want to mind my own business. I don't like the idea of having to be armed. But that's the nature of reality. Now, for me, living out in a rural area, you're armed, not just
more
because you're worried about
expansion,
people,
more
though people
expansion.
can be dangerous. I'm actually substantially less worried about people than I am wild animals, you know. So, you know, coyotes and the chickens and things like that. We had a bear come by here a couple times, which is shocking because it must have been starving. The deer are looking fairly gaunt, but the deer are looking better these days. Hopefully, the animals don't become desperate, but a bear tried to break into our first chicken coop. And I don't know what you do about a bear. Because, I mean, we got some weapons, but, woof, it's a big bear. It was a big feller. Don't know exactly how big. I don't know. I don't know what kind of bears we got out here. I think it was maybe a black bear or something, which is scary because those things can be vicious. But to come on to our property, which is, you know, blacktop asphalt and concrete, out of the woods, it must have been hungry. It must have been desperate. Tried ripping it open. It couldn't do it because we secured it pretty well. I'm glad the chickens survived. That's what I'm more worried about. That being said, with the increasing political attacks, the idea that someone would go into this Christian school and just shoot it up. You know, I'll say this. It's possible this manifesto comes out and it's not completely political because this was a targeted attack. This individual went to that school. So it's entirely possible that information emerges where the student says something like that the teacher slapped my wrist or something. They were abusing kids. I believe it is probably more likely it has to do with religious indoctrination because that's what we're seeing them tweet. We're seeing these people on the left tweet that the schools are indoctrinating kids with this religious stuff. The funny thing is, that's actually what's happened to them. Completely. Here's what David Pakman said. Very surprising that there would be a mass shooting at a Christian school given the lack of prayer is often blamed for these horrible events. Is it possible they weren't praying enough or correctly despite being a Christian school? No one ever claimed that lack of prayer is what's causing mass shootings. Now, okay, I'm being hyperbolic. I'm saying typically that's not what people are saying. When a shooting, a tragedy happens, people are saying, thoughts and prayers. I am keeping you in my thoughts and in my prayers. They are saying that I am worried for you, I care for you, and I'm wishing you well and good things. I'm hoping for you the best. That's it. And the left is mad because they're like, we got to ban guns. But banning guns doesn't change anything. Just the other day, there was a story. I can't remember, was it Australia maybe, or where I don't know where. A guy took a knife and went on a stabbing rampage, killing people in a school, and they couldn't stop him until the police came with a gun, just like here.
What?
One person responded, "I see the point, sir, but this tweet isn't really appropriate." And he said, "Is it more or less appropriate than Republicans offering prayers and nothing else every time there is a shooting?" No, they offer more than that. They offer mental health screenings. They offer arming teachers and providing armed security at these schools. The problem is the left intentionally blockades these things because there's only one thing they want, and there's one thing they know they can never get, which means the problem never gets solved, and that is to ban guns. You can't ban guns. The Second Amendment exists. So they try and do things like banning. Here's what happens. The Democrats will be like, we're going to ban extended magazines. Anything more than, and then they insert a ridiculously low number, which is not an extended magazine. We're going to ban anything more with 10 rounds. You don't need it, which is low capacity. Very, very low 10 rounds. Like I got a shotgun that holds more than that. And typically when you buy a rifle, it can hold 30. Even Glocks. The gun used by police holds 17. But the point is they know their demands are outrageous, likely will accomplish nothing, because they want the problems to persist so they can campaign on them. Because we could solve these problems overnight. Mental health screenings. That's a big one. I don't know exactly how we got to be careful with that, because one of the issues is, the government just making claims about someone's mental health to deny them their right to keep and bear arms. So ultimately, the solution seems to be more guns, not less. The solution seems to be people having the ability to defend themselves from psychopaths like this. It's really amazing. One person said, dude, come on, I'm libin. This is cringe to me. It doesn't seem like the thought a bright man would have. You mock the faith of slain children. Ultimately, David Pacman did delete this tweet. He took it down. Look, it's no secret that I think we are either in or heading towards a civil war. Jane Fonda, this is from Lauren Witzke. Jane Fonda and The View supported the idea of murdering Christian pro-lifers this month. They giggled like the wretched hyenas they are. Now that they have blood on their hands, do you think they will hear apologies? Jane Fonda called for murder of pro-life individuals. And they all chuckled and said, no, she's joking. And then she rolls her eyes and then looks down. She wasn't joking. She wasn't. If she was joking, she'd be like, okay. No, she looks disappointed. Let me show you. I mean, I don't want to play it because because I think, YouTube will have a negative reaction. But she outright says it. They're all shocked. They laugh, haha, she's joking. And then she makes this face. That's the face she made when they were like, she's just joking, right? She looks at them. And then she looks down. And she looks disappointed. She's almost frowning. She's serious. These people are serious. Man,
that was poorly planned. Oh well.
Michael O'Fallon tweeted this. Groups such as Rainbow Reload and other LGBTQ communities have experienced a tremendous surge in gun purchases and firearms training over the last 3 years. The spike has been caused in part by the rhetoric within their communities that Christian nationalists in the far right will be coming for their rights and their jobs. Meanwhile, conservative Christian affinity groups have been inflamed by increasingly violent rhetoric, replacing "Here I am, Lord, send me" with "Deus vult." The fracturing of America by divisive rhetoric and propaganda is now in fifth gear. Both ends will be played against the middle. Welcome to the effects of the long strategized big sort. Violence and retribution will now come from identity groups not normally associated with violent actions. Discussion will cease, blame and rhetoric will increase. The Christian community resisted the siren song allure of giving the balkanizers drag queen Floyd. What most didn't realize is that the same sort of they coming to get you rhetoric is being poured into siloed LGBTQ plus communities. At the same time, the propaganda is being poured into Christian communities. So might I suggest stepping back a few steps and realizing what is being done to all of us? Yeah, I get it. But stepping back means nothing. What you have is algorithmic hyperpolarization and radicalization, and I've been talking about this for 5 or 6 years. And I have said exactly this. This is what is going to happen. You are now going to have Christians saying, next year under attack, we're being targeted. But you are, and you have been. And it's not a good thing, and I don't want it to be the case, but I'm not going to lie. They've consistently gone after churches. Look at the lockdowns. They shut down churches in violation of the First Amendment. Yes, there is a political faction that despises you. And there's no magic button to make people not be at odds with each other. Here is my prediction. Before social media, before 2011, people whose worldview was solidified tend to be in agreement for the most part. So, here's the way I describe it. Let's say at the top, you have maximum life expectancy, and at the bottom, you have minimal, early age. Children, babies, etc. Near the top, in the top third, you have Gen Xers and up. They have a cohesive worldview despite disagreeing with each other. They are not fighting for the most part, some are. As you get down into the millennial bracket, the bifurcation starts becoming more and more pronounced. At the earliest ages at the bottom, there is a distinct bifurcation. Children will be raised on traditional American conservative and freedom values, and on the left, it is hyper-radicalized far-left extremism. As those two groups age, the bifurcation becomes more and more dominant. You see what I'm saying? Gen X and boomers and up tend to have a shared worldview and aren't fighting with each other. But as you move down, the bifurcation starts to become more and more distinct. When boomers and Gen Xers age out, pass on, and you have elder millennials, you are going to have overt and outright ideological civil war. It is already happening because you are seeing millennials start to take over the workforce. Now we are starting to see, as they do in their hyper-radicalization, things like Bandcamp, for instance, banned us outright, removed our music, despite the fact our music is not overtly political. One song is a story about a revolution. No proper nouns, no insults, no swearing, no calling out any individual groups, nothing overt. Genocide is just basically anti-war, an anti-war song. And then, of course, Only Ever Wanted was just a love song. We put out a new song, by the way, Bright Eyes. And this song, for those that haven't figured it out, is about not ending your own life. It's about things getting better. Not political. They deleted us outright. And that seems to make no sense. It's one thing if they came out and said, look, you did these things that violate our rules. That's the boomer response. That's the Gen Xer response. Gen Xers and boomers have been the people who have been like, dude, you can't say these things. They're shocking. I'm sorry. The millennial and below hyper-radicalized response is, I hate you, I don't care what you do, I'm removing you from my platform. That's why I'm saying that as time goes on, we will start to see an escalation in debanking. Understand this, the banks right now are being run by Gen Xers and boomers, but millennials are slowly taking over. I'm 37. That means we are now taking over the top slots. When these people are at the top of industry in their sectors, they will remove you from the economy. That's why we need a parallel economy now. We need it yesterday. Because they will shut down your bank account. They will take your food. They're going to say, you can't shop here. You're not welcome. I don't care if you broke any rules or otherwise. You are out. It's a cult. A fractured worldview of nonsense. And it's going to keep getting crazier. Right now, the left can only seem to just call for gun control. Me, I'm concerned about mental health once again. This person's clearly unwell, suffering a DSM-5 mental disorder. And this is where we end up. I'll leave it there. There's a lot more to cover in this story. Next video is coming up at 1 p.m. on this channel. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you all then.
Straight to the heart. Okay, great. Okay, let's do this. Okay, gotcha. Roger that. This better be good. Great. Roger that. Yeah, gotcha. Okay. Are you sure? Okay. Yes. Whatever you say, as long as you pay me.
Units under attack.
A new task. Great. Okay. My bow and arrows are ready. This better be good. Roger that. So tired. Last night was amazing. Okay, you call that a plan? What? Let me put an arrow in his head. Okay, yes. Gotcha. Great. Yeah. Are you sure? Great. Gotcha. This better be good. What's up? Any infected around?
Attention.
Great.
Building completed.
Yeah. What? Okay. You are gonna pay me for this, right? Roger that. Yes, tell me. But be quick. What? Okay, let's do this. Great.
Attention.
Okay.
Building
Roger
completed.
that. Are you sure?
Ooh, that
You are
didn't go
gonna
well.
pay me
That
for
didn't
this,
go
right?
well.
I hope you're not wasting my time. Okay. Yes. Yeah.
The colony is under attack.
What? What?
What? Roger that. Yeah. My bow is ready.
Attention. Building
My bow
completed.
and arrows are ready. Yes. Roger that.
The train has arrived at the station.
Great. What's up? Any infected around? No! You again. They got me.
Our soldiers are in trouble.
Ah! Oh, more orders. My bow and arrows are ready. No! They got me! Ah! Oh! No! They got me!
So even two treatment centers wasn't enough to actually go expanding.
What? Yeah.
Our forces are in danger.
That's two failures. Two failures. Looks like my issues in that one were more tactical than resource based. Official gameplay of Tears of the Kingdom. I must.
Hello everyone. I'm Eiji Aonuma, producer of the Legend of Zelda series. First, I have some news.
All right, my camera is still working.
Development on The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom is now complete. Thank you very much for waiting. Many of you are looking forward to this game, and we've released a few trailers so far. Although it'll just be a brief glimpse, I'm going to actually play the game for you all today and show you what it's like. Okay? Let's begin. Here we are in the land of Hyrule. Like The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, there's a vast world to
come on, a
explore.
two-spur horse?
It's not just the same world as is. It's changed in many ways. If we talk about
let's reload this and reset my recording.
Hello everyone. I'm
All right.
Eiji Aonuma.
All right. Let's see what's going on.
Here.
Oh, let's make this a completely focused thing.
I have some news.
So
Development on The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom is now complete. Thank you very much for waiting. Many of you are looking forward to this game, and we've released a few trailers so far.
Give me the gameplay. Give me the gameplay. Not just you riding a two-spur horse. Seriously,
I'm going to
couldn't find
play the
something
game
better.
for you all today and show you what it's like. Okay? Let's begin. Here we are in the land of Hyrule. Like The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, there's a vast world to explore. Of course, it's not just the same world as is. It's changed in many ways. If we talk about all of the changes today, we'll run out of time, so we hope you'll seek them out for yourself when the game launches.
Were those bokoblins or lizards? I heard snorting, so cough.
Reaches high into the sky. You'll notice some landmasses floating up there. We call them Sky Islands.
Wow, how original! How original!
You're probably wondering
Straight from the previous
how you get to the
previous
Sky
game.
Islands when they're so high up.
Already know how.
Something's falling from the sky. Do you see it? I wonder what that is.
Oh,
Let's
time
have a
reverse options as well.
We're almost at the spot where the object fell. Here it is. Okay, let's use one of Link's new abilities. If you do this on the rock that just fell... Look, it started rising. This power is known as Recall, which rewinds an object's movement. Since I just used Recall on the fallen rock, I can now rise into the sky. We're a lot closer to the Sky Islands. Let's use the paraglider to reach one of them. There are a few other Sky Islands floating here too. I made it. There are lots of ways to reach the Sky Islands, so we hope you'll try a few different methods.
Dinroll? Looks like Dinroll.
Okay, now we're on a slightly bigger Sky Island. Just like on the surface, there are several man-made structures. Some trees are also
Hey, I'll have
here.
4 arts. I'll have 4 arts.
You won't see many of those yellow trees on the surface, though.
Like
Let's walk around for a bit.
ginkgo-based.
There's a branch on the ground. When you find something like this, you should pick it up. It might come in handy later. Let's continue.
Yeah, I think I'd stick with better weapons.
Something's there.
Ooh,
This is a brand new enemy called a construct. We'll fight it using the branch we just picked up. Ah, the branch broke. Not good, not good. Quick, get another branch and... we defeated it.
Alright, what kind of item?
Moving on.
Zonai charge. Okay,
We've
so
now
this
explored
we
more
got
of this
confirmed
sky.
Zonai technology.
As expected, fighting with just a branch won't get us very far. Also, this branch is almost broken. So here's another one of Link's new abilities. If we use this branch and the rock over here, and do this, look, we can stick them together. We created a makeshift hammer. This is called fuse. You can stick objects together to create new weapons with various effects. Let's take on another construct with this fused weapon.
This is new,
fun.
and fun.
Oh, we beat one. The weapon's attack has definitely improved.
As is its durability.
Holy crap. This weapon has much better durability.
Yeah, we now know
all
that.
sorts of things by experimenting with the fuse ability. You can fuse two weapons, for example. If we take this long stick and fuse it with a pitchfork, we can create a weapon with a much longer attack range.
Okay, spear to spear.
With this, we don't have to get too close to enemies, and we can safely attack from a distance. You can also fuse arrows with materials in your inventory. For instance, try fusing this leaf to an arrow. Fuse an ice elemental material to an arrow and...
Oh, so it looks like we got free elementals now.
Very useful. In addition, let's see. Ah, there's a bird flying around. If you're out hunting, you might feel that aiming with an arrow is too difficult. Apparently, my eyes can't track fast-moving objects as of late, so my shots rarely land.
That's why you lead it. That's why you lead it.
Here's an eyeball you can get by defeating monsters. Fuse it to an arrow and...
Oh?
Look, it homed in on the target. Let's try this on another bird.
Okay, that's new.
Homing arrows. It's very simple. Depending on what you stick together, the fuse ability could also be beneficial for hunting. I fused a mushroom to my shield. Now, you're probably wondering if this has any use. Well, this mushroom is actually a puff shroom. Let's fight an enemy with this.
Okay.
I blocked with the shield. Okay, there's smoke now. The enemy's lost sight of Link, so... attack!
Oh, easy sneak strike.
You can take down
depending on
enemies
how rare those are.
In the previous game, you'd usually get powerful weapons by defeating strong enemies. But in this game, fusing even the weakest weapon with something else could turn it into a useful weapon. There are even more gameplay options for sticking things together. Let me demonstrate. Some of the Sky Islands even have rivers. We'll want to cross this one.
I'm going to take a moment to look at this icon. That is kind of a disturbing image.
Well, the river's too wide for that. We need a boat. Of course, there isn't anything that resembles a boat around here. So, we'll lift up this log and attach it to a second log. Let's do one more. We'll bring this over here and attach a third log.
I noticed that these items aren't metallic.
It's a makeshift raft.
Which means magnesis is now telekinesis.
Even though the logs are currently attached, they can be detached. Let's modify the shape of the raft.
Also, why is it so goopy?
You can always attach things or detach them like this. Now, if we put this on the water,
it's obviously straight out of his hand instead of
We've made a simplified version of a boat. However, it won't move in its current state, so we'll need something to propel it forward. There's something here.
I wonder what those do. Oh, you gotta hit it.
Wind. It's blowing
there's
wind.
There's a battery.
Looks like we found a fan. Why don't we try attaching it? We'll attach another one. This should make the boat well balanced.
Okay, so the implication there is that if you don't keep it down, it's the physics engine will screw you over.
Okay, they're attached. All right, let's try moving the boat. Hey, it's moving. It's sailing pretty fast with the wind from the fans.
Looks like the battery drain.
We should be able to cross the river in no time.
Different situation, different battery drain.
Right.
Enemy.
We reached the other side.
Oh no! That's friendly.
In the most recent trailer, we showed scenes of Link riding a large car and a flying machine. Those vehicles actually aren't in the game from the start. Instead, you'll be able to freely craft them on your own. There are all sorts of objects you'll come across in this game. And depending on how you use your imagination, you can do a lot with them. So, try crafting different things and explore this world at your leisure.
Oh, now that's draining.
There are
That's
even more
draining
new
energy.
abilities. Take this building over here. Okay, watch this. Look,
Up there's
I
that
passed
trick.
right
Up
through
there's
the
that
ceiling.
trick.
This new ability is called Ascend. If you're in a place with a ceiling, you can go through to the floor above you. There are some restrictions.
That
but
would absolutely break
what's
dungeons.
great about this ability,
At least the old ones.
is that
At least
as
the
long
old
as there's a
ones.
ceiling, you can use it anywhere. For example, this place has a cave with a hill right above it. If we use the ability here,
Friendly construct.
come on, keep going. Okay, we emerged at the top of the hill. In the previous game, you had to use stamina to climb a mountain. But in this game, if there's a mountain with a cave like this one, you can now get to the top without having to climb all the way up. Here's
Suck
another
it, Rain.
example.
Suck it,
Imagine
Rain.
you're stuck in a cage. If it's got a ceiling, you know what to do, right? Exactly. Oh, there's another construct.
Ooh, big sword.
It seems to be
big
holding
sword.
a strange weapon.
Oh.
Some enemies are equipped with fused weapons, so battles will play out a bit differently from the previous game. Ah, it blew me away with wind. Looks like it's got some sort of fan. Ah, I got pushed off. Ah, well, let's just return to the surface. You can quickly descend from the sky to the surface like this. It feels so good. In the sky, you'll be able to look out across the land. You can also search for destinations that pique your interest.
What was that? That looked like what
Once
was
you
formerly
find a
Hyrule
destination,
Castle.
You can speed things up, like this. Let's dive into this river. And we're back on the surface. There are still so many things I'd like to show you, but let's leave it at that for now. What did you think? Some of Link's new abilities were updated from the previous game. I'm sure some of you watching me play were
let's skip
thinking,
this part and look at here. We still have 2 month and a half before this comes out. I am looking forward. Here it is. Oh, that amazing. I'm too poor to buy it though. That is scene of him trying to restore it. Huh. Oh, that does great. I like how it has normal images and designs on the right. But the Zonai design on the left, matching Link's transformed left arm. What we got here? What we got here?
Hello, Hylians. Most of you know me as the guy who likes to try to collect and do everything possible in Zelda games. Today, let me show you where my inventory is at, my 999 material journey, and what my plans are for the channel, especially going into Tatka. But first, let me introduce you to today's sponsor, Factor.
Taka.
Get fresh, ready-made meals delivered to your doorstep when you sign up for Factor. Factor's meals are fresh, never frozen, and designed by dietitians to ensure every meal is packed with premium, science-packed nutritional quality. No more meal prep, no more dishes. Who wants to do dishes? No more unhealthy fast food. Factor offers the most convenient way to eat well while eating right. And convenience is what I love about Factor. From having a full-time job, wife, 2 toddlers, and making Zelda videos for you, I love not needing lots of time to make some dinner. Also, I'm glad they make nutritious, healthy choices for me because nutritious, healthy choices
I need to get rid of the fish fin.
Use my link in the description or go to go.factor75.com and use the code FACTORSE33180 for 50% off your first box. And doing so will also help support the channel. Thank you, Highlands, for all your support. Thank you, Factor, for sponsoring this video. And now, let's get into my inventory. So I'm going to talk to you as if I've never talked to you before because I haven't done this video in a long time, and I don't know if anyone remembers why I do anything. So Master Sword I'm keeping because I have the Master Sword. The Forest Dweller Sword is one of the weapons that is missable, so obviously I'm going to keep this, and I have it with the highest attack. I do have a treasure chest that's unopened in the Lost Woods. For whatever reason, in case I lose this, I could get rid of it for more space, but I'm keeping it, the treasure chest there. This is to make fire. 1, 2, and 3. These 3 swords, the highest attack. These are just from the amiibo, just to have. And of course, they're untouched. They're sparkling. This is the highest Guardian Sword, ++. I keep it, I don't know why, for Guardians, I guess. Also, when it's raining, it won't attract lightning. These are the highest one-handed weapons. I keep 2. I don't use it often. Blizzard Rod because it's good, also good for farming. I keep 3 of these because I use these the most, the highest attack. This is also an amiibo item. So is this. The Big Orange Sword is also an amiibo item, but I keep this because this has the highest durability, and I use this to transfer durability to all the weapons. Again, Ancient Battle Axe ++, with the attack 75, this you can generate the highest attack that if you use the ancient armor with attack plus,
and I'll only have I have to buy 99.
You can use it to fast kill
just
enemies.
to be able to clear it out.
Because I use this also, so that's why I have 2. Now for the bows, I really only use the Royal Guard's bow because it's fast, it shoots far, and I use the durability transfer for this bow, so it lasts long. Twilight bow in case for whatever reason I need to shoot far and I haven't needed to. Why is it quick shot? I kept the wrong one. This is supposed to be attack up. I switched it one of these days. I don't even know when. I need to get rid of it. Anyway, I dropped my arrows to under 50 because I wanted all the shops to restock. If you didn't know, the shops restock arrows if you have less than 50.
So I need 90 of them now.
I had 999 of all of them, but then I wanted all the shops to still hold arrows, so I dropped it below 50, and now I'm collecting them again. For the shields, there's not enough slots for all the shields, but I have the highest levels of shields, so I don't have like the mighty Lionel shield or the regular Lionel shield, and not all of them have the shield guard up to the max. Not all of these shields. I don't know which ones don't. This one is 58, but I know where to get it.
This guy is
obsessive. All of them sparkly, untouched, but some of them it's too late, like this. I already opened all the treasure chests, so I can't do it. And then I have 2 Highland shields. One of them I used, one of them I keep just so it's sparkly. If you want to know where some of these rare weapons are, I use an object map. Also, I do have a video of explaining all the missable weapons, items, and whatever. All the armor. I did sell these 2, but I kept it. I got it back because I want to use it for pictures.
I don't have enough money. So I don't remember which ones I got rid of. Why did I keep this? I got these are the armor I'm keeping. Okay, some of you want to know which ones I get rid of. Oh, that
sucks.
Not using. Oh, that sucks.
The Korok mask, the Switch shirt. I don't know why I have the Moblin thing. I think I was using it for a video, but I would get rid of the masks. Oops, get rid of the masks also. And off the top of my head,
maybe later. Maybe later.
DLC? I don't know. Someone told me it's not.
This guy, particularly interesting. Also, if he's 100%, why isn't he doing the glitch to get those extra 2 hearts?
I believe you got manipulated or duped.
If a tree shakes and somebody says, I'm not sure what's over there, it could be a monkey or it could be a lion, and someone else goes, oh, it's 100% a lion, then you look at that guy and go, you're retarded. And the guy will go, why am I retarded? You said it could be a monkey or a lion. I'm just saying it's 100% a lion. Of course, the level of confidence that you assert a claim with is going to be used to criticize how confident you are about the claim. If somebody doesn't know and they say they don't know, but they're open to a possibility versus someone else saying, I know 100% with no evidence, of course you're going to make fun of the guy speaking with more confidence without any evidence of it. Even Muslims, even this.
Good point there, Destiny. I don't have any recordings going.
How many people did Saddam Hussein lock up and torture and kill? How many of his political opponents did he...
My idea was to create a platform, and I was in the process of creating.
Let's see if I can find a more.
For the time being, my own site, kind of like Destiny's, except I can stream on it.
This should be something when I don't have anything to play.
I don't even know how many people think there are more than two genders. It's such a weird. He's just trying to be edgy. I don't think Aiden has any understanding of any of this shit.
The fact that he said he was trying to be edgy, don't you feel like you were being the same way the way you were talking to Muslim people?
Yeah, sure.
The only thing I have left on this want to play is Stardew Valley. And like basically the same, just newer. Let's see. Let's look at what my Steam stuff looks like. Alien Isolation. No. Wait. Maybe near Automata. Nier Automata is actually the only game I played that I would play. You know, outside of AR Billions, or Frostpunk. RTSs I can't play too much of. Gives me hella carpal tunnel.
That two gender shit, and people started sending him like.
That's actually it. He lost the debate about.
I did not lose that debate. I crushed that guy. Dude, that guy was making clips of me 4 days later. If that guy would have performed any worse in the debate, he would have been treated as an apostate. Okay?
You're a sore loser.
I'm not a sore. I crushed it. You can watch it on my channel.
What's the video called if it's still on the internet?
Look for Destiny debates Daniel Hikikaru or some shit, and it's some fucking dude getting laps run around him. Daniel had no idea. Daniel didn't even know who Andrew was. He didn't know he had a brother. He didn't know shit. He was lost at sea. Okay?
And that's what makes it up. He didn't even know some key aspects about the case, and he still smoked.
He didn't know any of the aspects about the case.
Unbelievable.
Your idea of him smoking me was him saying Andrew Tate is a Muslim, therefore he's innocent of all charges. And you're like, oh yeah, of course, yes, our Muslim celebrity brothers.
The debate is over an hour and a half long, and you see how he tried to just summarize it in one sentence? That shows fear. He's trying to put doubt in your heart and make you not even look for it. So go
look for it. Yeah, watch it.
Guess what?
That's one of the most.
After you got smoked, you started tweeting.
No, it wasn't even. Wait, it was like 2 weeks after. Wait, or it was like a month later. How long ago was it? I debated this guy like months ago on this.
A month of insomnia and just pure rage and anger.
Yeah.
He couldn't believe it. He was like, oh my god, this guy's straight up on my
Bro, that was one of the most brutal debates I've ever had in my life.
That guy was completely lost.
He had no idea what he was talking about. He didn't know the facts of any of that case.
At the end of the day, I don't feel any different about you, right? You still know how to debate. One loss does not define us, right? This is not boxing. You don't need a clear, perfect record.
Okay,
right? It's okay. At this point, I'm Polantos, like, whatever, I don't care, but it's okay to lose. But yeah, that's why he did it, Gideon, just so you know.
That makes a lot more sense, because I was like, damn, this nigga's just being Islamophobic for no reason.
Well, not for no reasons, because I hate Islam, okay? There are reasons.
Really?
Yeah, what the fuck? I'm an atheist, of course!
Yeah, because there's a quote in atheism that causes you to hate Islam, right?
Do what?
Like, well, like...
There's something...
If anything, if you're an atheist, that should make you even more even-killed to not care about stuff like that.
Why would I not care? A lot of the backward social values that people from Islamic countries have, they, like...
I'm not even talking about you. Like, I'm asking you genuinely.
Please make that argument, Destiny. You are about to make a retarded argument.
No, my argument was that there are a lot of Muslims in Muslim-majority countries that draw from like social values that I would dramatically disagree with from their religion. And in general, religions that make claims about like the supernatural and shit are going to be religions that I think make people retarded. I'm not going to agree with these religions.
You know, I experienced the supernatural destiny.
That's fine. I would call you retarded for it too. I mean, what do you want me to say? I'm an atheist.
I can literally send you the video. So basically, I went to a psychic to troll her.
Okay.
Being an atheist is an inferior way to live. Absolute bottom of the barrel. Better to be an anti-theist, which is actually superior to being religious. And what being an anti-theist means is that how to define anti-theist. Atheist believes there's no such thing as the concept or idea of God, and there's no representation of a God. An anti-theist says that God should be judged by the same standards that we would judge another individual human being.
And this bitch knew everything.
JD, I know you're trolling me, right?
I'm being, bro. Literally, anybody like my old subscribers before I privated the video, they've seen it. Like, I'll send you. You can't post the video. I'll send you a link.
And he's just brute forcing that.
She knew my brother's middle name. She knew I had 3 nieces, and that wasn't even on the internet. What else did she know? She knew all the things about my videos, even though she never even like seen my channel before. It was crazy. And she knew things about the Pop Smoke case, and I didn't even tell her. I made up a story saying that he was somebody else, but since she had a picture, she was able to like see the stuff about him, and she knew that he died in February, and she knew that he was shot 4 times, and she knew that there was 4 people involved in the case, and bro, like that stuff's real, bro.
You ever heard of cold reading?
Cold reading? What does that mean?
It's where somebody kind of says a bunch of stuff, and then based on how you respond, they make pretty accurate guesses about your life. You should look it up.
But how did she guess that I had 3 nieces?
I don't know. She might have said a lot of stuff. She might have looked you up online before you went in. She might have known who your stuff.
Oh, she literally
just go, by the way.
Can I ask you a question, Gideon? Can I ask you a question? Did she and let me finish all the way. Did she directly say you have 3 nieces, or did she say, I can feel that you have 3 younger people that you feel good about, and you're like, oh, I do have 3 nieces. Like, did you fill the blank in for her, and then later on you convinced yourself that she knew you had 3 nieces, or did she directly say, I know you have 3 nieces?
Okay, I'm not gonna. Okay, so she said, do you have 3? You have 3 little ones that run around that you don't necessarily have to take care of. That's what she said.
Yeah, and then let's say you were to say no to that, right? You would dismiss that and you would never bring that up as she was wrong, right?
So
and then she would keep doing it until she gets it right, and then you would only remember those things she got right.
No, you know the first thing she said to me? The first thing she said to me after we did the prayer and everything? She literally said, because okay, so basically, let me give you the whole gist. So basically, what happened was I brought a picture of Pop Smokes, and I got some random underwear, and I put some like chocolate in it, and I said it was his underwear, and I had like this rapper chain that was mine, and like I let her hold the chain, and I printed out a picture of what's his name, Pop Smokes, and she like rubbed the chain. So since I wore the chain, she got my energy, and then the picture of Pop Smokes, she got his energy, and so. Literally, the first thing out the gate, she was like, is he gay? And I was like, no. And she was like, because I'm hearing something that says homosexual. And
the fuck out of here.
No, on everything. That was the first thing she said. That was like
I am going to die so very often.
She didn't say homosexual, she said homosexual. And like,
you sure she's not a fan or something?
That's my merch. That was like my merch. But this is back when I had 200,000 subscribers, so I wasn't even big. And she
your merch is called homosexual?
Yeah, it's not sus, he's a homie.
Yep.
Okay.
Agreed.
And what's it called? So that's the first thing she said. She said homosexual. So like, how the fuck did she guess that? And this is how I know she didn't look me up, because I was gonna tell her like some BS about the case when I was on the phone with her, and she was like, no, I don't want to know nothing about anything. She like
turn down the music.
I wasn't gonna even give her any information. And then while we were doing
sound
the reading,
effects, a little bit. Voice always high. Scream.
And she was like, for some reason I'm seeing Dijon Mustard. And people call me, like, because my name is Jadon, people, like, always growing up, they would call me Dijon. Even Pokey, she called me Dijon Mustard. Like, that's just what people called me. And so, like, she was like getting things like on the head. You feel me? So it wasn't like just raw things. She even got stuff about my filmer, and he was just filming. Like, she said his aunt's name. She said my brother's middle name.
Where'd the subtitles? Where'd the subtitles?
She was guessing so much stuff.
Okay, what did you ask her about the future?
I didn't ask her that, bro. I didn't
Oh, it's probably in language. Probably in language.
To make a video.
And you freaked out. You freaked out when she started guessing all that shit. Then
she knew this much, and you didn't try to get like details.
I'm not gonna lie. She did tell me when it ended. She said you're gonna be huge.
Doesn't have Dvorak. Lame.
She was like, he's telling me that you're gonna be a star. She did say that.
Wow.
But like, I know you guys are probably.
All right, time to start dying. Time to start dying.
Those things where it's like.
Well, here's the question. If you're being
Everything that lives is designed to end.
Holy shit.
We are perpetually trapped in a never-ending spiral of life and death.
Yeah, he doesn't. But that's the thing.
Is this a curse? Or some kind of punishment? I often think about the God who...
Yeah, that's better. That's better.
blessed us with this cryptic puzzle, and wonder if we'll ever have the chance to kill him.
That is remarkably loud.
This is Command. Yorha Squadron, come in. 2B here. All units have penetrated the stratosphere. Autopilot systems green across the board. This is Operator 6-0. All units confirmed. We've passed the 50-kilometer threshold and are proceeding toward the target. Understood. Once you reach their anti-air defenses, proceed to manual attack formation. Then destroy the Goliath-class unit by any means necessary, and gather what data you can. Understood. 12H down. All units activate manual mode and rely on visuals to evade.
Already engaged. Free movement unlocked.
Origin point of long-range lasers confirmed. (11B) down. Our HO229 cancelers are ineffective.
Alert. Enemy unit sighted ahead.
Requesting permission to engage. Permission granted. (7E) down.
Up there goes the white one. Goes
down.
the white one.
Assuming captain's duties. Multiple surrounding enemy air units confirmed. Requesting permission to assume mobile configuration. Permission granted. Captain, I think... 4B down. (2B) to Operator 6-0. All Allied units down. The operation is compromised. Awaiting further orders. Operator to 2B. We need you to rendezvous with Unit 9S and begin gathering data on the local terrain. Understood.
So we've gone from 2D to 3D to 3D. It's all going down the straight line. Okay, no, I dodged that. Fuck. No. Hitboxes be janky.
How'd you know?
Everything that lives is designed to end.
Oh no.
We are perpetually trapped in a never-ending spiral of life and death. Is this a curse? Or some kind of punishment? I often think about the god who blessed us with this cryptic puzzle, and wonder if we'll ever have the chance to kill him.
This is Command. Yorha Squadron, come in. 2B here. All units have penetrated the stratosphere. Autopilot systems green across the board. This is Operator 6-0. All units confirmed. We've passed the 50-kilometer threshold and are proceeding toward the target. Understood. Once you reach their anti-air defenses.
You know, we're absolutely gonna do this, because you're trying to act like science is not at least in somewhat based in mysticism. So tell me, where do we come from as humans?
The same place where you're gonna end up at, the Big Bang, okay?
Oh, so
yeah, the Big Bang. Yeah, the Big Bang. Man, I haven't been hearing any of this over the sound of the game. Let's see. I don't want to turn the volume up too much. All right.
Come from?
I don't know. Good question, dude.
Proceed to manual attack formation. Then destroy the Goliath-class unit by any means necessary, and gather what data you can. Understood.
Still ever expanded. You say that is not mysticism.
12H down. All units activate manual mode and rely on visuals to evade.
Already
I'm gonna
engaged.
run down these bullshit Aquinas arguments with you.
Yeah,
okay?
because
I'm good.
no. You're trying right now
Free
to show
movement
people
unlocked.
of faith by saying they're illogical.
Origin
You need to realize your science
of long-range
itself
lasers
is
confirmed.
You're literally playing a god of the galaxy. You're saying something explain literally the most complicated question.
I need to be able to change the audio first.
11B, down. Our HO229 cancelers are ineffective.
Alert. Enemy unit sighted ahead.
Come on.
Requesting permission to engage. Permission granted. "7E down. One D down. Assuming captain's duties.
Dude, that should have killed me.
Multiple surrounding enemy air units confirmed. Requesting permission to assume mobile configuration. Permission granted. Captain, I think... 4B down.
Alright, gonna have to overcompensate for this portion.
2B to Operator 6-0.
I got
All allied units
absolutely
down.
blasted
The operation is compromised.
Jank.
Awaiting
Jank.
further orders. Operator to 2B. We need you to rendezvous with Unit 9S and begin gathering data on the...
I got absolutely blasted by jank hitbox.
Local terrain. Understood.
Still in cutscene though. And I'm gonna have to start over again. It just speeds through that. All right. Here's a chance to change the audio. I can't even get out of the opening cutscene sequence. All right. Music down one more. Sound effects down two. Voice down 3. Hopefully that'll be. Nope. One more for each. Saving.
In the universe, I need to buy into one of 20,000 different bullshit religions.
All right, let's try this. Let's try this again.
Everything that lives is designed to end. We are perpetually trapped in a never-ending spiral of life and death.
You got the more logical position. That's such a stupid argument.
Is this a curse? Or some kind of punishment?
Points and A+, you trolled me, okay?
I often think about the God who blessed us with this cryptic puzzle. And wonder if we'll ever have the chance to kill him.
One more notch.
Real quick, right? You're telling me in a universe, because you recognize that our universe is highly dependent, right?
No, that's not true. That's fallacious. Just because the universe is a certain way doesn't mean it could only be this way. Conceivably, it could have been a million other ways. You don't know that? Yeah, it is the way that it is now.
Squadron, commit. All units have penetrated the stratosphere.
Check my other options. Nothing there.
You're pretending like the way that it is now is the only way that it ever could have been. That's not true. The universe could have been a million different ways. You're trying to say, well, since it is the way that it is right now, it must have been fucking designed. You don't know that. We could have been fucking 7
We passed the 50-kilometer threshold and are proceeding toward the target. Understood. Once you reach their anti-air defenses, proceed to manual attack formation. Then destroy the Goliath class unit by any means necessary and gather what gate you can. Understood.
Think about literally the basic things. How your body functions.
Yeah, there's a ton of inefficiencies about it. Look at the eye. Why
All
do we have a
units
giant
activate
hole
manual
to
mode and rely on visuals to
What do you mean? There's tons of things that don't make sense in the body.
Free movement unlocked.
All of our technological advancements
Origin
and how
point of
smart we
long-range
think we
laser
are and all
confirmed.
of the inventions that we've made. Why can't we make something that performs better than us and is sentient itself?
What do you mean? We've made tons of things that
11
outperform
feet
humans
down.
in different matters. You mean
Our
like holistically
HO229
or what?
cancelers are ineffective.
What are you gonna say? What are you gonna say when we do that? Are you gonna suddenly become an atheist if we do manage to create an android that...
Okay, and if I had wings and if I had
Alert.
wheels, I'd
Enemy
be a
unit sighted ahead.
angel with wheels, dipshit. Stop arguing. What if we did that? We can't do that.
Requesting
is my
permission
You don't know that we can't do that. What do you mean we
Permission
can't do that?
Okay, show me where it's been done. Show me a
It
single.
hasn't been done yet, but I'm pretty sure in 1968 they probably said we couldn't go to the moon. Right?
7
Before we
feet
figured out
down.
the form of the double helix, they probably said we couldn't map the human genome. Before they made the first microprocessor, they probably said you couldn't have a computer in your front pocket. Like, what do you mean? What do you want me to say? There's a ton of things that people didn't think we couldn't do that we've now done. Right? Kings and queens don't travel the planet as fast as people with fucking $5,000 cars. What are you asking?
1D down.
Little Steve,
Assuming
Steve,
Captain
right now
Steve.
you're arguing from a position of illogic and
Illogic? What did I just say? You're saying that if something hasn't been done before, therefore it's not possible to do in the future. That is deductively flawed. Not only is your argument unsound, it's not even logically valid. You're literally...
It absolutely isn't.
No, it's not.
If something hasn't been done before, that means it can't be done ever. That is Destiny just said. But that is the exact argument I would use against him in regards to vaccine. Nothing more to be said about that.
Are you done swaying out?
I'm not sorry.
Listen, I'll get.
Why do we have to do that? I don't want to do a religion argument with you. I can run circles with you. Bro, I've been doing these arguments since I was fucking 17 years old, okay? Please.
Multiple surrounding enemy air
Don't make me
units
do
confirmed.
the most
Requesting
boring...
permission to assume mobile configuration.
boring
Permission
religion
granted.
arguments. Oh my god, kill me, please.
Listen.
Yeah.
Hold up. Did you fucking say that the universe made itself when we last?
I don't know what the universe is. Right now, this
Wow,
is
you can just
theory
blow
that
them all up, before the
cutscene
starts.
So you're telling me that we could have a universe, an existence that is completely filled with things that are dependent, that infinite chain.
Why are you using this dependent? Like you're using some dog shit fucking pre-supper argument, like this dependent shit.
Captain,
I'm using this
I
because
think...
you can't have a universe that is all dependent on something else. There needs
Why?
to be
4B down.
Why? Why does it need to be? Why can't the universe be? Why can't the universe have been an infinitely existing thing? You don't know that?
2B to
Wait,
Operator
so right
6-0.
now you're going against all
Allied
scientific
units
theories
down.
and everything that
The
has been
operation is
posed in
compromised.
thousands of years by all
Awaiting
sorts of
further
philosophers
orders.
and scientists. You're telling me
Operator
that you
to
finally
2B.
figured it out, and we have an infinite chain of universes, and our existence is not
We
actually
don't know
only
about.
limited to the past
Do you
14
understand?
whatever.
Do you understand that you trying to use God to? This is literally the God of the gaps. Okay, God has explained 50 million things, and guess what? Every single time we've investigated a thing, it's been not God.
We need
have
you to
never,
rendezvous
all
with
the
Unit
millions of
9S
scientific
and
mysteries,
begin gathering
never
data on
have
the
we
local
discovered
terrain.
that the answer was
Understood.
God. It's always been not God. Why do you think the beginning of the universe would be any different?
So you're telling me right now that there aren't any scientific revelations that are in the Holy Quran, for instance. You're saying that discoveries that were made hundreds of years after
Big
the
Bang
Quran
Theory
came
is
down.
just another creation.
When did the Quran? When did the first edition of theory?
I prefer the universe
How
just
long did it take to make the
became.
iPhone? Why didn't they have some schematics in one of those hadiths?
Again, you see, you keep arguing that I'm using the God of the gaps.
Did we get any kind of like big did we get mathematical truths from the Quran? What did we get from the Quran that was such a big breakthrough? Yeah, tell me, please.
You know, please, let me say here. All right,
No, just tell me. You tell me right now. I want to know what big truths, what big like cornerstones of physics and philosophy and math and science, what came from the Quran?
Let me say that to you right now.
Okay.
Let me say that to you right now.
Why are we? I don't want to do this. Why are you making me do this?
Well,
I can just straight up shoot the black ones
shoot
now.
the black ones now. What do you think about all the stuff I said about the sidekick?
We can talk later about it. All the podcasts, and then we can just talk like casually, like instead of like making it some like negative things. We just talk and back and forth.
Oh well, progress.
So, personally, I want her to be real, or I want this individual to be real, and I want it to be something that exists, because I want magic to exist. I want that spiritual magic to exist. But from the sounds of it, I believe you got manipulated or duped.
Jesus.
Really?
Like wholeheartedly, yes. And the problem is, I would have to watch the entire recording with you, like the actual recording, right? Like, because the three niece thing, I kind of like asked you if that's how it went. You said that's how it went, so I'm assuming now I have to get to when you said
I could really
skip recording artist, or sorry,
never-ending spiral of life and
your
death.
film. What's his name? The
Is
guy
this
with
a
his camera.
curse?
Yeah,
Or some kind of punishment?
My camera isn't
Did she just like do the same thing? Like, I sense a Michael that's close to somebody in the room. Like, did she say that, or did she say, "Hey, you over there"?
I forget his aunt's name, but it's not like a regular name. You feel me? It's not like a Michael.
Yeah, but if you think about what you're doing to make sense of everything that she said, you are filling in the blanks to how it could have made sense, and so you are wowing yourself. She said the information, and you're because you're piecing it together and wowing yourself, right? So what I mean by that is, when you say, "Wait a second, that's a weird random name. How could she have gotten that?" All she did was say a name. You attributed that's a weird name. She couldn't have known that. You're attributing all the credibilities to her. She's not doing anything to attribute the credibility other than saying a name that you haven't really thought too deeply about to how she could have came to this name. Nor I don't think you're remembering the exact specifics of how she even came to say the name in the first place. Right? So for example, the three nieces thing, right? The way you presented it, it feels like you believe that she just presented that you have three nieces. But when I made you reiterate what actually happened, you seem to remember, wait a second, she did say, I sensed three younger
Destiny
siblings,
died.
right,
Destiny
in a
died.
circle, right? Once that was made clear to you, you kind of think about it like, wait a second. If I would have said no, I would have just dismissed it, and she would have kept going until she got one or two things right, and all I would have pointed out was what she got right, and I wouldn't have pointed out the things that she was off about, right? So it's like, I feel like when it comes to the psychics, it's a psychological game with ourselves. Where, like, it depends if you want it to be right or not right. I feel like you can. So sure, it could go against your religion and you don't want it to be right, and it started as a troll, but maybe somewhere deep down you wanted it to be right. You wanted that chaos. You wanted that, because it feels like you're throwing the blanks for her and attributing the credibility that you believe she has, but you're attributing it for her yourself without realizing it.
Didn't want to, I mean, like, because the whole point of the video was like, you know, because I never seen anybody troll a psychic. I was just like, oh, shit, it's funny, you know, like. That was the whole point. And then where it got weird was when she was saying stuff about the case, I didn't know nothing about his case. But then me and my friends,
Multiple
we rewatched the whole thing raw. And
requesting permission to assume mobile configuration.
Really think about
permission granted.
The things that she was saying. And then like it was starting to click what she was talking about. Because I didn't get everything at the session. I started piecing it all together when we were back at the crib, and I was like, that's what she meant by that, or damn, okay, let's look up this thing about the case, and then I look up the things about the case, and it's like, what the fuck, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but that phenomenon in itself, where it didn't hit you until you came back home and you thought about it, like that phenomenon itself is what I'm talking about, right? Like, it requires a certain level of
let's try this again.
In that time you left, to sit there like, wait, that's what she must have meant. Your mind's looking for anything to make what she said make sense. Because you have attributed a credibility to her that she knows, because she's told you she knows, because she's a psychic. Right? If your mind spent that time from the drive from there to your house, figuring out what she could have meant, and you finally figured it out, right? You're looking for that. So you're going to make everything make sense, right? So like if I were to say some shit like, I sense something, you know, someone in this room has an aura of green, right? In that moment, you're like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Then you might go home, right? And some wild shit might come to you where, wait a second, when I was in second grade, I tripped over and I fell into a big puddle of green, and from there, all of my childhood traumas came out to be, right? Then you'd attribute it to that, and you're like, wait a second, how did you know? Like, I believe that when you're general and broad and vague about things you say, everyone, because of how vast the human experience is and how complex it is, you will fill in the blanks for yourself, and it will make her sound like she's completely right. Does that make sense? Like, she has to give you full black and white answers on that, in that, like, moment, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's why, like, psychics will never do a thing where they're like, oh, your mother, her name is Janice, and she was born on January 5th, 1974. Like, you'll never, ever get an answer like that from a psychic. It'll always be like, do you have, like, 3 to 4 people that you've had a history with?
This is what I'm gonna do, Train. I mean,
can I say this though? Here's what I believe. I believe everything that you went through was real. The place we disagree in is this. Okay, so by no means
unit data has been
I believe it was real. Right? Whatever experience you had, I believe was real. What I'm explaining is I believe it can be.
I did it! I did it!
If we were able to see all the pieces on the board. That's what I genuinely believe.
Wait, Trey, you don't believe in supernatural?
I want to believe in it. Every piece of me wants to believe it. I keep it in my mind that there's a 0.0001% chance somewhere on the universe or possibly in a parallel world that it may exist. But I understand how highly improbable it is, if not impossible.
Like this, what's the probability of us being alive? You know, it's like, what's the probability of, like, not even in the fact that, like, we lived this long, but, like, out of the billions of sperms that's on our daddy's balls, like, we were the one that made it out. You know what I mean? That, like, I don't know what the statistics on that is, but it's like, you know, when you really think about it, it's like, damn, like, like, you won the lottery if you make.
No, but
insta death.
See, in my opinion, that's ego. In self, right? Because think about it. Any person that would have came out, any sperm that would have won, would be sitting.
Please tell me.
Or think about it, just in the humans that are on the planet right now, right? Like, you were lucky enough to be born like in the United States instead at like a pretty decent time. Like, imagine if you were born in the U.S. like, you know, 250 years ago. I probably would have sucked shit.
Yeah, but your arguments are dependent on imagine if what happened right now didn't happen. Like, it's a cope argument.
No, that's not. It's not dependent on anything. It's showing the folly in the argument of saying, look at what things are like right now. Like, things could be a million different ways. Just because it happens to be one thing doesn't mean it was chosen. There's no logic to support that. Like, look at how unlikely things are right now. Okay, and that doesn't imply anything else.
All right. Please tell me it auto-save.
If I were to believe what you just said,
we are
it means
perpetually
your
trapped
life has no purpose.
in a
The reason
never-ending
we developed
spiral
consciousness
of
and
life
humans
and
came on
death.
this planet was completely random and
Is
by
this a
chance.
curse?
For us to even
Or some kind of
spawn on
punishment?
planet Earth, and for Earth to be in the
I
Goldilocks
often
zone
think
in the
about the
perfect
God
area
who
where it's not
blessed
too
us
hard
with
to
this
cope.
cryptic
Everything
puzzle.
was complete chance.
And wonder
First of
if
all,
we'll ever have the chance to
that
kill
perfect,
him.
first of all,
not be random.
First of all, that perfect zone that we're in. Listen, once again, this is ego. You believe that we happen to be in a perfect zone that we're in.
Squadron, come in.
But
No,
we
you
are
units have penetrated the
we
stratosphere.
are because we
Autopilot systems green
we
across the
exist
board.
because we're in that zone. The zone doesn't exist.
This
We don't
is Operator
we don't
6-0.
happen to.
All
We didn't
units
just
confirmed.
appear
We passed the 50
and we
kilometer
happen
threshold and are proceeding toward the target.
Yeah, but if we would have been a little closer, a little farther, maybe life would have developed in a different way. It just happened to develop.
Exactly.
We wouldn't have developed. We'd fucking be dead.
Yeah, sure. So what? Yeah, but so what? But so what? But what does that prove?
Any other life?
No, but right now what
to say that there is no creator and that it is all random is equally as heinous.
It's not. Hold on. I can't tell you how like the IQ. Oh God, the actual religious brain is actually so fucking sad. Just because it's unlikely that the universe would have developed in this way, you're coping because you can't deal with reality. That's the definition of being religious. You can't deal with the reality. There's like, oh my God, aren't things really unlikely right now? Yeah, that must mean there's a guy that wants me to
Saying you can't deal reality from someone who isn't particularly good at reality himself sounds ridiculous to me.
That human life developed on planet Earth. Yes, it's completely random.
It's not, I didn't say it was. I didn't say it was. No, hold on. Don't put words in my mouth. I didn't say it was random. The universe isn't.
You just fucking said it was random.
No,
I'll walk it back.
I said no. Do you want to know what I believe, or do you want to try to walk back before I gotcha?
Enemy unit sighted
No, tell me.
Okay, the universe is not random. The laws of physics are not
Requesting
random.
permission to engage.
That's not true.
Permission
But
granted.
just because we don't have purpose doesn't mean we were created at random. The universe is ordered in a certain way, but it doesn't mean somebody installed that order.
So you could explain it, right? So you could explain it. If it's not random, you could logically explain it to me. So explain it. How the fuck did we as human beings develop on planet Earth? How the fuck was it dinosaurs?
Look at the difference. Look at the difference. Look at the difference of what you're asking me versus what I would ask you. Right? Good job. It's a shitty name. No, hold on. You're trying to tell me. You're trying to tell me. No. You're trying to ask me to invent the entire fucking universe. Okay? I can't tell you from start to finish through 17 different disciplines of science how we are right now. If I can ask you how did Allah create the fucking universe, how did God create the universe, you wouldn't have a fucking answer for me. You'd go, oh, I don't know. It's mysterious. You'd have no fucking answer at all.
Read the Quran.
Yeah, really? Does it tell you? Is there a detailed step-by-step process for how he fucking made things?
See, it's because that's what you wanted. You want God to say, okay, here's the blueprint. This is the exact same way I built the universe. And you know what? If you want to build a miniature universe in your room, this is how it can happen. You're trying to apply your human logic onto God. That is your problem.
There you go. So you don't even need logic then. Like you win. No, you don't even need logic. You win.
No. You're trying to apply what you believe is God-like onto God. You're saying there is no way God is operating in a way that I do not deem God-like. That is the fallacy that you fall into. That's not what I'm doing.
Okay. You don't know how God made the universe. I don't know how the universe made the universe. I don't know. I don't know the answer.
No.
Yeah.
But you're the one who's shitting on religious people saying I don't believe in mysticism when you believe in mysticism.
I'm on you because we have a different level of confidence in our beginnings. I'm telling you, I don't know how
now it's
the
because the more
Operator,
confident
you rendezvous with Unit 9S and keep gathering data on the local
That's
terrain.
the problem with you. Why do you have a problem with me believing way more in what I believe versus you believing in your atheistic view of the world?
Let me know when you're done. No, shut the fuck up, Trent. Let me know when you're done so I can respond.
I'm pretty sure the problem Destiny has is that he doesn't want to believe what you believe and you're trying to convince
without you swing the let me know when you're done.
Go ahead.
Okay, if a tree shakes and somebody says, I'm not sure what's over there, it could be a monkey or it could be a lion, and someone else goes, oh, it's 100% a lion, then you look at that guy and go, you're retarded. And the guy will go, why am I retarded? You said it could be a monkey or a lion. I'm just saying it's 100% a lion. Of course, the level of confidence that you assert a claim with is going to be used to criticize how confident you are about the claim. If somebody doesn't know and they say they don't know, but they're open to a possibility versus someone else saying, I know 100% with no evidence, of course you're going to make fun of the guy speaking with more confidence without any evidence of it. No shit.
You're done?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Let me respond to your very disingenuous fucking analogy with another one. If I were to get you a cup of water and I told you I did not pour this cup of water, matter of fact, I didn't make this cup, I didn't buy this cup, it just fucking appeared in front of me out of nowhere. It just created itself. And you'd look at me and say, yeah, that's completely possible. Even if you're not confident in it. If I were to say no, there is an intelligent design behind this cup being poured, behind this cup being made, and somebody made it. There is an origin from where this cup comes from. why the fuck then would you look at me as the crazy one versus you who fucking believes that this cup formed in its place without anybody doing anything to it? How the am I the crazy one? Just because I believe that there's an intelligent designer to the universe, and you believe that everything came out of pure coincidence, pure chance, and everything has absolutely no purpose. Just because I believe in my way of life way more than you do yours, does not necessitate you come at Muslims or come
it's like a million shitty arguments from like fucking year 100 for like the existence of
I can actually skip.
You're just boring.
Yes,
you're not gonna
I'm aware
understand it
of
because
that.
your whole life is built around this shit. You understand that, right? Even if I logically prove whatever, you're never gonna disagree with what you believe in. Obviously.
So why do those arguments exist? Why do people ever?
They're dog shit arguments. I don't know why people use them. You're using something called the clockmaker analogy, right? If a person puts a watch in a bag and they break it with a hammer and they say, how many times can I shake this bag for me to create a watch? And you go, oh, well, it seems like that would never happen. And then they go, oh my God, well, that's what the universe is. How many times can you shake up random particles and make the universe? Therefore, boom, the universe must have been created by somebody, just like a person would have created the clock or the watch that went in the bag. That's the argument. But it's a dog shit argument because it's not a good parallel for the universe, because the universe could have been something that always existed. They could have been there since the beginning of time. Maybe time started from the beginning of the universe. It's not. You're not gonna let me finish? Are you gonna let me finish? We don't know what happened at the beginning of the universe. I can't give you the answer to that. Just like you can't tell me how God created the universe. The difference is I'm willing to be honest. I'm willing to be honest and say I don't know the answer. But you're sitting here telling me, well, I definitely know the answer, even though you can't even explain how it happened.
Okay, no, let me explain it to you. You're not only quote unquote willing to be honest, you're willing to go shit on billions of people because you don't believe in anything and you're unsure of your position, and you hate that there are people that exist on planet Earth that are sure of their position and actually have a faith that they follow and a moral guideline that they adhere to.
None of that has anything to do with, I don't know what any of the morals or anything has to do with anything. But okay.
I'll tell you this. No, I'm just explaining what you're saying out. If you believe that a monkey could write the entirety of Shakespeare given infinite time, that's what you believe, right?
Yeah.
Because given enough time, things could set themselves up in a way that we could create this universe that we live in. Right? That's what you believe.
On target?
If enough time passes, we're gonna come into existence again. When we die, enough time can pass that we come back into existence billions, if not trillions or quadrillion.
Possibly, yeah.
That's what, exactly. So you believe these things.
I don't know if I'm... Okay, well, if you want to argue against this straw man, go for it. Not against the go for it, dude. Go for it. No, dude, not so.
No, yes or no, you believe in it.
My position, when you ask me if I believe in it, I say it's possible. I don't know where the science is at on those things. I'm not going to tell you 100% I know for a fact those are true things. I don't know if that's true or not. You're stating them. If that's what science believes right now, I guess I would. But I'm open for those things changing in the future. I don't have a religious belief baked into myself that requires me, that necessitates me to believe things about reality.
I didn't know when
you literally brag that my religion hasn't changed since it first started. Like, that's somehow a positive.
It absolutely is a positive. If it changed, then I could have no ground to stand on.
Yeah.
How the I argue with you if it changed?
Is there any other thing in life besides your religious belief where you think it would be good if somebody says, "Oh yeah, I'm never ever going to change this. I'll never change this."
I argue with you if you're a person that doesn't kill, right?
Besides your religious belief,
don't change it. That's a good thing. Absolutely. No matter what. I believe that's okay. Do you argue against it? No. Again, you're trying to paint this image, right? Your position is, I don't know. That's your position. Your true position is, I have no clue. If the science tells me that we came out of a giraffe's asshole, I'll believe it.
Yep.
But I hate what you believe in because you take it into your heart 100% and you believe it to be the truth.
About the God who blessed
That's not true. That's wait. You think that's what I believe?
And wonder if we'll ever have the chance to kill things.
It's not that.
I don't have strong beliefs about the beginning of the universe because I don't think we know the answer to it. But I don't think it's necessary for me to develop a moral compass.
This is Command.
No, but that's not the only thing that faith gives you. Right now, your biggest gripe with faith is you don't believe that it logically explains certain things that you want to be explained. But that is not the totality of faith itself. If you were to look at the Quran, it's not only a book of fables and stories and what happened in the past. No, it actually tells you how to live your life righteously. Now, why the fuck would you have a problem with that? Why would you go out of your way to hate people of faith for having a moral guideline? Why would you be inflammatory to people just because you don't have anything to base your morals in? Why? It doesn't make any sense. You have no solid.
Let me know when you. Oh, you're just gonna finish it for me? Why even ask me the fucking question if you're just gonna answer it for me? But go ahead. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. Preach, my dude.
They are getting
heated. Oh, do I get to actually answer it? Was that an actual question, or was that just another opportunity for you to fucking ramble? The reason why I don't like it is because when people base their ethical positions on fairy tales, it's
oh my God, that's why the sound is crazy. Oh, that is so much better. That is so much better. That is going to take a while for it to catch up for listeners.
Possible to move them from those ethical positions. That's why I don't like ethics that come from religion.
Your arguments are not good enough then. It's a
How am I supposed to argue against God?
Here's the problem. If you genuinely could show, objectively, without a shadow of a doubt, that this is wrong, you're telling me that their cognitive dissonance is so powerful and that their belief that this is the word of God is so strong that they can't see what you deem as logically sound. Is that what you're telling me right now?
How the fuck am I? Bro, you retards kill each other all the time in the Middle East.
Requesting permission to engage.
Even Muslims don't. I can't answer anything. Oh, you're just gonna keep rambling. You're gonna keep rambling. Literally dividing. You're gonna keep rambling. You're gonna keep rambling. I don't get to answer a single fucking question. You're asking me. Your question is how am I supposed to convince people of some shit being true? Even Muslims don't agree on what real Islam is. How the I gonna do
that? Is false. The core tenets of Islam is agreed upon. If you were to ask any Muslim whether they're Shia or Sunni,
what the heck is that supposed to be?
I don't care what they are. If you were to ask them what are the core tenets of Islam, a candidly man, they'll tell you anything. They'll tell you the same thing. Every single one of them. The core tenets of Islam are agreed upon. What makes you a Muslim is agreed upon. It's just your lack of knowledge and your lack of understanding when it comes to Islam that paints this negative image.
You can say it's my lack of understanding.
Oh my God.
Do you think that all Muslim countries believe in the same things but have the same social values?
For the most part, all Muslim countries, when it comes to the core tenets of Islam.
What do you mean core tenets? When I'm talking about things like gay rights, right? I don't care about the core tenets, okay? I'm talking about how does it come out at the end of the day their social positions.
That's what makes you a Muslim. That's your problem. That's what makes you a Muslim. Obviously, there's some minor disagreements about certain things, but that won't take you out of the fold of Islam. You're trying to act like their differences makes them completely separate.
I didn't say it makes them completely separate, but it makes them different. I said it makes them different enough to want to kill each other over it. That's a pretty big fucking difference.
Again, another disingenuous argument. If it was genuinely as bad as you're trying to make it seem, you wouldn't have a nation that is ruled by Sunnis and is majority Shia, like Bahrain, for instance. You wouldn't have nations that are completely separate.
I don't know if Bahrain works peacefully. Fucking Iraq used to be a majority fucking, Sunni country ruled by Shia, or majority Shia country ruled by Sunnis, and that had a violence related to it. It fell apart because everybody felt like they were being fucking oppressed.
Why did it fall apart?
For a variety of reasons. Because Saddam Hussein was a lunatic. Because fucking...
It was because of your filthy, degenerate country and the type of shit that they do once a country does not adhere to what they do.
Really? And you don't think the people in that country that were being locked away and murdered and tortured by Saddam Hussein didn't have complaints? Are you gonna sit here? Why is everybody fucking clapping with a onion, dude?
Oh, perfect. No, thank you for bringing that up. You know the famous person that actually clapped, that took down the statue of Saddam Hussein. Approximately 5-6 years later.
Almost died there.
And the man was crying, begging for Saddam Hussein back, and he said it was a mistake to allow those Americans in. The most unjustified invasion of a Muslim country or any country, 1 million civilians killed, and you're trying to...
A million civilians? Oh, we're gonna use the fake numbers now? We're gonna use the fake numbers now?
Hold on, let me finish. And guess what? Once that was done by your people,
Oh, sure.
How many died in the Kuwait invasion? How many Kurdish people were killed with chemical weapons? How many people did Saddam Hussein lock up and torture and kill when he came as prime minister?
I'm telling you right now, Iraq would have been 1 billion times better with Saddam Hussein than what you guys did to Iraq.
Yeah, maybe for some people.
The worst part of this is that it's just forcing me to redo all of this. There's no properly spaced checkpoints.
Different opinions between sects. That's disingenuous. That's a garbage argument. You know you stand on nothing when you say that.
You think Saddam Hussein was a good guy? I just want to hear that. You think Saddam Hussein was a good dude?
Shout out my Saddam Hussein, okay, my boy.
Gotcha, all right. That's the Somalian you speaking. Don't worry, I got it.
Absolutely, because guess what? I will always side. You know what? Gaddafi was a good guy as well. Because I will never side with the disgusting, degenerate, nasty, satanic terrorists,
Everything
which
that
is the
lives
United States
is
of
designed
America.
to end.
Okay, your favorite black president,
We are
Barack Hussein Obama, by the way,
perpetually
the man who's bombed my
in a
country more than any other
never-ending
president.
spiral of
But not only
life
my
and
country, you could add Syria to that, you could add Afghanistan to
Is
that.
this a
I'm
curse?
telling you right now,
Or some kind of
America is
punishment?
literally the nation of terrorists.
I
But you
often
guys
think
feel
about
so
the God who
comfortable
blessed
painting
us
the
with
rest
this
of the world as
cryptic
villains.
puzzle.
No one is talking about the
And
rest of the
wonder
world. Who are
if
you
we'll
preaching
ever
to
have the
right now?
chance
Who's
to
talking
kill
about the rest of the world right now?
Talking about you. Look at you in the Middle East. You're
Oh
so
my God,
destabilized.
look at him
you,
go.
Muslim nation.
Look at you go.
Look at you guys killing each other. Look at all of you guys hurting each other.
Oh my, you're like Batman trying to beat up the Joker right now. That's what you're doing right now.
Units have penetrated
That's
the
absolutely,
stratosphere.
your hair is blue, not
Autopilot
green.
systems green across the board.
But your problem is right now, it's what? I'll tell you what
This
your
is
problem is.
Operator
You're
6-0.
trying to act like
All
Muslims
units
disagree
confirmed.
on the core
We've
tenets of
passed
Islam.
the
I didn't say they disagree on the core
threshold
tenets
and
of
are
Islam.
proceeding toward the target.
You said we can't agree when it
I
comes
said
to
they disagree enough to kill each other. It seems like they
Oh,
have some pretty
shit.
big
Oh,
disagreements.
shit. Destiny, get out of there. Get out of there.
I'm overblowing it? Oh, okay.
He is
My bad.
absolutely getting sworn.
I wouldn't have been alive by now because I was born and raised in the Middle East.
Oh,
So
because
again,
you happen to
that's
be.
what
There
you-
might be some poor f***ing other Islam kid that got killed, and you might have been him, but here you are.
I'm sure. And you might have been the hillbilly that got by his uncle and has to live with him for the rest of your life. But guess what? You came on as a blue-haired
All
midget.
units activate
So I
manual
guess
mode
you
and
won.
rely
I
on
don't know.
visual to evade.
Again, your whole arguments are bent on I could have, I would have, I been have. Like,
And your
what-
arguments are based on this God, not the 4,827, but this one is actually the right one that made the whole universe and did all that shit. I can't explain how, but trust me, he did
11
it.
feet down.
He's coming back soon, I swear to God. The next one's coming, okay? It was 1,500 years ago, we just need like 200 more years, and he'll come to fulfill all of his bullshit as promises. I promise.
And your argument was, I don't know where we're from, but I don't believe in mysticism. I hate all of these people that believe in, you know, the supernatural. But guess what? I 100% believe that the universe and every
Did I say
single
that?
thing that's
100%
contained
believe?
within it.
Oh my God. You're like a dude in the field swinging bats at scarecrows. I don't know who the arguing with right now.
Can I continue? Have I got you worried? Are you shaking? Do your feet even touch the ground when you sit in that chair, by the way? Do your feet even touch the ground? But let me finish real quick. Right? Where I know what your argument is. I don't know where we come from. I have absolutely no clue. My belief is completely based in mysticism and lack of knowledge. What I hate is these religious people and their faith and their adherence to their faith and their belief. I despise these people. I hate them. Because guess what?
Yeah.
They have something I don't have. And you know what that is, which you don't have?
Blind faith and adherence to some bullshit book that's thousands of years old. I'm so jealous.
They have the truth on their side. And that's what you can't handle.
Yeah, the truth.
You can't handle.
Everybody seems like they have it, but they're all so different. Isn't that weird how that works? Everybody thinks they know the truth. They're all so different. Isn't that weird?
As a Muslim man, to all my Abrahamic faith brothers and sisters, to my Christians and Jews, you will all be welcome in the kingdom of heaven as well. I promise you that, okay? All of these divides that are being created by all of us is foolish, and it's done by atheist demons such as Destiny, right? Our differences are not that great. Now, I can vouch for all them other niggas, right? I'm gonna keep it G with you right now, okay? I'm not gonna talk about them motherfuckers.
Only the
When it
right
comes to the
trigger
Abrahamic
was
faith,
in a
we're good,
more
right? But you know what?
usable
Who's not gonna make
spot.
it
Usable
in heaven?
Atheist?
The blue-haired demon in the call right now, absolutely. How dare you? Like, God gave you everything and you don't want to even acknowledge his
Well,
existence.
he gave me everything, including a G-spot in my asshole, so fuck, what am I supposed to believe in, you know?
That you don't use.
That's the only thing you make use of.
That he doesn't use.
That God gave you. You just
No,
want to use the thing in your ass.
present. He doesn't use it.
Oh, he
Someday I
is,
will,
man.
don't worry.
I mean,
Is that
I can say
Melina? Is that
you know, he's
Melina?
bisexual just for, you know, the protection.
True.
Yo, Trainwreck.
What's up, baby?
I gotta lie, bro. I've been watching a lot of Kick.
Yeah, we gotta get you on here, bro. Obviously, we gotta, you know,
Everything that
get moderation
lives is
on and, you
designed
know,
to
get some of the bad content gone. But
We are
we gotta get you on here,
perpetually
bro.
trapped.
Bro, the only thing
in a
is, like, every time I see
never-ending
Aiden post a
spiral of
clip,
life
like,
and
that
death.
boy literally has to,
Is this a
blur out his
curse?
chat for the entire
Or
video.
some kind of punishment?
Yeah, I mean, I've made that
I often
clear
think about the
publicly
God who
and
blessed
to
us
him.
with
Like,
this
his
cryptic
chat
puzzle.
needs heavy moderation. Like, it's.
Keep in mind, that's Aiden's choice. He could have mods, and you can moderate the chat.
It's
But
just
look,
him. I mean, look at Destiny's chat. Go to my chat. Like, if you like, next time I go live, go to my chat. Like,
And
everything's
wonder if
banned
we'll ever
instantly.
have the
Like, I don't
chance to
even.
kill him.
People can't even type the word night in my chat because of the first 3 letters of night. I don't even.
Wait, KNI?
No, N-I-G-H-T.
Your half squadron, come in. To be here.
So,
All
like,
units have penetrated the
like, it just
stratosphere.
depends on the streamer
Autopilot
of what they
systems green
want. I
across
think
the
Aiden
board.
wants that faster chat as if
This
everyone's,
is
you know,
Operator
there.
6-0.
So
All units
that
confirmed.
thing just allows
We've
everything
passed
to
the
move
50-kilometer
fast, right? So
threshold
for
and
that
are
reason, he has
proceeding toward
0
the target.
barriers. Like, chat,
Understood.
Chat is just like anywhere else on every platform. It's all
Proceed
just
to manual
streaming.
attack formation. Then destroy the Goliath-class unit by any means necessary, and gather what takes stand.
Are people actually streaming like porn on there, or is that just a joke? Or is that just a troll? Or...
I mean, the porn thing, let's be real, like, I'm gonna keep it $1.50. Yeah, like, we're 4 months in, right? We're in beta, like, moderation, there's little to none. We're, you know, building a team around that.
Yeah, is that against TOS?
Yes, it is. Porn's against TOS, nudity's against TOS, hate speech is against TOS, like, all these things are the case. Like, people just like to...
11B down. Our HO229 cancelers are ineffective.
I hopped into a couple Aiden streams, and I saw, like, the first night he was watching the boy in the striped pajamas, and then the second night he was watching
Alert. Enemy unit sighted ahead.
Can you watch movies on stream on Kick?
Requesting
I
permission
can't
to engage.
answer that.
Permission granted.
What I will say is no, but you know, just I mean,
right now I can answer this.
78 down.
I watched Gordon
right
Ramsay
now
on Twitch.
The site's probably flying under the radar. You're probably safe to do what you want, but I mean, like, it's probably not legal, and if you get DMCA, you're gonna have to take it down, or Kick will take it down. But
yeah, let's put it that way. There we go. Thank you, Destiny. Like, it's like.
You can watch the Super Bowl. It's okay. Don't watch Gordon.
Well, careful. You don't want to bring that guy with it.
Assuming captain's duty.
Also, I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, like, it looks cool. Like, there was some kid the other night, he was just streaming Madden, and he looked like he was having a blast, so I donated him like 600 subs.
Jesus. Yep. And he got most of it, bro.
And he did. He got 95% of it.
Yeah, bro. Every time you give them any subs, tell them to check the revenue page. They always freak out, bro. We've been conditioned by Twitch to think it's acceptable and appropriate and generous of them to give us 49% of our sub revenue. It's wild. Like, it's disgusting. Like, people want to talk about capitalistic corruption. Like, shit.
I'm not gonna lie. I think the biggest selling point with me for Kick is not even like the money, but it's more the fact of like, damn, if this thing can be the thing that like takes down Twitch and stuff like that, it's like it could be looked at as an OG, you know, like with YouTube. Even whenever I hit 10 million subscribers, I'm never gonna be looked at as like a founder because, you know, I didn't start posting videos until what, 2019. But it's like this is like, oh shit, okay, I was one of the first streamers to actually migrate over and stuff like that.
Oh, for sure.
Operator to 2B. We need you to run until we Unit 9F and begin gathering data on the local terrain.
What, Kick?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, so I pitched the idea, and Eddie also had the idea, and we kind of, it like ended up working. Because like, so my idea was to create a platform, and I was in the process of creating, for the time being, my own site, kind of like Destiny's, except I can stream on it. And then we ended up coming together and saying, yo, like, you know, I have the vision, I have the experience, and, you know, they have the funding. And, you know, as long as it's, you know, two separate entities and, you know, it's, you know, there's other investors involved and other things going on, and we can get something done, why not? So that ended up happening. I ended up taking other projects, kind of combining it into one, and now we're here. So yeah, I guess like I'm kind of the creator side of things, and fortunately for the creators on the outside, you know, I'm not one of those, I'm more in the middle, so I'm going to benefit all sides. I'm not one of those fucking PG-13 pussies, so, yeah.
I feel like that kind of helps a little bit too. It's like,
oh, for sure.
Made by creators.
But, yo, Gideon, real quick, just to confirm for you, I will say this, I will confirm this. It is something that, like, Eddie and myself, we talk about very often, like, as far as, like, you saying, like, you know, just having that kind of title or that credibility, like, we talk about people that, like, start with us this early, like, I mean,
alright, alright.
There's going to be
melee version.
Come early, like, you know what I mean? Like,
alert. Large
you feel me?
enemy group
Like,
detected.
I don't want to say
Yes,
much,
I'm
but,
aware of that.
you know, we see it. That's what I'm trying to say. It is a conversation that we have all the time, like, you know, the people that start early, the people that come with you.
Okay,
I mean, like, we notice it.
I might be back later.
Oh, you're leaving, bro? Come on.
I have to do my shit because I didn't wake up early today. I'm sorry.
That's useless. That's useless. It'd be nice if I could save. All right. Well, that's done. Nope, don't want to watch GameStop. Fine, let's watch some Hassan nonsense.
Is just as blinkered as blind love. And we Americans should really get some perspective about where we live. Watching the go down in Afghanistan, I was reminded lately of every conversation I've ever had with an immigrant, almost all of which, if we got to really talking, included the notion, oh, you people have no idea. All you do is bitch about and badmouth your own country, but if you knew about the country I came from, you'd stop shitting on your own.
Dude, how is this any different than like old people just constantly complaining about like, you kids don't know how good you got it here in America. Like, stop complaining about America. It's like, dude, you're just an old conservative, dude. It's so boring. And it's like an audience of other old people that are like clapping for this.
Right? I have never been a rah-rah America type, and in fact have often made fun of Republicans in the past for being overly sentimental, because they're the ones.
And now I've decided I am one.
Who tear up at military flyovers and get a boner when the governor of South Dakota rides into a biker rally dressed like a painting of Teddy Roosevelt. John Boehner used to cry like fucking weak. At the drop of a hat, if anything reminded him of what a star-spangled miracle this country is. If there was a little flag in his club sandwich, he'd lose it.
God, this shit looks dank, though. I fucking love club sandwiches. I think that's my whitest quality, is my undying love for club sandwiches. I haven't had one in so fucking long, and it's like watering my mouth right now thinking about it. Wawa makes the best goddamn club sandwiches, dude. Fuck! Shit's so fire. Oh, God. Greatest thing about the tri-state is Wawa. Like, New Jersey, awful for every other reason other than Wawa. Wawa is like the one fucking redeeming quality of New Jersey.
It's just in the conservative DNA to have this dewy-eyed, sloppy, drunk love for their country that often renders them incapable of acknowledging its problems. That's how we got the 2013 Supreme Court ruling.
He's literally doing what he criticizes conservatives about.
So was that
like, how do you not recognize you are doing exactly that right now, my friend? You are doing that. Just because you started off by being like, I'm not like the conservatives, doesn't change the reality that like you are precisely doing exactly what you're criticizing in the first half.
Gutting the Voting Rights Act?
No.
Not because John Roberts is a monster, but because people like him tend to
pausing to play the game.
Well, I guess we have to find the target then, huh? I've got a flight unit, so I'll take a look around the perimeter.
All right. I'll work my way inside from the ground.
Barely anything covering what's under there. Yep, that made sense. See if I can turn on a mini map. Right.
2B? Ma'am?
What is it?
I was going to send you the map data I collected earlier.
Do it.
Oh, there's the mini-map. Now, how do I save? Oh, we're into 2D section. That didn't work. All right,
Romanticized America. He thought the South was ready for the honor system. They weren't.
Dude, that's such a... Oh, God, his political analysis is so stupid. This is the political analysis of a goddamn baby, okay? You have to be a baby. No, he thought the South was ready for the honor system. Yeah, totally,
right,
dude.
If this puts me all the way back at the beginning, I'm resetting. I am lowering the difficulty. That is that's going to take way too much.
Any kind of fucking electoral structure that could even show a semblance of a democratic process, so that they can maintain the minority rule of they can maintain that same fundamental principle that this country was built on: white landowning males dominating everything, despite making up a minority, a smaller and smaller minority of the population. They do this. This is a fundamental part of the conservative project, okay, Bill Maher?
But liberals, as usual in this era, have now gone too far in the other direction. They under-romanticize America. They have no perspective. Last week, the Taliban murdered a comedian. His name was Nazar Muhammad, and he made up funny songs on TikTok. They forced him into a car, tortured, and then executed. A comedian.
And wonder if we'll
Something
ever
like that
have the
hits a little
chance to kill
close
him.
to home for me.
Does it?
I had 2 presidents up my ass. This one warned me to stop speaking my mind.
They need to watch what they say, watch what they do, and this is not a time for remarks like that. There never is.
And this one sued me over a joke.
We've passed the 50-kilometer threshold and are proceeding toward the target. Understood. Once you reach
Dude,
their
he's
anti-air
oh man, what a hero, dude. You're such a fucking hero,
then
dog.
destroy the Goliath-class
And you are?
Fuck you, Hassan.
Fuck you,
And as president, called me every name in the book for the crime of predicting he'd do exactly what he did.
All units activate
This
manual mode
crazy
and rely on visuals
Bill
to
Maher.
evade.
This idiot comedian. These people are sick. He's a crazy lunatic. He's a whack
Origin
job.
point of long-range lasers confirmed.
I love the idea that like America's better and everyone should shut the fuck up about like what we are doing in Afghanistan, because that's ultimately what the argument revolves around. Like, no one thinks Afghanistan is better than America. Okay.
You know, I find it interesting that because I wasn't moving, the beam or the target of the beam moved right behind me. That just horrible.
Why the fuck are we even comparing ourselves to Afghanistan? Afghanistan is Afghanistan, partially because of America. Actually, the contemporary situation in Afghanistan is almost entirely because of America's actions. That's what we're fucking saying. That's what we're talking about. For him to like be like, oh well, you know, comedians don't get murdered in America, and that's why it's the greatest country on earth. You're a goddamn coward. There's a reason why you never compare America to Canada or the UK or any EU countries, okay, European Union countries. If you are comparing the situation in America to the situation in Afghanistan, a country that we have caused so much chaos in, you've lost the goddamn plot. We're the wealthiest nation on earth. We are the global hegemonic culture and power. We are the imperialist force. We are the world police. Arguments that, by the way, Bill Maher absolutely has played a key role in manufacturing consent for.
Multiple surrounding enemy air
It's a
units
total
confirmed.
nut job.
Requesting permission to assume mobile configuration. Permission granted.
Yeah, I mean, neither experience was pleasant. But I didn't have to worry about being dragged till I'm dead behind a Toyota Tacoma. Have a little perspective about the stuff we howl about here.
Oh, I got the level 2
This is so idiotic. Oh man.
I think.
You know, shut up, guys. America is better off than Afghanistan. Yeah, no shit. How is this any different than like the dumbasses in my audience that are like, you hate America so much, why don't you go back to Turkey? Huh? Fucking own, baby. And then they fucking click. They just click off after that. They're like, did my slam dunk for the day, Martha. You see that? Fucking owned him. Yep, that's right. That goddamn lip-tart, Dave Rune. Hey, of course, it's not always conservatives. There's other people that have said that too, but whatever.
I'm sorry your professor said something you didn't like. That won't be a problem with the Taliban because you're not allowed to go to school.
Can't you do the exact same argument that Bill Maher has literally trafficked for the rest of his career now that he's done just like exclusively talking about how Muslims are bad or whatever?
I'm done with this difficulty. Like
Bill Maher
it's not even giving
built a career for himself. Now,
not even old time,
crying about cancel culture. Okay, professors are being canceled on college campuses. It's like, hey, how about you fucking, you know, how about you shut the fuck up? Because at least you're not being dragged behind a goddamn pickup truck. How about that, dude? You know what I mean? Hey, what's up, dude? Hey, comedians in Afghanistan are being kidnapped and fucking murdered. Okay, which, by the way, I don't even know what the veracity of that story is. Let's be real. So can't you just flip the argument on its head where it's like, you're crying about cancel culture. Meanwhile, motherfuckers are getting kidnapped and murdered. What's up with that, dude? How about you shut the fuck up?
In Saudi Arabia, grown women can be jailed for doing the kind of things we think of as routine without the permission of a male guardian. China rounds you up if you're the wrong religion and puts you in camps.
Yeah, what religion is that? What religion is that, Bill? When America does it, it's awesome. When China does it, oh, not good. Dude, literally, dude. Hey, dude, okay, hold on, hold on.
To end. We are perpetually trapped in a never-ending spiral of life and death.
Look at this shit, okay?
It'd be fine if the game wasn't wasting my time with this.
When China does it, I'm gonna use it as a talking point, okay, baby? But when America does it, then it's fucking awesome. Do you understand?
To be fair, that's less people.
Like, literally, dude, look at this. Dude. I mean, come on, bro.
Command. Your squadron, come in. 2B here. All units have penetrated the stratosphere. Autopilot systems
More
green
children in
across the board.
Burkina Faso work than are in school. Only 5% of Burundians have electricity. The homicide rate in Honduras is 8 times what it is here. The inflation rate in Venezuela is 2,719%. The Philippines, in the last 5 years, has put to death 27,000 low-level drug dealers. My old job.
Let's see if Holding still does.
Rodrigo Duterte's drug war has killed thousands. I wonder whose ally this guy is. If there's only... I wonder if there's like a, I don't know, group of individuals that are fucking out there that...
Okay, nope.
You know.
It's just somewhat random.
There's like a country that's like backing them or something. I don't know. Be crazy.
In North Korea, people starve to death. The only people who starve here are doing it for a roll.
Alert. Enemy unit sighted ahead.
What?
Requesting permission to engage.
Bro, that's insane, dude. That's literally not even fucking true, dude. We have... Dude, he is just like... This is the worst fucking American exceptionalist garbage propaganda I've ever fucking seen. We have a massive opioid epidemic. We have a massive homelessness problem. We have a massive food insecurity problem. In the wealthiest nation on earth. Have some fucking perspective. Holy shit, dude. That is absolutely... This is just like a rapid fire of some of the worst American exceptionalist propaganda I've ever fucking seen. North Korea starves partially because, I mean, they're an authoritarian dictatorship, obviously, but partially because they're like completely cut off access from the rest of the goddamn global marketplace. America has no reason. We have an abundance of food that we just dump into fucking landfills, okay? And we still have like a gigantic population. We have a gigantic population that's food insecure. That's crazy. Also, to add insult to injury, half the shit that he's like talking about is caused by us. I mean, here are some hunger and poverty numbers in America, dude. More than 35 million Americans live in households that struggle against hunger. 1 in 10 of households in the U.S. experience food insecurity.
Okay.
10% of households. Households in rural areas are experiencing considerably deeper struggles with hunger compared to those in metro areas with higher rates of food insecurity overall. 1 in 8 households with children cannot buy enough food for their families. That's why we need like public school meal programs, as I've talked about before, as I talked about yesterday. That's in America, chat. 34 million people lived in poverty in 2019.
Hey, dude, wait, dude. Thanks for the education.
1 in 7. That's 10.5 million children that live in poverty. But of course, that poverty rate is much higher for black people at 18.8% and Hispanic people at 15.7% than for white non-Hispanic individuals, which is at 7.3%, which of course makes up Bill Maher's audience. So they are so far removed from seeing the consequences beyond just like homeless people in the streets that they probably fucking walk past and, you know, would love if the government just fucking cleared them out with like, you know, street sweepers. But it's wild that he is making this insane argument.
And the only people who have no water live in California.
Heavy dam standing. Alert.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
If you think America is irredeemable, turn on the news or get a passport and a ticket on one of those sketchy airlines that puts its web address on the plane. There's a reason Afghan mothers are handing their babies to us.
Dude, why is Afghanistan that way? We did that. We did that. Look at that image. Do you not see that we did that? Like, why are our military members standing on top of barbed fucking wire in the fucking Afghan airport, dude?
Are useful now.
People love talking about Flint whenever we talk about water, but like Pittsburgh and so many other fucking rural places where like industry towns that were once booming are absolutely experiencing the same kind of fucking water crises that we see in Flint, Michigan too, for the record. So it's not just Flint, Michigan, okay? There are so many parts of this country where our infrastructure is so fucking eroded that like the water is poison, okay?
And we should take them. Americans right now should take in Afghan refugees into their homes and into...
Fucking finally, like one good take in a sea of monstrously, horrifyingly fucking wrong takes.
...their neighborhoods.
God, Jesus Christ,
Is that our target?
Just like one good take, thank God.
Nope, here comes the joke. Here comes the joke.
And I'm sure everyone who just clapped was thinking the same thing. Yes, someone who isn't me should definitely do that.
Dude, the refugee crisis is not fucking solved by housing random Afghan people. Build fucking homes. Okay? That's how this works. We already have homes. Again, this is another insanely dumb liberal ass fucking take, dude. Yeah, dude. That's how we solve homelessness, by fucking housing one homeless person. Like, that's how that works. I'm losing my mind. Like, Americans and their weirdly like individualist, the hyper individualist framework just absolutely cucks us every step of the fucking way. Prevents so much goddamn progress from happening.
Even with the lower
like,
difficulty.
oh, dude, you want to fucking solve homelessness, dude? You know, take a homeless person off the street and put them in your house. Is that how this works? Systemic issues? Systemic issues are solved.
Yeah, San is still annoying. San is still annoying. I want to see Linkus's take on this.
Hello, everybody. Today, we're going to be watching, reacting, and just doing a little bit of a breakdown on the brand new gameplay trailer. 10 minutes of brand new unseen gameplay of Tears of the Kingdom. So, without further ado,
everything
I hope
that
you enjoy.
lives is
Let's get
designed
right
to
into it.
end.
Here we are, in the land of Hyrule.
We are perpetually trapped.
Reset camera, soothe, whoa, go, same thing. Oh my god, there's a new L button? Wait, there's a food button, a D-pad up? What does that mean?
Or some kind of punishment?
In many ways. If we talk about all of the changes today,
this stone right here, this is on the path up towards Kakariko. There's a stable on the left. Yep. Okay, wait, I'm sorry. I'm not going to talk too much. Sorry.
The vast world of Hyrule reaches high into the sky.
This is Command. Your squadron, come in. To be here. All units have penetrated the stratosphere. Autopilot systems green across the board.
You're probably wondering something. How do you get to the Sky Islands when they're so high up?
Yes. Is it the L button?
If we take a look... Oh, something's falling from the sky.
6-0. All units confirmed.
You see it?
We've passed the 50-kilometer threshold and are proceeding toward the target. Understood. Once you reach their anti-air defenses, proceed to manual attack formation. Then destroy the Goliath-class unit by any means necessary, and gather what data you can.
Here.
Understood.
Okay, let's use one of Link's new abilities.
Oh my god, look at the L button in the top left.
Down. All units activate manual mode and rely on visuals to evade.
Already engaged.
Look,
Free
it started
movement
rising.
Unlocked.
This power is known as recall, which rewinds an object's movement.
So the L button, basically.
Rock, I can now rise into the...
Can you do that on anything or just
Our
these rocks?
HO229 cancelers are ineffective.
Let's use the paraglider to reach one of them. There are a few other sky islands floating here too.
Alert. Enemy unit sighted ahead.
I made it.
Requesting permission to engage.
There are lots of ways to reach the sky island.
I immediately just thought he could VI out to the next one. VI out path. Literally, there's no bomb rune.
7-8 down.
Just like on the surface, there are several man-made structures. Some trees are also growing here.
Cute.
You won't see many of those yellow trees on the surface.
Oh my god, look at the reworked map. Look at how good the map looks.
Assuming captain's duty.
I didn't notice that.
There's a branch on the ground. When you find something like this, you should pick it up.
A what?
Let's continue. Oh, something's there. This is a brand new enemy called...
Whoa. Multiple surrounding enemy air
We'll
units
fight
confirmed.
it using the branch we just
Requesting
picked up.
permission to assume mobile configuration. Permission granted.
Ah, the branch broke. Not good, not good. Quick, get another branch and...
Well, confirmed they're using the same durability system. Zonite charged. Is that like a new type of ancient part?
As expected, fighting with just a branch won't get us very far. Also, this branch is almost broken. So here's another one of Link's new abilities.
Captain,
If we use this branch and the rock over here, and do this...
4B down.
Look, we can stick them together.
What?
This is called fuse.
2B to operator 6
You can stick objects together to
allied
create
units
new
down.
weapons.
What?
The operation is compromised.
Let's
Awaiting
take on
further
another-
Also,
orders.
did you guys see how there was an option to the
Operator
shield as
2B,
well? You
we
just
need
chose
to
to
rendezvous
stay?
with Unit 9S and begin gathering data on the local terrain. Understood.
Oh, we beat one. The weapon's attack has definitely improved. The other branch broke, but this
There's
weapon
gonna be so many glitches with this! I can already feel it!
sorts of things by experimenting.
Of course, that's what he goes. Of course, that's what he
Fuse
goes.
two weapons, for example.
What?
If you take this long stick and fuse it with a pitchfork, we can create a weapon with a much longer attack range. With this, we don't have to get too close to enemies, and we can safely attack from a distance.
Dude, what? That's so cool! With that material?
Use an ice elemental material to an arrow, and you can freeze faraway enemies.
That's so cool! That's such a good use of materials! That's why D-pad up is materials! That's not eating!
You might feel that aiming with an arrow is too difficult. Apparently, my eyes can't track fast-moving objects as of late, so my shots rarely land.
Wait.
So, at times like these,
Alert. Heavy damage and
here's an item
compromised
that
systems
is by
has
defeating
been
monsters.
Alert. Large
Use it to an
enemy
arrow.
group detected.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Look, it homemade on target. Let's try this on another bird. I'll just fire a match.
This is so cool!
Damn, so bad. Damn, so bad.
Depending on what you stick together, the fuse ability could also be beneficial for hunting.
This is so cool! This is blowing my mind!
I fused a mushroom to my shield. Now, you're probably wondering if this has any use. Well, this mushroom is actually a puff shroom.
Wait.
Let's fight an enemy with
No way.
I blocked with the shield. Okay, there's smoke now. The enemy's lost sight of Link, so... attack! Even if you struggle with combat, you can take down enemies using similar methods. In the
This is so cool!
But in this game, using even the weakest weapon with something else could turn it...
Did you see that? Oh, I'm not gonna skip. I'm gonna go through the whole time. But look, +1/5. So like it shows you the stat increase. Sorry.
Something else could turn it into a useful weapon.
Sorry.
There are even more game things together. Let me demonstrate. Some of the Sky Islands even have rivers. We'll walk across this one, but swimming across it, well, the river's too wide.
What is that hand up here?
We need a boat.
No.
Of course, there isn't anything that resembles a boat around here.
Can you build it with the wood?
We'll lift up this log and attach it to a second log.
Is that our target?
Oh my god, you build the boat, you don't just spawn it?
Dispatch it as swiftly as possible.
You don't say.
Ain't no way!
This is another new ability called Ultra Hand. Even though the logs are currently attached, they can be detached. Let's modify the shape of the raft.
Laser communications recovered.
You can always attach things or detach them like this.
I'm transmitting your pod program.
Now, if we put this on the water,
yeah,
program download complete.
We'll keep it afloat.
Yeah. What about the engine?
However, it won't move in its current state, so we'll need something to propel it forward.
Oh, thank God. No, thank God. No, I won't have to deal with that attack.
Oh, wind. It's blowing
a
wind.
Battery?
You're 2B, right? My name's 9S.
Copy that.
So...
No.
Oh, I've got a...
All right.
Rivali who?
We'll attach another one. This should make the boat well balanced. Okay, they're attached. All right, let's try moving the boat. Hey, it's moving.
Dude, that's so cool. That's...
We should be able to cross the river in no time. All right, we reached the other side. In the most recent trailer, we showed scenes of Link riding a large car and a flying machine.
Yeah?
Those vehicles actually aren't in the game from the start. Instead, you'll be able to freely craft them on your own.
That's so cool.
In this game. And depending on how you use your imagination, you can do a lot with them. So, try crafting different things and explore this world at your leisure.
This is so cool!
Take this building over here. Okay, watch this. Look.
What? Dude, that's gonna be so used for glitches. This has to be glitch heavy.
The ceiling, you can go through.
I can sense clips in my near future.
To the floor. There are some restrictions, but what's great about this ability is that as long as there's a ceiling, you can use it anywhere.
Dude, glitches!
For example,
no way.
This place has a cave with a pool right above it.
No way.
If we use the ability here...
What? I thought it would be restricted. Holy!
There are some restrictions.
This is so going to be used in speedrun glitches.
Ma'am?
In the previous game,
I was going to send you the map data I collected earlier.
But in this game, if there's a mountain with a cave like this one, you can now get to the top without having to climb all the way up.
Yeah?
Here's another example. Imagine you're stuck in a cage. If it's got a ceiling, you know what to do, right? Exactly. Oh, there's another construct. It seems to be holding a strange weapon. Some enemies are equipped with fused weapons, so battles will play out a bit differently from the previous game. Ah, it blew me away with wind.
Dude, this
Looks
is
like
so
it's got some sort of fan.
That's the mushroom.
Ah! I got pushed off.
So bad.
Oh well, let's just return to the surface.
What is that thing in the ground up there?
We descend from the sky to the surface. Like
Where are we
this.
dropping, boys?
It feels so good. In the sky, you'll be able to look out across the land. You can also search for destinations
Castle is
that pique
flying.
your interest. Once you've chosen your destination, you can speed things up, like this.
Yeah.
Let's dive into this river. And we're back on the surface.
Did you guys see the water effect around him when he landed?
There's still so many things I'd like to show you, but let's leave it at that for now.
No! No!
What did you think? Some of Link's new abilities were updated from the previous game. I'm sure some of you watching me play were thinking, wait, if you could do that, then maybe you could do this too. In this game, you can do a lot of things. Just
build a house?
There's still a lot of new gameplay, mysteries, and encounters we couldn't show today, but they're all jam-packed into this unfamiliar Hyrule, and we hope you'll use your imagination to explore it. That's all for today.
Damn. That is crazy, dude. That was so much better than I expected. The building things are crazy. Like, I can already imagine combining like a two-handed weapon with a one-handed weapon so you can get like special effects. The fact that you can like also like make a weapon longer by attaching like a stick to something else is ridiculous. This menu right here, I'm telling you, there's gonna be like 1,000 YouTube videos on like best combination at launch. I'm telling you, man. There's gonna be like so many videos about best combinations. Oh, this is the best weapon. This is the best high damage ever thing. Because there's so many options. Like, even though, yes, obviously you do not want to do, like, for example, like a Hylian mushroom that's over here on the left on like a weapon. You can. That's the cool thing. You can. Even though it would probably suck, you can. There's so many options. Another thing I really love, which anyone who's played Breath of the Wild will agree with me on, I'm assuming, is once you play far enough into the game, all the materials just hold no purpose. Because you've already, like, the only things that the monster cards are good for is, like, sell it to Kilton. Once you bought the things from Kilton, there's really no purpose of anything you're picking up anymore. This will continue to give everything you're picking up a purpose and a use, which is really cool. Like, come on, everybody had like dozens and dozens of true jellies in the old game, which is like poggers. One thing that he did not mention that I really want to know, do y'all think that this rewind feature is only for these rocks, or do you think that's for other stuff too?
I think you can use it on other stuff.
I'm really excited to see if you can use this rewind feature.
You know, ma'am, I'm glad
also,
you're here.
One quick thing.
Scanners like me mostly work alone. Scouting out enemy lines and all that. I don't usually get a partner.
Do you see up here in the top left corner? Look at the L button here. Do you see this? Do you see this right here, Chad?
Sorry, ma'am.
Look at this.
And another
you see
thing.
this?
Stop calling me
And now
ma'am.
look at this.
Huh?
It's unnecessary.
All right then. To be it
He's
is.
not using it, but it's lit up. Here, he's not using it, but it's not lit up. I don't know if that's because he was on the horse, or because they made sure to never show him not on a horse on the ground with this ability. So I don't know if it's just because you can't use it on top. I'm hoping it's just disabled because he's on the horse. Because if it's just on the Sky Island, it would be sad. So I'm hoping that's just because it's on a horse. See at the end? Oh wait, you're right. At the end he was on the ground. No, on the ground he didn't have it equipped. He does have like an ascent thing here though. But yeah, no, he doesn't have it when he's on the ground here. But anyways, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, no, overall, this is so cool. This building mechanic looks awesome. One thing that made me really happy that he showed, and this is gonna sound like silly, I'm really happy that he showed that you could actually like technically attach it exactly how you want to. I was scared that this was gonna be like basically like auto done. Does that make sense? Like it just automatically attaches and there's no other way to construct it. I'm happy to see that you can technically just have it attach like however you please. When it's lit up, when it can be used, and I'm sure there's tons of criteria for when it can and can't be used aside from being used and just loading out. Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be some restrictions for it for sure. Maybe bosses or something. Yeah, another thing that I think is really cool, and this actually, in my opinion,
all the way to the beginning. I'm not playing this game.
This is like a 10 out of 10 decision by Nintendo. Instead of just giving you a new elemental arrow, let you build your own arrows. This is one of my favorite things they showed. This is so cool in my opinion. Instead of just making new arrows, Wait, I just thought about something. Hold on a second, chat. Hold on. 1 second, chat. Hold on. I just thought about something. Hold on. Do you see this HUD, how he's shooting right now? Wait a second. Hold on.
Everything that lives is designed
we're done with this.
We are
We're going back to
perpetually
my
trapped
other game.
in a never-ending spiral of life and death. Is this a curse? Or some kind of punishment?
Oh my god, I just realized, because I was about to say I know something. Chad, if you look at the original Breath of the Wild in the top right corner, right? When you take out your bow, it switches to arrows in the top left. Do you see that? D-pad left switches to arrows. Do you see that when you have your bow out? So when you press the ZR, you have bow and arrows. Otherwise, it just shields and weapons. Here, it never switches to arrows. They might have dropped elemental arrows altogether, honestly. I wonder if they just have build arrows, because there's no fast prompt to equip other arrows. So they might just not have elemental arrows. So I think you're going to build all your arrows.
Wow.
There's a chance of that. I mean, we'll see, but yeah, think about it. Because there's no prompt for the arrows up here. So I guess you can use like some item that will cost you, for example, like
Stardew Valley.
Create the effect of a bomb barrow. You could probably put down some ancient stuff on it to create basically what an elemental, like ancient arrow would be, stuff like that.
What's the point of playing Stardew Valley?
Because he did basically buy it. He did basically build an ice arrow and a projectile one. So like, yeah. There's probably going to be multiple of those things.
I don't think I'm ever going to be a guy who wants to play something
that's so cool. Dude, this is so cool.
Like a Dark Souls game.
This actually blew me away. I'm so happy to see how many new things they put in this game, so it's not just like a DLC. Do you know what I mean? Because I've seen so many people online being like, can't wait to spend $70 on the same game that I've already owned with a few new things like a DLC. You know what I mean? I saw so many people saying that on Twitter, but like this is like so much new stuff. It's totally not just like a DLC. I'm pumped. Yeah, no, there's so many cool stuff. I don't think there's anything else that I felt like I missed. I will say there's definitely some crazy items around because like these wheels and stuff like that, unless these are things that you can pick up as materials in your inventory, I will say it will probably be restrictive where you can build something like a car. Does that make sense?
Plus the battery restriction.
Because like, it's not like you're gonna go every corner and you're gonna find one of these. Wait, did someone see that they actually saw the Korok merchant? I wanted to see when they were dropping down from the sky, actually. Look at all of these pits that I'm assuming this got to be the pits that goes to the underground. You know what I mean? There's got to be the underground pits right here. These ones going around here. This has to be going underground. I really want to know what these things do. These right here. Really want to know that. Also, this is like a cool new like tower design. More floating islands all the way around here. There's also no Divine and Beast, obviously, around here. The castle's floating up here. This is so cool. What is that area? Is that where the tower usually sticks up? And then here is the like lightning orb shrine. I'm guessing. I think so. Coordinates on the map, I think it's just debug. I think it's just debug if I had to guess the coordinates on the map. I doubt coordinates will stay in the final game. I would be shocked if they keep the coordinates for final game. I think that's just debug. Ain't no way they're keeping XYZ coordinates open at all times. Yeah, no, this is super cool. I'm pumped. I'm so pumped for this, Chad. This is so freaking cool. I think everything with the horse here is basically vanilla. Everything looks... Although, why did he get such a bad horse? 2 stamina bars? Really?
I know, right? I know, right? Man, I am moving so fast. I can't even. Must be something.
Yeah,
to do with the
new
party.
goblins and enemies here, new things here. And there's some new things all right around here. I like how the stables were still around though. That thing right there, this island here. Yeah, there's a lot of new stuff around. Yeah, the new HUD I like. The heat meter is more, the heat meter here is like a lot more clear than the old one, in my opinion. I like this look a lot more. Also, everything is like white and black when it comes to the weather. And yeah, I like how the HUD looks. The HUD looks more clean, in my opinion. True, can we fuse anything with the horse?
That would be funny. That would be funny.
I need to reach my friend. Wait, that was the Korok guy. Holy, wait there, right there. Wait, we caught him. Oh my God. Korok's confirmed? Holy shit, it's a smaller Korok with a giant bag. Imagine if this actually takes place somehow in the past, and this is how Hestu looked before he gained on his little belly button. And that this might be before Hestu grew his little belly and ate all the Korok seeds. Imagine. Imagine.
Hello. Oh, hello. AK-74.
Anyways, this is so cool. These kids are playing here.
How long ago?
This guy is still here. I wonder if he's still
I might have missed it. I might have missed it.
Go over there and grab a horse.
Not where I wanted to go. Not where I wanted to go in. Anyways, what can I help you out? What can I help you out with?
Come back within 2 minutes. Also, confirmed, shrines are probably just gone. There should be a shrine literally right here. Like, there's a shrine right here. Everyone knows this shrine. Like, undisputable, like, no, like, oh, maybe it's unloaded because it's far away. Nah. There is a shrine, like, right here. Unless they're, like, underground or something like that. Yeah, yeah, this is Dueling Peaks. Also here on the right, there should be a shrine on the ground here, and there should be 2 here, and there should be 1 on top here.
Okay, I already did that one. Okay, I already did that one.
Go to the very end of the trailer. There was something on the minimap.
Oh, no. I think you know what you're asking.
It seems like a little home there, and there's like a warp thing, so I guess you can warp here to like the top. So it seems like there's like a warp thing that kind of looks almost like a shrine icon. There's like a little house or sort of thing there. This is just the island that we were just on. Look.
All right. I think I know what you're asking. I think I know what you're asking for.
But yeah, I wonder if there's shrines that spawn in the sky. That might be it. Oh, this thing is like the cave we're going into, this icon here. There's a shop here. Shop icon. Yeah, there's many things up here for sure. Yeah, maybe all the shrines are up here. Who knows? Anyways. That, honestly, was a 10 out of 10 gameplay trailer. That was so much better than I actually expected. That was hands down so much better than I expected. Absolute Drakes in the chat. That was 10 out of 10. That was, like, to the point, no debate, no wasted time. Show us what we want. That's it. 10 out of 10.
All right, so this is what he asked me to do.
And with that being said, that's my breakdown and reaction to the new trailer. Thank you so much for watching this video. I really appreciate that. If you want to see more awesome Tears of the Kingdom content when it comes out, and is more Breath of the Wild stuff in general, definitely be sure to subscribe to the channel for more awesome content like this. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate it. And I will see you all in the next one. Later, everybody. Bye-bye.
Nope.
Hello everyone, this is Rhaegar.
That's a Kiwi.
I write Ezrin Feeler on Royal Roads, and I'm part of the Dawn of Writing. With me is Hesketh. Why don't you introduce yourself quickly? Tell us what you do.
Hi, I'm Hesketh. I write Twilight Kingdom and Let's Just Get Stitches, and I'm also here.
Yeah,
in
and
some
also
capacity.
Fair.
As human.
The last is Brooke. What do you do?
Hey guys, my name's Brooke. I'm an editor over at Portal Books. Been editing for like half a decade.
Give me
Longer
that
than
out. Give
now,
me that out.
more than that. But yeah, I've been editing stuff for a while now, and I also written my own books. And sometimes I know what I'm talking about. Most of the time I don't.
So
Why
yeah,
are we
we all like writing and reading, and we wanted to initially do a podcast about just topics related to writing, but at some point it got kind of stale.
We weren't very
and
good at that.
I think it was alright though. Some of that stuff was
Fair.
It's just that like I feel like at some point you just kind of get the views people have, and the topics are just maybe not specific enough if you don't have examples. So we did have like a section where we talked about text, and I suggested looking at my first published fiction called Dawn, which is on Royal Road, and that was just kind of funny. And at some point we realized that was actually way more fun to record, just us reading through that old text and making comments about it, and just kind of laughing about the plot and like all of the beginner mistakes that I did, and making speculations. And also just I think it's super helpful to make examples how it could be done better, instead of like talking vaguely about things like pacing or prose or like characterization, when you have like actual characters that you could use as an example. So we decided to just make that into like our podcast and read through the story.
Which is what
this
we've
recording
done.
is what?
Which is what we did.
Yeah, exactly. And we recorded like way too many episodes, and it's been kind of fun. And we've also looked at other texts in this time. And the reason why this recording is like, this is like recorded after episode 1, because I think what we chose to be episode 1, the start to that, is just kind of vague. Like we don't really explain very well what this is. So we wanted to add this before episode 1 to make it clear what this is. So we're going to talk about Dawn. A bunch of people that are interested in writing, have experience with writing and editing, and it's mainly for just entertainment purposes. Just if you vibe with the vibe that we have and with the humor that we have, then you're gonna enjoy it. There's gonna be cursing as well, and just weird theories about some fucked up shit and plot ideas, and we're not gonna get through a lot of text very fast. And
it's not formal. It's not formally educational, I will say that.
No. Yeah. Maybe it's educational to some people.
You guys should listen to it. We like it. It's good. Go listen to it.
Yeah, I mean, they can try and see what happens. I don't like this ending.
I just assume.
I'm gonna edit out this ending.
I just assume it's. Yeah, no,
I feel like the whole thing needs a ton of editing.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, this totally needs editing. Like so much else in the world. But I was gonna say, I just assume people are gonna treat it like a drinking game. So.
Yeah, I say a lot of... No, I'm not going to say that because then it's actually going to piss people off. That's just like one phrase that I said a lot in like episode 2, and I was so annoyed by that when I listened to it again.
Oh, I don't know what
Really?
it is.
I just stood there and killed her.
I mean, so you can find out by listening to episode 2. This is the explanation. Welcome to the Dawn of Writing. Enjoy episode 1, where we talk about the prologue of Dawn, which is a story that you can find on royalroad.com. You can go to my profile, Rhaegar, or you can search Google for Dawn and Rhaegar, or go to my profile through Ezra and Feeler, and you'll find it.
If you want to read along.
We're also going to link it, of course, wherever we're going to post this, and mention like which chapter we're on. Or you can just listen, because we're reading. And early on I also didn't generally specify when I'm reading, so that could be a little confusing, but if you find it confusing and disjointed, then just don't listen to it, listen to something else, or do something else in your life, if it has value. And yeah, that's it.
I feel like
that's episode 1.
That right there. If you want to listen to it or not, don't do something with your life.
This is a podcast where we make fun of you for listening to our own podcast.
That's take 1. Transition noise. Enjoy episode 1. Yeah, my creative writing. Alright. So
was this the first thing you wrote? This is the first thing that you put on Royal Road? Had you written before this?
I mean, I've written words before, but not like in a sense.
Accidentally healed her.
This was like the first time I was like, I'm gonna write a story, and yeah, that came out of it. So yeah,
looking like the rare, so should focus on. Should be happy if I ever get any of those.
It starts with prologue. Georg, or it's not George. It's like Georg. I think it's like I don't know what the origin of that would be, if it even exists. Right. Dear Mother, it is finally Christmas again. I hope from the bottom of my heart to return to you, Adriana and Livia again. Yeah, I guess it's a letter. Make sure Adriana is eating enough, and tell Livia again not to go to the forest alone.
Okay,
she knows it's
normal again.
We dealt another devastating blow to the Alliance in Berlin last month. We might even advance all the way to Madrid this winter. Pray for my safe return, and for the Empire. Yours, Georg. Okay, I mean, we can talk about that, I guess. I mean, maybe as an additional info thing, this is like something I wrote like 6, 7, maybe longer years ago. And I have no idea, I don't remember a lot of it, so we basically discovered it with you guys, and we just gotta make comments on what we see. Yeah, so what do you guys think about
got a scale. I got 2 scales, that's
good enough.
That's good enough.
Well, yeah, I mean, me neither. It's just
or
whatever.
The scale is abnormally high level.
Obviously setting up something horrible to happen to everyone, right?
Nope, to both.
And,
to both.
Yeah, I mean, some names like Berlin, Madrid are like known, I guess, so.
I think one of the things that just straight up is always an issue with books is like people just in general, some people, they see the word prologue, will just literally not read a book. I don't have any issues potentially with prologue, just like the nature of a prologue, like they can be good prologues and bad prologues. I think like we probably don't know enough about Dawn to know necessarily whether this is a
I know he's a character that comes up again, so he's like one of the different points of views, I believe.
People get very emotional about prologues. It's quite strange.
I don't really.
I've
don't
seen.
really mind, I guess. I wouldn't do it anymore now. I don't know. Because I'd rather just start with the story and the characters. Like then you immediately know who.
Oh, because of the sunlight.
I mean, the idea of
like
through the window. Traditionally speaking, it's like to do something else, right? Not to do it with the characters that you have afterwards. So.
Well, it depends. I mean, I'm actually a fan of. I'm a fan of. I'm team prologue, but it has to be a good prologue. I like it to be relevant. I like it to tell us something that we don't know, or to set stakes, or to introduce something. But I know, as Brooke says, a lot of people will just skip it because they feel like it's. I feel like if it is skippable, then it's probably not a good.
Healer.
Yeah, but I just argue you can set all of that up with a character that you're gonna use again. Like I mean, we talked about like the Sunrise of Fire thing before with
yeah, I'm a fan of killing
White
everybody
Walkers and everything.
Yeah, I like that.
It's alright, I guess. The worst, but I think I also you could do the same with like having the protagonist survive or something, or like one of just at least the character that is gonna be relevant again instead of just killing everyone. I guess I don't know. Maybe even like from the point of view of like the villain or something would work, I guess. But it's just text dedicated to something that's not gonna be the story, I guess. And I think a lot of people, as Brooke says, like they just don't really just skip it, or even just.
Well, I think
don't read the
especially
book
if it's
at
like a
all.
world-building dump of exposition,
Yeah, like
then
people
it's
don't.
a bit like, eh.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe like 20 years ago, people had the time to do that, but now they're just like, prologue there, I'm going to read something else. I have 10 other books in my...
I think there's one thing you could say about the opening paragraph, is I think it suggests that there's going to be a lot of exposition in this prologue, because you already get a bunch of named characters that we don't know about.
They're not going to be relevant at all, I believe.
Yeah, and then that's always an issue. And
And
then
there's a
also get
war.
like, you know, references to like the Alliance and the Empire and stuff that we don't know about. And it's kind of suggesting that what this prologue is going to do is just establish a bunch of stuff that we're not really going to know about yet, that might become relevant later on. And people are just going to go, no, I want to know what's happening in the story.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, the issue is as well, like, I think I mentioned that when we started looking at Dawn, because I looked at the prologue when we first looked at it, and I was like, let's do chapter 1, because the prologue is kind of relevant. Because,
interesting.
I mean, I'm not going to spoil it now, we're going to discover it together, but we'll see how relevant the prologue is going to be.
I got the claw.
Okay, so as we established, what's this thing called that's before the To Hell?
And I got another
Punctuation.
claw and a scale.
Punctuation.
A punctuation.
No, apostrophe.
An apostrophe. I mean, I don't know the names was
No, Helga's, you're the editor.
You don't know either one. Wow, this is such a great, what a great resource for writers. Wonderful. No, he doesn't know either. He just does development editing.
I mean, in my opinion, if I was going to, you know, write a prologue that I thought was going to be engaging, I would never start it with something like a letter that is this passive, because nothing actually happens in that paragraph. I would either start it with something happening to someone and then have the letter be later on in the prologue, or I would have the letter not be there at all and have someone tell someone else the important parts from this letter. Because also reading that letter, it doesn't strike me that there's anything that we absolutely as readers need to know.
Yeah, it's just kind of like world building. Like you could also just add that later on, or just sprinkle it in some random conversation. It doesn't. It's not a hook. It's just, oh yeah, okay. So I guess this world is at war or something. Yeah. Okay. So let's start. That's like a thought thing. It's like, to hell with the fucking Empire. 7 years already are we fighting, and there is no end in sight. Okay, that's just again very expository. Just, I don't know. It just seems strange for him to think that like if it's been 7 years, maybe he's just tired. Like he still seems annoyed about this. So these letters only make me think of the family I used to have in a life that seems distant after all this mindless slaughter. I like that sentence, but I don't like what it doesn't
and he's
do
thinking
anything.
it, and inside the single quotation marks, he's thinking it, he's not saying it.
Yeah, no, he's just thinking it, but it's like...
Honestly, if this started with that sentence, to hell with the fucking Empire, 7 years, like, that, for me, to hell with the fucking Empire is the first line, that's much more engaging to me.
It is. Like, I still don't like it. It's better, so yeah.
We know how
it's better than a kind of indirect letter where nobody is really talking to anybody and nothing specific.
Yeah, no, that's true. The letters, like, you just remove that. But like, with this one, my issue is more with characterization. Like, it just... If this is true what he's saying, it's like, it seems strange. Like, it seems very, like, PG-13, like... They're fighting with no end in sight. Like he has to be like shell-shocked and traumatized and just fucked up. Like just having him do something, like shooting at someone or something, or like walking through like a trench, like being fucked up. Like he looks at his hands and they're fucked up.
Yeah, we don't know where he is. We
don't
have any context.
Yeah, it's just nothing.
He's just a floating head with a letter.
All right, let's see what news is going crazy this hour. For this hour.
I want you all to think back to what happened after Jussie Smollett faked a hate crime. A hate crime that was so obviously fake, everybody called it out. Now, some people were rather cautious, like, this does not sound real. Got a couple of guys at 2 in the morning in freezing weather in Chicago, in an area where no one lives, attacked Jussie Smollett while yelling, this is MAGA country. Yet, what did we see from the media? They said this is indicative of the culture of this country and how bad things are getting. Elliot Page, at the time, Ellen Page, goes on TV, what is happening? Yelling. Oh, what a world. I think it was Big Bang Theory. Did this big group photo. And it was all fake. Now take a look at what the media is doing in response to what happened in Nashville. A psychotic individual, a far-left extremist.
And you say individual with psychosis? Little less acidic.
From the New York Post. NBC freelance reporter ripped for linking Nashville shooting to Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire. Man, I just can't. This is crazy. And it's more than this. The New York Times, USA Today, other outlets are all oops, we shouldn't misgender this individual. Cult members work in media. And what we're seeing from some of them is they're gloating. Let me show you some of how the media has responded. Here's the New York Post. A freelancer for NBC News was blasted over a since-deleted tweet in which he appears to link the mass shooting at a Christian school in Nashville with the conservative media outlet, The Daily Wire, and star commentators Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh. Benjamin Ryan, a health and science reporter whose bylines also have appeared in the New York Times, Reuters, the Washington Post, and other outlets, posted a tweet on Monday in the aftermath of the shooting that left 6 people dead, among them 3 children, at Covenant School in Nashville. The shooter, who was identified as a transgender woman, this is, you know what, man? Trans man, New York Post, this is wrong. It was. See, this is the confusing thing.
That can't even get this is their thing, and they can't even get it right.
I had to try to explain to someone who was clearly offended that a transgender female is a trans man, and a transgender male is a trans woman. It is almost I would imagine it's intentionally confusing. Audrey Elizabeth Hale, a woman, a female, wanted to be a man, wanted to be male. So technically, you can argue transgender woman means it was a woman, biologically female, who was transgender. You see how that makes sense? But it's confusing because typically trans woman refers to a biological male. Anyway, I digress. Ryan appears to imply in his tweet that Hale, a Nashville resident, was motivated to carry out the mass shooting due to the fact that the city is also where the Daily Wire is headquartered. NBC has ID'd. Well, here's the tweet. NBC has ID'd the Nashville school shooter as Audrey Hale, 28, who identifies as transgender, and had no previous criminal record. Nashville is home to the Daily Wire, a hub of anti-trans activity by Matt Walsh blog, Ben Shapiro, and Michael J. Knowles. This is how the media responds when a Christian school is targeted in an act of terrorism. They attack. Man. It's amazing. Ryan then deleted the tweet in response to backlash. One Twitter user wrote, 6 dead plus the shooter, but this is how they cover it. Their agenda is so freaking transparent. Another wrote sarcastically, NBC News, you people only hire the best. One Twitter user called Ryan a gay activist masquerading as a journalist. Another Twitter user denounced Ryan as an absolute ghoul. The Post has reached out to NBC News and Ryan seeking comment. The Daily Wire has also been contacted for a reaction. Here we are. From the Post-Millennial.
Got what I wanted.
USA Today accuses Nashville police of misgendering trans school shooter who killed 6 people, including 3 children. That's right, misgendering. That's their concern. Here we have people who are suffering from a DSM-5 listed mental disorder. They're being given medications, typically antidepressants, hormone treatments, and I believe this chemical cocktail is causing severe mental crises. We see it with a lot of other shooters too, these drugs. USA Today accuses the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department of misgendering the woman who shot and killed 6, including 3 children, at the Covenant Private School on Monday. The individual who was identified police, we know this, used he/him pronouns. Police said that Hale was a woman throughout their reports, but said during the press conference on Monday that she identified as trans. USA Today wrote in a tweet, police on Monday afternoon said that the shooter was a transgender man. Officials had initially misidentified the gender of the shooter. The tweet led to some criticism. Filmmaker Robbie Starbuck responded to the tweet, "Hey USA Today, none of us in Tennessee could give a damn if an ass child killer got misgendered. Police did a great job today, and they didn't misgender her. She was born a girl, and she died an evil, mentally ill woman. You should be ashamed doing this as families grieve." This is the tweet from USA Today. It's shocking. Another user said, "I don't give an ish about your pronouns. If you shoot up a school, you're a psychopath if you hurt people, full stop." Libby Emmons of the Post-Millennial says it's not the children killed that triggered USA Today. It's the suspect's delusion was not upheld by the police. And there's more, of course. There's many more. CBS News tweets, update. Police identified the suspect as a 28-year-old Audrey Hale, who they shot and killed at the scene. CBS News is still working to confirm Hale's gender identity.
23-year-old.
Matt Walsh says, the police confirmed that the suspect was 28 years old, named Audrey Hale, and identified as trans. CBS takes them at their word on the first 2 points, but doesn't want to accept the third point. I wonder why. Here's what I see. Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, Ben Shapiro, The Daily Wire, they're in Nashville, and their messaging helped lobby for the banning of child sex change surgeries and medication. This, I believe, resulted in far-left extremists, instead of taking the political approach, as The Daily Wire does, as democracy dictates, took the violent, extremist, murderous approach, as many of these far leftists often do. The Spokane ICE facility, a far left extremist who said, "I am Antifa," went and firebombed it and shot at cops. He was killed. You had a man in Portland, Aaron Danielson, shot and killed by far left extremists, a man who had a Black Lives Matter tattoo on his neck.
Not worth it. Not worth it.
Georgia, down in Atlanta, 150 far left extremists firebombing houses, vehicles, breaking into government facilities. One of the people charged was a Southern Poverty Law Center attorney. The extremists are not playing the same game as you. They have allies in media, in finance, in politics. Now, regular people still reject this, which is why they have to tread carefully. But you can see it in the narrative. The corporate press should be coming out attacking the psychotic ideology of this individual, as they normally would. But you see, psychologically, they're on the side of this individual. On March 7th, the Ezra Klein Show, the New York Times. If you read the GOP's anti-trans policies, you'll see what it really wants. Twitter supported this. Facebook supported this. Now, you want to talk about white supremacy and white nationalism? Well, guess what? These platforms banned all of that. But I will personally hold Jack Dorsey, Vijagade, responsible for singling out one group of people for special privileges. Special privileges. Because I said it back then, and I'll say it now. On the show, on Joe Rogan, I said, why are you giving one group preferential treatment? And they said, because of their high rate of self-harm. Body dysmorphic people have a high rate of self-harm. Dentists have a high rate of self-harm. Police officers have a high rate of self-harm. We don't want anyone to hurt themselves. Why are you giving preferential treatment to this one group? They didn't have an answer. Not a legitimate one, anyway. And we can see now what happens. What we are witnessing, in my opinion, young people who are confused are being... You get these teachers, and they'll go to a young boy and a young girl, and there's a video I don't know if I have it pulled up, actually. I might. I don't have it pulled up right here. They go to these children, and they say things like, we don't know if you're a boy or a girl, that's for you to decide. These kids become confused and get older. Then when they're like, I don't know what a boy or a girl is, they get a doctor who says, maybe we should put you on puberty blockers until you can figure it out. These kids are being put on hormonal treatments, which affects mental development. They're then getting depressed because they don't understand what's going on and why they don't fit in and why they feel bad. They're then being given drugs. We see it with so many detransitioners who are saying, this was wrong, I was lied to, I was tricked. It's horrifying what's happening. Some people have compared it to the modern-day lobotomy, the fact that they sterilize children, like Jazz Jennings. Jazz Jennings is an adult human being at this point, but Jazz is sterile, completely sterile, will never have children, will never have a family, a biological family. Jazz may still one day find love, then adopt, and that's all fine too. But I wonder what's going to happen to these people when they realize what was taken from them. Perhaps the hope is, because they grew up and never experienced anything else, they can't understand what was taken from them. I don't think that's true, though, because I think what's happening with this mass shooter, with other people like this, is that they're starting to realize what was taken from them. The way I described it yesterday, before Tim Castile was abruptly taken down, I think is an important point to be made. I want you to imagine it this way. An individual is young, and they're told to sign up for social media if they want to fit in. You have to. They do. And everyone they follow on social media, famous individuals, they all dress like Chef Boyardee. The men and women are wearing big poofy chef's clothes, the chef Boyardee, and they've got like an apple chief, and it's all white. The men are all dressed that way, the women are all dressed that way. Well, in order to fit in, you want to wear the same clothes as everybody else. I noted this because Ezra Levant, yesterday, our guest, was wearing a suit. Now, why wear a suit? Why wear a suit jacket? Because it presents an image. At the same time, Hannah Claire Brimalow was wearing a leather jacket. Because it's clothing. You don't see people going out and wearing things you've never seen before. You don't see the average person deciding to dress like a clown. Because social issues play a role in how we choose to present ourselves. You know, I wear this shirt because I think it looks good. But looks good to who? To me? No, to other people. Maybe you don't think it looks good. Because it's not absolute. But we dress ways that are based on social norms. Now imagine someone goes on social media and everyone is dressed like Chef Boyardee. To them, in their world, everyone dresses this way. They want to fit in too. So they start dressing that way as well. Then one day they go outside dressed like Chef Boyardee, and they go to a restaurant and people are laughing at them and snickering and saying, "Is it Halloween? What are you doing?" And they're like, "I don't understand. I'm dressed the same way as everybody else, but no one is dressed this way right now. Why are they laughing at me?" That's what's happening on a grand scale. These young people go on TikTok, they go on Instagram, and the only thing they see is they are inundated with gender ideology and the woke cult. Why? Because of the algorithms. But in the real world, people don't behave this way. So imagine, another simple way to put it, is if everyone online spoke Pig Latin. And then you went outside to go buy a cheeseburger and you couldn't understand what was being said. It's causing severe mental distress. People are not understanding this. These young people are like, I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do to fit in, but it's not working. I talked about this yesterday. There's this viral clip of a trans man, a biological female, crying, saying, "Why are people misgendering me?" Showing off mastectomy scars. "I don't want to be called a lady." That's what the person says. And here's what I see happening. This individual was on social media, and I went to the history, the past history of these social media posts, and it was a normal young woman, average young woman, saying they had a crush on boys and making funny videos, and then all of a sudden their channel started to transform into non-binary, into then trans, similar to Dylan Mulvaney. And I thought to myself, why is this person crying? Why does this person expect other people to see the world they do? And there it is. I think TikTok is doing this. I think Twitter did it. I think Facebook did it. YouTube does it. Evil people run these companies. I do not give Jack Dorsey the benefit of the doubt. I believe when he was presented with a crisis, he said he would play ball. And so here's what happens. This normal young woman goes onto TikTok and the only thing she sees is LGBTQ, trans, etc. Inundated with it. Well, we want followers, we want likes, we want to fit in, we are social animals. So you can watch the transformation occur from a normal average young woman to a woman crying, surgically, with breasts surgically removed, saying, "Why won't people call me a man?" Because on the internet, surrounded by the cult, which is a small percentage, you are in the echo chamber. And you think, this is what I have to do to fit in with society. It's almost like a grand social experiment, whether accidental or otherwise, where you surround people. Think about how cults work. They isolate you from everyone else. They keep you in the cult. And if you talk to people who have grown up in cults, I have, I don't have experience myself, it's really hard to break away because the world outside is so dramatically different. Think about prisons. There's that famous scene in, I think it's The Green Mile, where the guy spends his whole life in prison and is finally paroled. And then he takes his own life. Because the outside world is so different, he doesn't know how to live. He doesn't know how to function or fit in. Everything about him is so different from everyone else. This is happening on social media. Young people are being siloed into an echo chamber. In the real world, when you walk outside and go to a gas station, someone's wearing a t-shirt and jeans. But on the internet, you craft your social circle and you are fed it by an algorithm. Everyone you follow and everyone around you is dressed a certain way with a certain haircut. Many have received double mastectomies. And that is normal. And that's what you have to do to fit in, because fitting in means survival. Then you go outside. And no one behaves that way. And you don't understand what's going on. I've done everything I'm supposed to, but why is everyone so different? It's the Daily Wire's fault. It's Christians' fault, right? That's what's going through these people's minds. And it's how we end up with this degree of extremism. George Takei, he tweets, "In case it's not clear yet, the problem is the Republicans." And he posted this morning. A psychotic individual went into a church and school and murdered 9-year-olds. Murdered 3 9-year-old children and 3 faculty members. And George Takei thought it appropriate the following morning to say it's the Republicans' fault. What did they do? Oh, interesting. I see what he's saying. The Daily Wire said no. Michael Knowles said no. Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh said no. Many others did as well. Stephen Crowder said no. I said no. And you see, that's the issue. Now, I don't consider myself a Republican. Probably be more interested in voting for the Mises Caucus, to be completely honest, but certainly not Democrat, so I'll take what I can get. George Takei is basically saying it's our fault. It's the Daily Wire's fault for standing up and saying no. Because if you just let the extremists win, they wouldn't have to do that, would they? I don't see how it's Republicans, stodgy, suit-wearing, run-of-the-mill dudes who did anything. Now, they'll try and lump in the far-right extremists with Republicans, but spammy Republicans don't even fight. The Daily Wire is like the first iteration of conservatives standing up and doing anything activisty, getting laws passed in Tennessee to stop the mutilation of children. And George Takei is angry about it. It's your fault, he says. The problem is Republicans. How could that make any sense? Unless what he's saying is, if the Republicans just did not fight back, they wouldn't have needed to do this. Insane. The problem is psychopaths and murderers. Dr. PMS says, is it showing trans day of vengeance and a call to arms? So no, it's not conservatives' fault. And I don't think it's going to end here. Because
drop off all my loot.
we're not going to let these psychopathic individuals and these big tech companies keep doing this. I don't know what the solution is. The restrict bill they're putting forward to ban TikTok is actually Patriot Act 2.0. The Republicans voted for it. I think TikTok is a problem. I think Facebook and Twitter are problems. I think Jack Dorsey, I think the reason he's basically disappeared is because he knows. He set fire to our house and then fled. And it's not just him. It's Facebook. It's all these people. They know they're burning the whole thing to the ground, and they don't care. I think they don't care because, you know, they profit off of it. And they'll get to live well and do whatever they want while everything else burns down around them and other people suffer. The billionaires ain't going to be suffering. But you'll be, as the ideologies become more extreme and fighting escalates, and I think it will. Because right now the activists are saying it's not, they're actually the victims here. They're saying the shooter was a victim. I'm not exaggerating. They're saying the shooter was the victim of the school and of these ideologies and of conservatives, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know how to navigate out of this. It's not so simple to say step back when people are doing things like this. We need law enforcement, and I think we need stronger government. I know it's funny all the libertarians are getting angry. What I'm saying is we have laws in the books that aren't being enforced. Plain and simple, enforce them. There are many laws in the book that should not be enforced and shouldn't be laws at all. But for the time being, we shouldn't need to have a law banning sex changes for kids. It probably falls under dozens of statutes already, but our government is weak, our politicians feckless, and they let this happen. We'll leave it there. Next segment's coming up at 4 p.m. on this channel. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you all then.
All right. Yeah, MAGA communism isn't actually that famous or popular.
Nashville police, Lindsay, just releasing body cam footage from the moment that officers actually stormed the building.
It's just
This is a brand new action called a construct. We'll fight it using the branch we just picked up. Ah, the branch broke. Not good, not good. Quick, get another branch and... we defeated it. Moving on.
Those are very weak enemies.
We've now explored more of this Sky Island. As expected, fighting with just a branch won't get us very far. Also, this branch is almost broken. So here's another one of Link's new abilities. If we use this branch and the rock over here, and do this, look, we can stick them together. We created a makeshift hammer. This is called fuse. You can stick objects together to create new weapons with various effects.
Watching the same video. For something new to watch. Infinite fusion only. Okay, no.
What happened here?
Maybe something here.
So what you're saying ultimately is we live in a world where performance is all that matters.
All right,
performative action. That's it.
Kind of.
Not real action, performative action. That's all that matters.
Yeah, the performance is really important. So unless you get people to expose people or fight against the fake performances, that's all you can really do.
It's not even about exposing. Like, it's literally no. It's listen. I truly believe. Here is the start to it. Okay. If we can baseline some sort of bare minimum level of education, right? Because I would argue, a lot of people, they look at education, why do I have to take these classes? I can't apply any of these things I learn, outside of school. But it's like, what they don't realize is these classes and that curriculum in college, it hones your ability to critically think, It hones that
no,
skill.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't.
If everyone possessed the ability to critically think, everybody, right? Logic and reason would take over, and people would begin to see, and from that, the right people would get into positions of power, and from that chain reaction starts to real change
Dude,
happening.
that is not.
Until
that is
then,
not
we
how
have
it's
people
gonna
who are
work out.
posers getting into office, right? And they talk about the change, but they're not about the change. Therefore, change will never be a result of them being in power. Only until people have that baseline capability of being able to critically think, only then will the correct people get into the positions of power that will actually lead to change. Until then, it's about who looks the best and who sounds the best, not who does it the best. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I mean, like, that's the way.
item I wanted, right?
That's something I've been fighting against for a long time. Is that like?
So how the fuck do we ever advance?
You've got to look the best. If you're doing the best actions, you need to dress them up.
But
You need to
most
make
of
them
the
look good.
but
It's not
what-
enough to just. Wait, how old are you again?
32.
Was your first PC your own, or was it a family room PC?
It was a family room.
Do you remember
PC.
that shit? Having like one room where the family shared the fucking computer?
Yeah.
Jesus.
And I have.
And now these fucking kids have computers in their pockets when they go to school.
Dude, facts. Like, bro, like, I saw I was like scrolling through Instagram, like through the like TikTok like feature where you scroll up, and I saw a classroom, bro. Every kid has a laptop open in their classroom. Like, what the? We're not talking college. College, that's normal. But high school, middle school, like, what the fuck?
Nathan, for his school district, they had iPads for kindergartners. No, for first graders. Yeah, they were all issued an iPad.
Wild, bro. Like, I don't know. Like, this is why people are so fucking stupid. Like, bro, at that age, if you can have access to that technology in class, like, let's be real here. Let's not be naive. These kids aren't using that to better their educational experience. No one's paying a flying fuck of an attention to what the fuck the teacher's saying or the subject material. No one is. Are you kidding me? If I had a laptop in front of me at that
if I
age,
had even a phone, even one of these cell phones back then, I wouldn't have made it out of school. Did you ever play? Did you ever use graphing calculators?
yeah, of course.
Oh my
yes.
god, dude! On
I know
my
what you're talking about.
TI-83 and my TI-85,
Yeah,
there
two
was,
or three of them had games.
Yeah, there was this thing called Phoenix. I actually fucking missed questions on my ACT because I started playing at the end of my test because I thought I had more time than I did. I accidentally opened the program and was like, oh, fuck it, why not? I'll do like a level. And they called time and I was like, fuck! I almost wanted to kill myself. Dude, I wouldn't have made it. If I would have, if like cell phones were there, it would have been over for me. I would have never made it out of school. No fucking shot. I wouldn't have made it.
No, for sure. I agree with that. Bro, I remember what I did. I would fucking like, I would fidget with my pencil. Do you understand? Like, I would play with the.
Oh, do you remember giving yourself fake shots with mechanical pencils?
Oh yeah,
Did you ever do that?
yeah, with the mechanical pencils.
Yeah.
That was so fun. That's facts, bro. Bro, I would play with the ends of the notebook. You know where it rips? Like, I'd play with those ends that like are attached to the binding or whatever the fuck it's called, the metal little binding. Like, that's what I do to pass time. These motherfuckers got full fucking PC gaming, 3090 fucking
Oh, I haven't done this.
graphic card setups. Like, what the fuck? No wonder people are fucking stupid. Holy shit. These motherfuckers are posting more TikToks in class than they're fucking, writing down their assignment. It's wild. I don't know who the fuck thought that was a good idea.
Jesus.
Crazy. Absolutely fucking crazy.
All right, bye.
Remember to hit that like and subscribe.
Because he probably doesn't tell people to ban the N-word.
Let me call out the hypocrisy in your moderation real quick, Destiny.
Yeah.
No, I had niggas call me monkey, all sorts of crazy shit. I don't know if it was in DGG chat or YouTube chat, but like nobody had a problem with it. I say N-word spam once as a joke, I get permit, and this is Kick. People could say all sorts of crazy shit on Kick.
Yeah, man, that's ridiculous.
But yeah, Aghast A B C D F G. Okay, AGHAST 94. I got my eyes on you, buddy. Watch. Alright, go on. Sorry.
So what's the topic for today?
Some guy just made I think a 50,000 word hit piece on me, and we're listening to another guy read through it. So.
Whoa. You're getting canceled?
That is a giant.
I don't think so, but this guy wants to cancel me.
What'd you do this time?
It's a long story.
What story? All right, well, I'm gonna let you and your chat get back to it. Everybody in the oh damn, they're saying 100,000. I'm not gonna lie. If someone has a time to make 100,000 word essay on you, I would put a restraining order on them because
I'm thinking about it, but we'll see.
I don't think that's a sign of mental illness.
Yeah, a little bit.
Northeast.
You have 100,000 words worth of time. Do you know how long did it take Mr. Beast to count to 100,000? I think it took him like 18 hours to count to 100,000. So imagine how long it'll take you to type to 100,000.
Yeah, probably quite a while, huh?
That's crazy. What kind of enemies are you making?
You know, the crazy ones.
Would you say you're a Nick Fuentes level threat?
I don't think I'm very threatening at all, but I guess it just depends on how fragile your ego is.
Do you think I have an ego?
I don't think so. I mean, probably a normal amount of ego, I would imagine, right?
What are your opinions on me, Destiny?
I don't have strong opinions on you. I watch your content sometimes. I laugh a little bit. You seem kind of young and you're grown up and you're figuring your shit out. But I don't have like strong opinions. I don't know you well enough to have strong opinions on you.
I know you were on my ass for not voting though.
Well, the other guy was on your ass for not voting. I mean, I think that you should vote, obviously, but I'm not gonna sit here and grill you over it.
You know what? If I could, I'll give you my vote.
Well, thanks, buddy.
So you could double vote.
Thank you. I'll keep that in mind. Okay.
All right, yo, chat. Everybody in the chat right now. Wait, hold up. Wait.
There it is.
I'll have to follow
There
you.
it is.
Let me follow you real quick. Everybody in the chat right now. Wait. Oh, fuck. I was gonna gift you some subs, but it's the Sabbath. So I'm gonna have to do it another day.
Yeah, no problem, dude. You don't want to break that rule.
Nah, I don't want to break
Seriously,
the
it's gonna give me.
So next time, I'll give some subs for you guys. Don't even worry about it. Everybody in the chat, spam W stream right now. Go crazy. Peace.
Have fun. Is this oil?
Alright, got it.
Oh, it is.
Still banned, by the way.
I understand that women aren't particularly vulnerable during sex. That's probably true. How do you feel about male prostitutes then? Do you think that it would be ethical for men to do sex work?
What I don't think is ethical is.
I mean, people do this shit all the time, right? When people say they're a fan of a band, a lot of the times they don't really care about being a fan of the band. They're trying to collect the credit for
their band one.
And I've already listened to this too. All right. Copy this. All right. Hopefully that makes things look better.
Oh, that's what this is.
What? Are you streaming right now?
Northern.
Me?
I like the northern.
I just stream when you're talking to me.
Listen, if I was Zerka level, like, smart when it comes to leeching, I would be, but I'm too lazy.
If you're trying to make
And
a
also
living
it's-
streaming, I don't know why you wouldn't stream when you're talking to me. There's like hundreds of viewers that could be finding it.
I mean, I was live on Twitch and I wanted to talk to you. I was like, fuck it, like, nobody's gonna report
I have to
me.
move that up
But,
there.
you know,
That up there.
It's DGG, so they might. But yeah, also, it's 6 a.m. I don't stream
All right,
6
chat. I'll get another wave of feedback from you guys next time at Destiny's AFK. Thank you.
Guys,
Really?
you're
Really?
terminally online. The amount of stuff that you brought up was actually crazy. Like, I wouldn't even notice half of those things.
Yeah, well, chat would know best.
Absolutely. They spend all of their time indoors watching Twitch and stuff. Actually, do any of you guys watch Twitch ever since your Lord and Savior left or was kicked?
I hope not.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. But like when Destiny's live, they watch this.
We only watch Force and XQC.
I mean, they can't watch any other political person because they're all like worse
Retarded?
variants. I mean, they're worse variants of you. They play the same. I realize they play games while watching videos. They use the same terminology, the same lingo, the same hand gestures. It's like they're all copies of you.
I mean, that is what I'm doing right now myself.
Although his beard
I just
is
like
velvet,
watching videos. I like doing the both. I like
also,
doing
Chad is
both
the
at the
game
same
star
time.
of Twitch. He's not necessarily a political person.
You really think his
So
beard
welcome.
is fake?
Yeah, there's absolutely no way that stuff's real.
Wow.
Because it looks too good. It's too sharp. It's too thick. Now I want to touch it every time every time I watch him. I just want to just pull on it. But he doesn't do politics. Yeah. Do you believe men and women could be friends?
Yeah, I think so. Okay, we got.
You think so?
I think so.
Oh no. There's always some underlying sexual tension. If she's ugly to you, right? Because beauty is subjective. If she's ugly, then I think you could be friends. I think so. But if you even have the slightest bit of attraction towards her, you're fucked.
I think it helps
Incorrect.
if both of you guys are like dating somebody. It probably helps a lot.
No, but even then,
Incorrect on both.
You can't handle it though. That's the problem.
Incorrect on both.
Okay,
Well,
what's your
Fran said
take?
we're incorrect, so.
What's your take? You can't say
Here's
we're
the-
incorrect and not give a take.
Here's the real gauge, okay? The real gauge no one thinks of is... So here's the issue with the conversations regarding friendship on that level, right? When it comes to, two straight people of the opposite, two straight people of the opposite gender, obviously, or opposite sex, whatever. You can't base it off of, okay, well, I'm not attracted to her. Okay, well, we're gonna walk around. Like, what you have to do is, here's in my opinion, the indication, right? So let's say I'm a straight man, Destiny, and you're a straight man, right?
Yeah, but
There is never going to be a level of drunkenness or a level of drugs or high that you and I can get to, or a level of horniness together, where we're going to say, you know what, fuck it. Let's make a bad decision and let's hook up, you and I, right? There isn't a level. Now, if you and a girl that you're not attracted to, right? Let's say you're both fucked up, you're both, maybe off the rebound, you're both drunk as hell, high as hell, and that moment comes up. Is that moment a possibility? Can you envision a moment at both of your maybe worsts where you're fucked up, you're not into each other, you're just friends, but you both need, let's say, dick or pussy, right? And it's the best viable option. I think the possibility of even that option, or I think that option even being a possibility, if you can think of a scenario, no matter how fucked up, no matter how extreme in terms, obviously aside from anything non-consensual, right? I'm referring to all consensual, right? I would make that clarification. In 2023, people are wild these days.
Bro,
but
keep going on.
yeah, the point that I'm making is, if there is a possibility, in my opinion, where at some point, whether it's at your worst, whether it's while you're drunk, whether it's while you're both off rebounds, whether each of your boyfriend and respective girlfriend cheats on you and you want to just go out and have fun and just have sex, and there's only you two there, you have to think of every one of those, and if one of them is possible, then I don't think it's possible to just be friends.
Okay, so you believe it's friends with benefits type situation? Right.
No, I think in order to really have that truly platonic...
No! It's between two men. If you want a truly platonic
No, not between two men, but I'm saying you have to get to that. Maybe there is a world where a man and woman can just be friends, but
no,
I think I think the problem is once again, as humans, I don't know why we keep bouncing into this, where it's always these extremes, just friends or not friends at all. Like, that's the issue. Why is it when people talk, it has to be just friends? Men and women can just be friends. Like,
because,
listen.
Yeah, but who wants to be a fence sitter though? That's what you're trying to do right now.
I don't. But no, you're not fence sitting. It's the reality of it. I don't believe that there is a world where a man and a woman that are not attracted to each other. I don't think there's a. I believe there is a scenario in which, even in a logical scenario, there might be a logical explanation to why you two should hook up in that moment. And if that exists
But then
between
it's
any
not
two
a platonic
people,
friendship then. That's not a
that's what
platonic
I'm saying.
friendship.
So I'm saying I don't think a
with
man and a
benefits
woman
type.
can be friends
There you
like
go. So you
that.
agree with me? Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think a man and a woman can just be friends. I think they can be friends, but I think to set that barrier and say they'll never hook up if they're truly just friends.
Okay, so let's focus.
That
Let's
extreme,
focus
I don't
on
think it
platonic
exists.
friendships. Don't worry about the other types of friendships. When it comes to platonic friendships, you do not believe that men and women could be friends because there's always
No, I think they can be friends. I don't think they can just be friends.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Like when it comes to platonic.
No, you're
friendships,
saying they can't be friends. I'm saying they can be friends, but they can't just be friends. If a possibility exists somewhere where that hookup may happen, because just friends,
that's my biggest
just
problem.
just friends dictates no hooking up, right? Like me and Destiny can just be friends because there isn't a single world outside of obviously someone drugging us and forcing us to do it, right? Like outside of that,
I said platonic train. That's why I said platonic. Platonic means that there isn't anything underlying.
Fix your fucking mic, Darius.
Like the weird shit is not there. That's why I said platonic. So you don't believe that men and women could be in platonic friendship because there's always something. They could be friends, but not like you and Destiny friends, right?
Let me clarify something to this dumbass in chat that once again is just really stupid. Okay.
That's a different part.
Don't leave Train alone with your grandma. If she has a pussy, there's always a chance. If that's what you got from it, if that's what you got from it, then you're a fucking idiot.
You don't think with a couple drinks you'd be down to fuck Steven?
No, I know I wouldn't.
Who needs the drinks?
Maybe you just
wear
not
something
open-minded.
nice.
Because I know. What about me? What about me? Let's take a gander at me. Like you get a couple drinks.
There is no man that I would have sex with or perform any sexual act on or receive a sexual act from.
Wait, are you serious?
At any level of, like, I would, like, listen, I'm confident in my sexuality. That's why I can act the way I act. That's why, like, yeah, I could grab Steven's dick. I could smack him in the ass, be like, yo, what's good, bro? You have a nice looking dick. I can do these things because I'm confident in my sexuality. I know I'm straight.
People would say then that some people would say that's gay though.
Well, they're ignorant.
Okay, but what to you is the lowest level of gay, right? Is it stroking his dick? Would that be like the lowest form of gauge you could like?
I could take Destiny's dick in my ass and still not be gay or bisexual.
Oh my god, dude, you're delusional. See, this is the delusion you were talking about. This is why you can't go to sleep at night.
No, I'm not delusional. Listen, think about this, okay?
If girls can experiment without being lesbians,
The failure in your understanding of what I'm saying is your ignorance on the topic of what makes somebody gay, bisexual, or straight. This idea that if I stick Destiny's dick in my ass, suddenly I have turned gay or suddenly I am gay is a very ignorant and closed-minded view and is actually why
you're just attracted to
homophobia exists. People think that they truly believe that if you touch a dick or if a dick hits your mouth, you are suddenly gay or bisexual. In reality, let me finish all the way, please. In reality, listen, here's what we need to move forward with as a society, okay? It is okay to look at other men and say, oh, that's a good-looking guy, or, yeah, okay, that's a nice dick, or, oh, that's a nice-looking pussy. These are normal things. People think that these somehow translate into you wanting it, or it's a sign that you're in the closet and you're secretly, attracted to it. There's a difference between being turned on and attracted to something, rather than stepping back and objectively looking at it and saying, okay, you know what, that is a nicely cut dick. You understand? People mix these two things up, and that's what causes today's homophobia or, other things in that, closed-minded field.
That was a word. That was a word.
Took it up the boot. I don't care what your intentions.
Even if he dressed up like real cute, like feminine, like if he shaved.
No, if you're the top, you're not gay.
What?
If you're at the bottom, you're gay. Think about it. You can't say that's the dumbest when you said some of the dumbest shit right now, right? You can't. Don't play the.
What did I say that's dumb?
This guy is grade A dumbass. Grade A dumbass.
Gay because definitionally, homosexuality depends on your attraction inwards. I don't know. You're being a definition, Andy. That's cringe. Don't do that. I'll tell you this, right? The reason why the top can't be gay.
Brother, I could listen. I can put Destiny's dick in my mouth, and it doesn't make me. I don't suddenly become gay or bisexual. That's not what.
It can be a child molester / abuser without necessarily being a pedophile.
That's in your vision, right? You're as straight as the dude that's never even looked at a guy ever, right? Which doesn't make any sense. You know that, right? But let me put it to you into perspective, right?
Okay.
If you're the top, at the end of the day, where there's a hole, there's a goal, right? And you're just fucking a hole, right? And the guy who's the bottom, he's performing the greatest act of submission when it comes to human interaction. Like you're just letting somebody pipe the fuck out of you. You know what I mean? Like you're just letting somebody dominate you, and that in itself is.
I'm gonna ask you a question.
That it's feminine. That's feminine nature.
Toronto's, I'm gonna ask you a question.
He's just listening while working on his camera setup.
You're blindfolded. Okay. Imagine you're blindfolded, and a more feminine set man comes over, but you believe it's a female, and this man is sucking your dick, and you're enjoying every second of it. Okay, and you bust the fattest load in this man's mouth. Now you believe it's a woman, right? Maybe you've even pictured it's a beautiful, woman and blah blah blah. Now when you take the so in that moment when you're blindfolded, you're enjoying that blowjob. When you take the blindfold off and you realize that it was a man, all of that's going to change, correct? If you think about why that is, all of your questions will be answered.
Why is that? You tell me.
Destiny?
What? No. Trey loves to do these things. No, listen. You played us into this position. Play us out. Be the quarterback. Tell me, how is it gonna change? Destiny? Alright, you can't use your trap card. Listen, you know you're arguing just for the sake of arguing because of what you said. Because number one, if I was blindfolded, I was finessed. I'm not Gage. I was finessed. Right? Nobody's because right now you're when you spoke about that, you're talking about the person's skill, and the guy's skill may be better than most women.
No. It's not about the skill. It's about you believing it was a woman, right? And what changes on a psychological level when you see that it's a man. I'm not referring to the actual act. It's not the actual act. Ignore the act. I'm referring to what you can sit back and enjoy, versus what changes in that enjoyment, right? And right, all those physiological changes that occur once you see on a psychological level that it's a man that gave it to you, it all changes. Now, if you could remove yourself from that and look at it for what it is, nothing really changed there. You got a good blowjob from a man, and now that you know it's a man, you didn't, you're not going to enjoy it. So you're not gay. Did you understand? But the objective fact remains it was still a good blowjob. But it doesn't change your sexuality.
Who cares what you think though? What you're trying to say right now is.
So what are you saying? That since a man sucked your dick, you're forever gay now?
No, Train. Let me finish. Okay? Right? What you're trying to say is once you take off the blindfold and you see a man, now all of a sudden you don't like the blowjob. No, that will never change. You liked it, whether it was a guy or a girl. You liked it. But you're not gay because number one, you were tricked into it. You didn't willingly do it, right? Like, because let's say you don't know.
Yeah, but think deeper about what that means. Like, have you ever thought deeper in what that means and why that is?
It
redefines everything.
Okay, since you sound like somebody who has thought deeper about it, take me through it. Go, and don't say Destiny. Take me through it.
Well, I've thought deeper into it because I've been in a situation like that.
Whoa! You had your dick sucked by a dude.
I didn't get my dick sucked, but I made out with a dude.
How did it?
And I can even say objectively, great kisser.
Why are you
gasping? Why are you being stupid?
Why are you being stupid? Weird stuff. What was this?
Well, technically, the problem is I have to be careful here because.
Oh my God, dude! You live in fear. What the hell?
Yeah, I have to be careful here. I shouldn't say it was a dude.
Uh-oh. Oh, shit.
It was up time. It was up. It was the Decepticons. It was
no, because no. Just listen, hear me out here, okay? It was. So this was a long time ago, okay? So how can I say this, okay?
Say it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the way to say this because in this, so I always respect, right? If even pre-op, if an individual, right, identifies as a female but was born a man, I'm going to refer to that individual as they or she. You understand? I'm going to refer to them as a girl. This situation was a bit different. That's why I said it's a dude. So I don't want that to be confused with my, acceptance of transgender individuals, right? So this individual situation was different because they themselves, after the fact, presented themselves as a dude. So that's why this would be different. So they, right after the fact, they said, I need to tell you something. I'm actually a man.
After the fact.
Yeah, so they are the ones that came to me and so they're the ones that came to me and identified as a man. So that's why I say in this situation it was a dude. So I want to be very careful there because I do, like I do accept, you know,
Wait, were you
how people want to be referred to, at least up until like they, them, she, he, right?
Sure, perfect. You don't deal with the Xenos, fine, right? But are you telling me that they looked so feminine and they approached you as a woman? Obviously not saying I'm a woman, it's just that you looked at them and you're like, this is a woman. But then after you made out, they're like, surprise, motherfucker, right? And how did you feel when, I mean, first of all, take us through the story. How did it go down?
I've told the story on the stream many times. So I forgot exactly how it happened. I forgot exactly how it went down, but pretty much, this was during a phase where I was going through. It was a heavy drinking weed and drug phase, so I was fully just what people in today's generation would call yeeted. In my generation, we just called it fucked up. But yeah, no one says yeeted in this generation. I thought I was old. Okay, well that shows how old I am.
No,
Anyways.
No, you sound like a boomer saying that.
Yeah, I was off the Blinkerton.
Yeah, I think the word is toe.
Go on.
I was faded than a hoe.
Okay, we got you now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, dude.
Fried is. I was faded than a hoe. Yeah. I was yeeted. I was faded than a bitch.
I'm pretty sure
I was
you're faded
obliviated.
in a hole right now. Brother, go on, man.
I was Yodi gang. I was zooted. Oh, I was thinking of zooted. Yeah, I was zooted. That's what I meant. I was zooted. That's what it was. Thank you, brother. I was on the Benjamin City. I was on the Plinkerton.
Okay, get to the fucking story. Holy shit.
So pretty much, I invited this individual over, and they presented themselves as a woman, which is what they were until they later specified differently to me.
Wait. Oh, you know what? Go on. Forget it.
Yeah. So, anyways, I think it was. I forgot what it was through. I want to say maybe it was Tinder. Anyways, individual came over, and we, started smoking some weed, and we start making out. Great kisser, by the way. Fantastic kisser. Soft lips, right? Now, and this individual is a very petite individual. Very petite, you know what I'm saying? Like, I thought nothing of it. Now, we were making out, and I remember I went to finger the individual, and, she was about it, right? And I'm referring to in this moment before she came to me and identified herself later as a man, which I guess is confusing in itself. But anyways, at this time, she was down, but it was weird because I thought what I was fingering was just like a loose pussy.
Yeah.
I thought it was like a scram. I thought it was scrambled like pussy because I couldn't find. No, listen, I couldn't. I was wondering, I'm like, damn, am I this rusty? Like I couldn't find the entrance. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, I came to figure out that was the ball sack I was fingering.
Oh my god, this is.
Why aren't you laughing, Destiny? Come on, bro.
Pretty wild.
This shit has already been there, okay?
So.
It's not gonna make me laugh.
He knows all about it, but.
Okay, so anyways, I thought I was fingering, or trying to, attempting to finger what I believed to be a pussy, but because they wanted to keep their pants on, but they were kind of encouraging it, and I was fingering the ball sack, and pretty much after that, made out a little longer, and then that ended. She asked for a ride back, and in the car, she's like, "I need to tell you something." I'm like,
well, at this time, you're oblivious. You had no clue.
I was still oblivious. Yeah, I was pretty fucked up. And I remember we were in, I forgot what we were in, the Uber, or we were in something, maybe a taxi. I don't know what it was, but I remember she said, "I need to tell you something." I'm like, "What is it?" She's like, "Do you want to address should we address the elephant in the room?" I'm like,
shrunk, you mean?
I was like, "What do you mean?" Like, I was truly oblivious. And she's like, "Well, I'm assuming, I was kind of insecure. I'm assuming that why, I didn't let you go farther down, or, I'm like, "No, I really didn't think anything of it." And that's when she then presented herself. She's like, I'm a man.
She said she's a man.
Yeah, she's like, I'm a man. She's
Thank
like,
God I don't take grammar classes these days. Holy fuck.
Yeah, and then I said, "Huh?" And then from there it was just whatever. Like, I even in that moment where I felt, right, this is where we have to be very careful, because if she still identified as a woman, right, it'd be a little different. But in this situation, when she identified as a man afterwards, right, that's when I felt very like
betrayed,
deceived, right? I just thought, like, just let me know beforehand, right? But I didn't freak out. Like, I was very, very kind, and yeah, like, it was. I mean, that's how you have to be, right? Like, because at the end of the day, like, I remember she or I guess in this way, I guess I'll say he, since she presented, but I assume that after, I don't know, I assume that, I'm sure now.
No,
let's just say they.
She's a guy.
I'm gonna say they. I'm gonna say they just in case. So I assume in those situations they probably are very scared, right? Now like I remember I told them that, like, you should let people know. But yeah, I was very. I kept an open mind. I've always been open-minded in that regard. Like, even to this day, like, I don't take, like, most people, in my opinion, from what I've seen, like, they would have taken that experience, and there would have been a fear that grew from it, and they would have grew ignorant and distant. But I took that experience, and it actually opened my mind further. Like, I'm not down to ever do it again, but I don't have, like, a hatred at all. Like, I don't know. I just tell the person, like, in this situation.
If she was a bad kisser, though, the hatred would have been there, right? Just saying.
No, Steven.
She was petite and good looking, boy.
Well, let me finish. So,
does this work? Do I sound better?
Sure.
Let's go. Okay, go on.
So, realistically speaking, like, I remember even they thanked me later on. Like, they texted me, they're like, "Yo, thank you for, like, keeping your cool and, being open-minded and cool about it. Like, I'm sorry." And that's when I knew, like, there needs to be, like, obviously they should have let me know, but there needs to be more, like, education on this kind of stuff for, not for them, but for us that may have, maybe reacted in a different way, which they told me.
Enlightened one.
Well, no, they told
come
me
on,
that.
now, you had the right to be pissed. You do know that, right?
Yeah, yes, but
I'm not saying, like, go full King Kong on her.
Yeah, but the problem is,
you kind of got raped a little bit. It's kind of.
Yeah, like, I was about to say that's a violation. Like, me personally, if that happened to me.
Wait, what'd you say, Destiny?
You kind of got raped a little bit.
You're a victim.
I was definitely. I'll be honest. Like, I don't want to make this sound like, some first world problems type stuff, but I think for the following 2 years, I was like, wherever I went, I wasn't there. You understand me?
Now you went way more dramatic about it.
Okay, you were like, first world problems. Now you're like, oh, I'm scarred.
No, I wasn't, bro. Like, that was, like, for me, that was like obvious. Like I said, I know people go through really serious fucked up shit that's way worse than that. Like, I'm not like.
Don't compare struggles. This is.
Like I said, I kept an open mind. I was cool about it. I wasn't angry, right? And I would like to say, or I would like to think that I was just very polite and very cool and very open-minded, right? And even though I felt deceived, I made them feel safe and, feel okay and feel cool. And, it was just a mutual goodbye, right? But still, afterwards, I remember like going to get a drink, and I was sitting like I was sitting at the man, what's that? Oh, the Peninsula, the Peninsula in LA.
Let's see how this guy.
I was at the Peninsula Hotel in LA, and I was having a whiskey sour, and I was like not fully there.
Because of this.
Because of this, yeah. Because like I couldn't, right? Because like I was in the same area that I think you were in. I was like, okay, what does this mean, right? Like, and then through time and through the experience itself, it really opened my mind up, and I realized like. So I don't only talk from logic. No. I completely disagree. I completely disagree. I think because where I'm coming from isn't only logic and reason; it's from experience. I know myself. I know I can literally fly to Destiny's house and stick his cock in my mouth, and I'm telling you, it does not make me gay or bisexual. It doesn't make me experiment. That's my intention is to experiment. I'm telling you.
If you got stealth like finessed, right? You're not gay, but if you lay on the bed and you're like, Destiny, shove your big white cock in my booty right now, but I'm not gay because I really don't want it. I'm just doing it to prove somebody online wrong.
Yeah,
That's gay as hell.
Yeah, if I sat there saying, put your dick in my ass, but I know I'm not gay, like
honestly, I think avoiding dick in your ass your whole life is actually the gayest thing because you're so scared that you'll enjoy it. That you're probably secretly gay. So I think that you should try it. Yeah, that's true. Train's right. You should try it. The only people that really know they're straight are people that have gotten, people who've gotten fucked in the ass and they're like, I'm not gay. That's the only way to truly know. If you haven't, you're a closet gay, 100%.
Listen, I just took a shit, boys. I just took a shit. And I swear to God, it felt like I was shitting out a hedgehog. I think this is how penises would feel. Me personally, I don't want it. Everybody feels how it is to have a cock on their booty,
but that intention, but where that's coming from is actually it stems more from homophobia than it does from anything else.
Fuck out of here. Yeah. I swear to God.
Does.
Absolutely. Train's right.
Brother, if you're straight, listen, if you're straight, it doesn't matter. Listen, if you believe a dick would feel like a nice shit that you took, and you don't want it for that reason, then you not wanting it isn't because you're straight. It's because you're scared that you might like it and it might mean something other than the reality that you're straight, which in itself is ignorance and close-mindedness
and super gay.
So both of you, right? The enlightened homosexuals. You're telling me right now
heterosexuals.
No. Homosexuals. Destiny, stop. She's your mustache right there. Okay, but check this out, right? You're telling me that everybody's gay, and every guy is gay. They never took it up the booties because they're afraid they're gonna like it, because the G-spot's there.
True.
They're just afraid they're gonna love it.
Equating liking it. You're equating liking it with it being gay, and you're equating why it feels good. You're equating why it feels good.
Train is saying there's a biological function. If you get fucked in the ass by a guy and you like it, that's not gay at all. You're just acknowledging the reality of what's there. But if you get fucked up the ass and you say you don't like it, that means that you're super gay because you're so scared of you enjoying it that you're denying the biological reality.
You're so scared of acknowledging the biology, the G-spot in there.
Listen, Allah gave us that G-spot. Okay, if He put the G-spot there, He meant for us to enjoy it. Okay.
Okay, listen. Last time I checked, if everybody in the world was homosexual, we just last a single generation.
Okay, Carantos, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. So men that are straight, that have sex with hot, sexy, fucking women, okay? When that woman sticks their finger up the man's ass while giving him a blowjob, is that man fucking gay? Is that man gay now?
He's a homosexual.
Okay, then you're a closed-minded, ignorant person that's most likely scared of some internal feeling that makes you think you might be gay, and you don't want to self-reflect. Self-reflect and realize it's not the case.
No, Train. Let's play this game. I promise you've had an infinite amount more sex than I did.
I've never had anything in my ass, ever.
Stop. You've never had anything in your ass.
Never.
Seems to me like the guy who's had sex numerous times and has never even thought, hey, maybe stick your thumb in my booty. You seem like the one who's closed-minded, and you need to reevaluate.
No, because listen, what you're confused by is you are trying to argue that a gay man is going to feel good with something in the ass, and a straight man will not. It's a stupid, closed-minded argument. You're arguing against science, anatomy, and everything else that's factual.
Train, you're strawmanning me. I never
said.
Then
why are you saying that a woman sticking their finger up your ass is gay?
If I
stick a chest piece in my ass, it'll probably feel fucking good. Does that mean I'm gay?
you are homosexual because
No, you're just vanilla.
No, listen to me. Whoa. So okay. So that means you're also vanilla, and that's your excuse as to why.
Yeah,
you're
I know
not
I'm
the one
vanilla.
who
I'm
would
not
internalize
comfortable thinking around my ass because
Okay, why can't
I
it
just
be the
don't
same
want
for
it.
me?
But I know it's
Why-
gonna feel
why-
good, but that doesn't mean I'm gay. I'm not doing it out of the fear of it feeling good and it means I'm gay. I've accepted that it will feel good. I just don't want it. I don't prefer it. You understand?
Train. Stop being a dipshit. You're trying to paint me as somebody who's saying that you can't feel good from it. I'm saying that
Then what are you
technically,
saying?
obviously, you could feel good from it. I'm saying if you actually ever, like, venture to your booty and want anything done there,
I disagree.
the likelihood of you being gay is higher, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so let me ask
It's not
this.
damn
Okay?
near confirmed. I don't care if it's a woman.
Okay, so tomorrow if you go get a anal probe and it feels good, you're gay.
I told my father, anybody that wants to touch my balls or my butt, I'm dying. Train, I'll ask.
Wait a second. Who in this call do you think has had the most like anal contact?
Probably Destiny, right?
It's between you and Darius.
It's you.
What?
You talk about
Wait,
using
how?
a bidet all the time. How
Yeah.
long are you pushing that
don't
button?
use a
Darius.
bidet,
Bro, I'm gonna
Oh
be
my
honest.
god, dude, this
Wait,
guy's
one
like
second.
pushing
It's up
buttons. He's
there.
probably like on the toilet, like, oh yeah, just like smashing that bidet button.
Whoa. Hold on now.
You're actually a cute kid,
This is
Darius.
slander. This is slander.
It's not slander, it's fact.
You're very cute.
Thank you. I'm saying, like, if you got a couple of drinks in you, I think you could possibly go for it. You know what I mean? Thank you.
This motherfucker is so zesty, dude. This guy's the whole like.
No, you're actually pleasing to look at. Like it's I enjoy looking at you. It's odd. I didn't know you looked this way. I pictured like I don't know. I pictured something entirely different. Interesting.
Yeah, because of my name, people think I'm gonna be like really black and like big. But usually,
No, I wasn't thinking black and big. I was
I've
just
never seen
thinking,
a Darius who was black. Wait, aren't you Indian?
no, I'm not Indian. You are dude. You're a chatter. You're a fucking chatter if you're doing these fucking jokes now.
No. Wait. No. 1 second. I grew up in the Middle East. I literally have friends that look like you that are
Is
Indian.
India in the Middle East? I thought it was in Asia. Is that the?
Like there's there's immigration. There's airplanes and stuff, right? So I have a lot of Indian friends that look like you exactly.
Is that like the Trail of Tears? I don't know anything about like.
I'm just saying that maybe the 23andMe that you conducted was false, because there's no way you're black, right? It's like saying Destiny is black or something. It doesn't make any sense. Like, you look Indian as hell. But if you want to claim blackness, is okay, right?
Okay, I
It's bigger
claim
than
that.
black and white.
My father, for the experience I had, I say all the time. I've been.
At this point, I'm desensitized. Ever heard like Jonathan says it on this stream? Everybody can say it, okay? Even the Indians. I don't
John
care.
does not say John Zerka.
Yeah, he's as black as you. He gets to say it. Who cares?
He does not say nigga. When has John Zerka ever said that word?
He started it like last week. I don't know why.
Oh no way, he did.
Carontos. I'm gonna finish this conversation real quick so we can move on to the next conversation, okay? And then I'll give you a chance to respond as well, okay? Here's the real issue in my opinion, okay? Somewhere along the line, we've been conditioned as human beings to think that anything that goes in our ass is gay, or us enjoying it is gay. But in reality, that conditioning in itself is the backwards thing. Do you understand? In my opinion, it comes down to who you want to put it in your ass, and who you, and keyboard, want. You understand? Want. Who you want. Who you would enjoy putting into your ass. Do you understand? But this idea that anything going into the ass, that's just, that comes from a backwards, a socially backwards, conditioning that occurred sometime in the last, however many hundred years, that's caused you and all of us to believe that. But we need to move away from that. You understand? Because it's basic anatomy. We have a G-spot in our asshole. You understand? Do you understand that?
Okay, just because we have a G-spot there doesn't mean that we have to hit it. You know that, right?
Yeah, and that's your preference. That's okay. But what I'm saying is, you're not doing it. You don't want to do it for the wrong reasons, and that's what me and Destiny are saying is a little suspicious. Do you understand? You're doing it out of the fear of what it. You're doing it out of the fear of what it could mean. No, you're doing it out of the fear of what it could mean if you like it. But what I'm saying is that conditioning itself is the backwards conditioning that's led you to believe that, and that's what's caused us to be in this closed-minded time, which we're slowly approaching. But unfortunately, the leaders who are guiding this movement, I don't think even understand what I'm saying or what Destiny may be arguing, and they're just doing it for the fucking big boy points, and that's why nothing's coming to a change. No one's explaining it in this way. If people explain it in this way more clearly and more often, I think people would slowly begin to understand it. Instead, the leaders that are in those positions, they're just doing it for clout and good boy points, and they're doing it for.
Bringing leaders up in every
I'm just saying, bro. That's
Let me answer you, Train. Let me answer you. First of all, your asshole is not designed for shit to go up. It's designed for shit to go down. When we're speaking about what's normal and what's not, you're the one who's holding the abnormal, insane position. Not the people that you're claiming are backwards and have held this belief for hundreds of years with no reason.
Is this true, Destiny?
Well, I don't know why did Allah put that spot in there.
Okay, just because your G-spot as a male is up your ass doesn't
I love it. Why did
that you have
Allah?
to hit it.
You're such
right?
a little motherfucker.
You don't have to. Destiny, does that mean you have to hit it? Right?
I just don't know why. I just don't know why he put it there.
Why did Allah put it there?
Destiny, don't
You
worry
are
why.
such a little shit.
Destiny, don't worry why it's there. Don't worry why it's there.
I mean, I am worried.
Like, do we have to hit it?
Don't you believe in intelligent design? Isn't every part of our body put there for a reason?
Yeah, but you're telling me right now, with full confidence, that the reason it's there for us is for us that like just have anal sex as men.
I don't know why it's there, dude.
That is the most passive-aggressive thing I've heard. That's hilarious.
Listen,
Why did Allah put it there?
I'm used to it, but let me continue, right?
Is there like a hadith on anal sex or sodomy? There must be, right?
So when you try to claim, right? When you try to claim that we're the ones that are backwards, and when I say we, I'm not talking only about Muslims. The whole world thinks it's degenerate what Shrene's trying to propose. Number one, right? And number two, you trying to strawman me into this person that's so anti-anal sex because I may like it and I may love it and I may just turn into a booty fiend and I'm like, oh my god, is that a door handle? Let me just shove my fucking ass through it. Right? That's ridiculous. That's you strawmanning me, and that's you projecting the way that you really feel. Like if that's what you want to do, you're the one who could go do that. I'm not going to judge you. In fact, you're a person who's had sex multiple times, yet you've never ever not a single time had a thump, a pinky next to your booty. Yet I'm the closed-minded one. I'm a virgin. I've never had sex. I'm a virgin. You're the one who's had sex multiple times. So could you at least answer why you never had anything near your booty? And don't tell me it's not my preference, because that's just me. Like that means you're closeted at that point. You're denying your homosexuality.
Are you okay?
So don't answer with that, please.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, I'm talking to you. Why have you never had anything up your booty?
Because I don't want to.
Isn't that just you repressing your homosexual desires?
Does Train sound like the kind of guy who represses his homosexual desires?
Yeah.
No, listen. It's the easiest way to not be seen as a homosexual is to make multiple gay jokes, right? That's why I say I'm extremely deeply closeted, ladies and gentlemen. I will never come out as homosexual. But Train, to go back to you, right? You're telling me it's because you don't want to. You're telling me that answer suffices even though you know that the G-spot is in the booty?
Yes.
So what does that say about you?
Here's the ultimate answer to what you're trying to prove.
Go.
If I'm in the closet, I have no issue with that. Okay, then maybe it is a repressed. Maybe I'm in the closet. Who knows? Maybe I'm in denial. Fine, but it doesn't matter. That's my point. You're so worried about being gay or not gay. That's what causes the homophobia.
That. I'm not worried. I'm not worried.
You seem pretty worried about it. Listen to you right now. How worried you are about it.
First of all, Train. Destiny,
Me
like
being gay or straight does not change anything. It doesn't change anything. Do you understand? The problem is people. I'm not gonna. Whatever.
Yeah.
Listen. You're trying to conflate biology, intention, and people just trying to hide their sexual desires. None of those things are happening. All I'm claiming is simply, if you want your booty touched, you're sus. And you could be sus. It's okay. I have no problem with it, right?
Wait,
but why?
But why have you actually not done any anal stuff with yourself?
First, I want to ask Karantos this: Why? Why is it sus for something to go around your booty?
Because you, as a man, have a penis, and then there is a woman, and she has a vagina, and the penis is meant to go into the vagina. Perfect. There you go. If you're trying to circumvent that by going in this shithole, you're sus. You're sus. Because guess who has that hole too? You and me, and Destiny. And most other guys out there, so it's sus.
Okay, so let's go one step further. If we're reaching like this, then I'll fucking reach. For all we know, each shit that leaves all of our assholes could be the dick of all of our gods, and we're all getting fucked
my God.
every day, once a day.
You are going to hell. You will rot and burn in hell for what you just said. That is disgusting. Okay, fecal matter is nothing but your body throwing out waste. Okay, you just tried to go for a reach and you sounded like this.
Technically, everything at a certain level is the same. So that's just your ignorance of how you're viewing it.
You didn't say anything right now.
I'm serious. Think about how to. Have you seen Star Trek? Have you seen
think about what he's saying on a
replicators?
deeper level. Don't just take it at the surface level. Think about it a little deeper.
Yeah, put it deeper in.
No, go on. Yeah. Tell me how everything is the same at a deeper
Well,
level.
what I'm
Tell me
saying
how
can't
me
be
and the
it can't
shit
be
are
heard. It
equal.
has to be felt.
Or think about like you as a body, right? Like somebody ate a plant that took sunlight in from the sun. There were probably dead insects that fed the plant. There's animals that ate the plant. Your mom ate the animals, and then that became part of you, right? Technically, we're all part of the same shit, right?
Yeah.
Well, energy.
Pun
what
intended.
was it? Energy can be created or destroyed. We're just passing stuff along.
Yeah.
Right?
So aren't we all kind of the
Every time I
same?
drink water, I'm drinking the Big Bang, right?
Yeah. There you go.
The beginning of the universe.
Yeah.
Like we're all the same. Like I'm part of the universe. Like me and you are all the same. So if you guys have sex with a woman, you're just committing incest because we're all the same organic material. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, nobody said that. You're strawmanning them. That's a straw man.
That's a straw man. I'm
Straw
pretty
man.
sure that's what you just said. I'm pretty sure that's what you just said. We're
Logical
all the same,
fallacy.
right?
That was a straw man.
That was absolutely not a logical fallacy. But at the end of the day, if you guys want to think that we're all one big family, I'm okay with it, boys. Okay.
As long as
And I'm sure Destiny's okay with it since he's a big proponent of incest, which is base, by the way.
Okay, that was all kinds of craziness.
I just made my own choices and built my own business model, I guess, if I would use a term like that. I paved it on my own. I thought, like, this is a concept that
I love this video.
I think you can marry with gaming, political commentary. I paved it on my own.
All right.
Shout out to Destiny, by the way.
Oh yeah, I forgot to say, yeah.
Oh, you know them, okay. Cool.
Yeah.
So when I watched that video, I was like, oh, that's cool. So we have like.
Why is X even watching this on stream?
That's the reason I know that guy as well.
If Destiny was my roommate, I'd get him late all the time. Steven was.
Trap. I met Destiny. I'm not kidding. When I was playing Blackouts with Destiny, off stream. And as I was in the call, and he kept saying, yo, that's Hassan. I thought it was Hassan from Twitch at the time. So I thought he was my boss, right? I was being nice and really chill with him. And then he was like, no, it's Hassan with one S or whatever. Just a guy, he has like 4 viewers. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, yo.
DMing me
I could be wrong,
on Discord and
but I
saying,
do not
hey, you
believe
know
that
what?
women
If you
like
don't have a place
Selena
to live,
Gomez
buddy,
like
like,
grown
you
men
can come
and
stay
keep
with me,
their
it's
own
okay.
toenails
What a
and
good
chew
guy.
on their
Destiny is
dead foot
a
skin.
great guy. For all of you guys, here, Fish and Destiny playing.
Okay, wait, hey, listen, I love you.
What?
I told a friend that I would play a game with them, and then I would get ready for that Skype podcast shit. Listen, don't worry, you're gonna get all my reasons why you watch it. Are gonna go your stream.
Oh, okay. I mean, no, it's fine. I wanted to watch it with you, but it's cool, dude. Friendship is just dead, I guess. Oh, Speedo McGee's your fan that gave me 200 subs.
Okay, I don't need that.
There we go.
All right,
There we go.
Destiny's good because it made him emotional. No, anytime I cover like more than 2 I think over the past 2 weeks we mentioned Hassan like twice because it came up in this drama shit. And every time any clip of me with Hassan goes onto the fucking LSF, right now we're in the ocean of Hassan. Hassan's like up good on LSF, and all of his little fucking dick riders and everything. Destiny talking about Hassan constantly, bro. I wish I talked about Hassan constantly. Okay. All I've been doing for the past 8 months is fucking red pill dog shit content. I'm talking about body counts and that men are different than women. That's what I talk about constantly, okay? Fuck me, all right? I'd rather obsess over Hassan than the dog shit, boring fucking red pill matrix AIDS-inducing content that I've been doing, okay? Jesus. What's up, Linus?
Is me racing out of bed for a front row seat to my life's work vanishing before my eyes. Minus tech tips, deleted, tech linked, toasted, tech wiki, gone. The good news is that if you're watching this, we're back online. The bad news is that this kind
Muda in chat. Oh, what's up? You're from the Some Ordinary Gamers podcast, right?
attack has become so commonplace on YouTube that when we sat down to prepare this video, it took us less than 10 seconds to find a huge channel that was dealing with exactly the same thing in that moment. Let's talk then about the motive for these attacks.
Oh, wait, did I say Some Ordinary Gamer or Gamer from Mars? I don't even know what I'm saying. Why don't you guys why don't you just put your fucking name as your fucking thing? I don't even know what I just said. I'm trying to listen to this. Why is your name Some Ordinary Gamers? Why not just name yourself Muda or Muta? Fuck you guys.
Is that we and YouTube need to make, and how we can all work together as a community to educate and protect each other from bad actors. Oh, and to tell you about our sponsor, D-Brand. Oh God, not D-Brand. Today, really? Oh, actually no, they've got something good. Stay tuned.
What? Why would they say today? Why don't they want to promote D-Brand today?
The fireworks started a little after 3 in the morning when the Minus Tech account was renamed to Tesla, and started streaming a podcast-style recording of Techno King
Oh my
Musk
god, I hate those explosions.
This in and of itself is not a scam.
D-Brand
but
always trolls them. They
it's
have shitposts for
linked
ads.
to
Ah,
a
gotcha.
scam website that claimed that for every 1 Bitcoin you sent, they would return double, complete with fake transaction records showing other users definitely getting huge payouts. Now, many of you will know this already, and if you do, give yourself a cookie. But after you log into a website and your credentials have been validated, that site will provide your web browser with a session token.
How are they getting the token?
This allows your browser, and by extension you, to stay logged in when you restart your browser and go to access that site again. That cookie is stored locally on your device.
Yeah, right?
How would someone else get it? Well, that's where we made a mistake.
Uh-oh.
Someone on our team, and I'm not saying it was Colton, downloaded what appeared to be a sponsorship offer from a potential partner.
Oh, boring, boring. One thing that I've heard is if you're dealing with somebody that's very skilled, the physical access to device means it might always be compromised depending on your level of encryption and all that, but you almost always assume that you're fucked. And then second thing is, if you're gonna download and run a program, your shit is fucked. Wipe your shit, format the fuck out of it, fucking smash the drive with a fucking sledgehammer, destroy your motherboard. I don't even know if shit can fucking bury itself into the UEFI these days. I'm not sure if it hides in your firmware chips. Fuck, but this, I thought there was gonna be some crazy session token hijacking, some insane shit going on here. But it's just gonna be somebody downloading a random stupid program. But I don't know, we'll see what happens.
Let's see if we can see communist-based information. Just search for it. Do you have anything new? I don't think so. See if anything's new on the communism front. Just type it in, see what's happening. What is, blah, blah, blah. Truth. Oh, this is actually recent. Go ahead, check it out.
One of the greatest historians of his generation, the closest thing we have to a Robert Caro for people with an unhealthy fascination with communism. Most famous for his first 2 parts of the Stalin biography, his back catalog of Magnetic Mountain, Armageddon Averted, and in particular Uncivil Society are also must-read classics. Stephen also has a deep interest in China, as evinced by his 96% open rate on the China Talk newsletter over the past few years, which you should all sign up to at chinatalk.substack.com. Today we're going to talk about the USSR, Xi, Leninism, some reading recommendations, and whatever else is on his mind. Professor, one and all.
Thank you for the opportunity.
I want to start by reading you some Xi quotes. Let's start with 2013. Why did the Soviet Union disintegrate? Why did the Communist Party of the Soviet Union fall to pieces? An important reason is that in the ideological domain, competition is fierce. To completely repudiate the historical experience of the Soviet Union, to repudiate the history of the CPSU, to repudiate Lenin, to repudiate Stalin was to wreak chaos in Soviet ideology and engage in historical nihilism. It caused party organizations at all levels to have barely any function whatsoever. It robbed the party of its leadership, of its military. In the end, the CPSU, as great a party as it was, scattered like a flock of frightened beasts. The Soviet Union, as great a country as it was, shattered into a dozen pieces. This is a lesson from the past.
So he's right. His entire life is dedicated to preventing this happening to the Chinese Communist Party. This is what is uppermost in his mind, what he
needs a better mic. He needs a better mic.
In the party cadres incessantly. Let's remember who ran the party school for a while. There are 2 subjects at party school that are absolutely dominant in the Chinese case. One is the supposed decline of the United States, about how the United States is decadent, the United States is power of the past. This is completely wrong, and more party officials are coming to understand this, thanks to Matt Pottinger and the Trump administration, thanks to Putin's criminal aggression in Ukraine, which backfired on both him and Xi Jinping. But we'll have to wait for that to play out, that realization, that teaching about the end of American power is a fallacy. But the other big subject, in fact, it's an even bigger subject for them, is not having a Soviet collapse in China, and therefore studying the Soviet collapse all the way, every angle, and making sure it doesn't happen there. That is Xi's life project, the big subject at the party school. And it's one of the reasons why I think my own work was pirated, translated into Chinese, and at least for some people, was a text to study.
So sure, let's talk about uncivil society. The idea that you put forward in that book is that, you know, this sort of Western vision of dissidents and sort of folks around the margins being the real cause of the fall of the Soviet Union is in fact not the case. And it doesn't necessarily need, in a sort of Leninist or Marxist-Leninist regime, a sort of like intelligentsia or broad civil society to push you there. But in fact, the system can just collapse on itself very quickly in almost like a bank run style development. Elaborate on that, and then I guess apply it to China today. What do you see and not see in parallels between the 70s and 80s and the Soviet Union and China in the 2020s?
Let's acknowledge that the courage of the dissidents is often just astonishing and inspiring. People willing to suffer potential expulsion, that is forced exile, imprisonment, or worse, because they stand for freedom, they're against the regime's dictatorship and monopoly over the public sphere. It's very impressive to see these people. But the main threat to communism is communism. This is the paradox of the system. The Communist Party.
Okay, no, the main issues that communism tend to have is they have difficulty understanding logistics and leadership. More specifically, smaller scale leadership. Well, let's see what else he has to say.
Is a Leninist organization. Now, if you were in China studies, you probably read the book by Schurman many years ago. But it happens to be an adaptation of Philip Selznick's book, The Organizational Weapon. One of my go-to books on all Leninist regimes, including the China. And the most remarkable thing about Leninist regimes is that they're all powerful and brittle simultaneously. The party is ubiquitous. It shadows every single institution, every organization, whether that's in the state bureaucracy, in the military, in the education system, and in China's case, in the quasi-private sphere. It's hard to know what to call it now, following Norton's important intervention on CCP Inc. But in any case, the party is this great weapon for control. At the same time, however, you can't be half communist, just like you can't be half pregnant. So the party is either a monopoly or it begins to unravel. There's no political reform equilibrium. You begin to open up the party. You begin to say, okay, let's have debate inside the party. Let's have some glasnost or some openness. Let's maybe even have some competitive elections inside the party. And what happens, George? What happens is some people come forward and they say, I don't want the Communist Party. I want another party. And the party officials say, no, that's not what we're allowing. We're only allowing debate inside the party. We're keeping the Communist Party monopoly. We're just liberalizing it a little bit. We saw this in Hungary in 1956. We saw this in Czechoslovakia, the so-called Prague Spring in 68. We saw this in Gorbachev. Reform, as Brezhnev said in 68, he was the general secretary watching Dubček in Prague, and they were reporting on the unraveling of the system as Dubček was trying to re-energize it, liberalize it, open up the communism while keeping the monopoly. And Brezhnev said at a Politburo meeting, reform is counter-revolution, or what we would call auto-liquidation. And we lived through the Gorbachev period as well, where you start the opening politically, and where does it stop? Because people keep pushing and pushing and pushing until they're outside the communist monopoly. And so you have a choice. You can end the political reform, and you can crack down, and you can say, we're putting this genie back in the bottle, no more political reform. Or you can let it unfold, and you can think it's going to work at some point. It's just a little bit chaotic, unfolding more chaotic than we anticipated. So Gorbachev was true to his beliefs. He believed in the communism with a human face. He believed in the possibility of reform. He believed in a liberalized communist party monopoly. And as a result, he destroyed communism in the Soviet Union, and because the party overrode the federal structure of the Soviet state. That is to say, the Soviet state was a federalism. There was the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic and the Belarusian Soviet Socialist Republic, and they were all equal members of a federation, but the party was a pyramid with military discipline. The party overrode the state federalism in practice. But once the party disintegrates, as a result of Gorbachev trying to open it up politically, you lose the Soviet centralized state and you get the voluntary federation, and the federal pieces decide they want out as well, just like many people wanted out of the communist.
Okay, yeah, I say that's the third weakness of communism. It really doesn't work without some degree of authoritarianism. You can't have people are too free to oppose the system, tear it apart. So yes. It's the most egalitarian in system for human development, health care, and things like that. But as soon as someone wants to tear it apart, gets enough power to do so, it's very fragile.
His party monopoly. And so Xi Jinping is now looking back at this history, and God forbid some communism with a human face, communist political liberalization is going to take place, because it would be the unraveling of the system if it were allowed to go all the way. So this is the paradox of what Selznick called the organizational weapon, borrowing Lenin terminology, right? This is the paradox of a Leninist structure, all powerful and brittle at the same time, no political reform equilibrium. Therefore, for us, a Gorbachev in China would be salvation, because a Gorbachev could potentially bring down that regime. And for Xi Jinping, that's to be prevented at all costs. Now, if you think about this a little bit more deeply, sure, they can open up the economy. They can do economic liberalization. The Soviets did this, by the way, under Lenin in the early 1920s, where they actually strengthened the communist monopoly in the 20s. And yet they opened up the economy to allow legal private markets and market behavior. This was called the New Economic Policy, or the NEP. There was never a political NEP. They didn't open up the political system. In fact, as I said, they tightened the political system. And they experimented with the market economy for a time, but they were communist. So the market was not an end in itself, it was a means to an end. Once the country wasn't starving anymore, as it was when they launched the New Economic Policy in 1921, once the things had stabilized economically, you had Stalin eliminate markets and private property once again. Because for Marxists, the base can't be capitalist, and then the political structure or the superstructure can't be communist and survive, because the base, the socioeconomic relations, right, the means of production, who controls them, is determinative for Marxists. Now you have Deng Xiaoping and the Chinese communists as well. It's a version of the New Economic Policy. There still is a communist monopoly, no political NEP to speak of. Sure, eventually you get some village elections. They're gone now for the obvious reason that they threaten the communist monopoly. And so all the time I've been watching, think, how far can this go before the Communist Party leadership begins to feel that it threatens their monopoly? Because accumulation of wealth, independent private wealth, is the accumulation of power. And so ipso facto, even if you don't adhere to the Leninist ideology about the base and the superstructure, even if you're just pragmatically driven, nonetheless, people with a lot of money have a lot of power, and they could ipso facto threaten the communist monopoly. So at some point I'm thinking they're going to need to crack down on the private sector again, because they're going to feel that it's threatening their Communist Party monopoly over the political system and the public sphere. Now, of course, they need the private sector for GDP growth and job creation, but the private sector is a threat. So you have the opening and then the strangulation, and the opening and the strangulation, right? And so this is the dynamic you would expect, because once again, you can't be half communist. And so this regime is limited. It's limited in what it can do, because it doesn't want to give up its power voluntarily. And so the space in which it can operate, how much private sector it can tolerate and what kind, whether it can open up at all politically, including relaxing censorship. These are limited by the nature of the regime, by the organizational weapon, by the power of the system. There's also a limitation on the system. So just to conclude this piece, Jordan, if you put this together, it turns out that every day is existential for the communist regime. Now, we here in democratic rule of law systems, we worry about this policy and that policy, this norm busting and that norm busting, this political figure and that political figure, but we survive. The craziest political figures, the most inept political figures, the most corrupt political figures, it's not existential for us, because ours is based on resilient institutions. And so, to conclude, an answer to the quote from Xi Jinping that you presented, not only is every day existential for them, in the sense that if they allow too much opening, their entire system can begin to unravel. Not only that, but they think that we can accelerate that process, that we can influence that process. The great fear of Xi Jinping and Putin when it comes to the U.S. is not things like NATO expansion. It's so-called color revolution. It's so-called democracy, Western values, rule of law, universal human rights, penetrating the Chinese public sphere, penetrating the consciousness of the people, and spreading, and therefore giving rise to calls for opening up the political system. And they must live with this every day. Try to reap the benefits of the global economy and import the technology and import the foreign direct investment and make sure they deepen the trade ties and some of those dependencies on the Chinese economy that they're able to manipulate. But when they do that, the ideas and the values and the practices sometimes ride along with the technology, with the FBI. And so that's a very difficult proposition to manage on a day-by-day basis. And we see how worried they are about this. And you know what? He's right to be worried.
You've spoken before about the idea of leverage by creating the possibility of political alternatives. Can you expand on that?
These regimes can be inept. They can fail at everything. They can do COVID lockdown, zero COVID in the middle of the night, being repealed. The people can see how inept they are. The people can suffer the consequences, whatever the number that we can guesstimate of deaths of people who are vulnerable to the reopening in the dead of night. And yet they can stay in power, provided they can suppress, deny all political alternatives. So the game with all of these regimes is the cultivation, the appearance of possible alternatives in the political realm. And so that's where we come in. You think about deterrent for a regime like this. And sure, you have to have military capabilities that they're afraid of. Sure, you have to have other instruments in the toolkit that you can use, potentially coercively, but also just as a threat, so that they're intimidated to take some actions that might transgress international law or the sovereignty of another country or the sovereignty of a self-governing island. Yes, you must deter them militarily and economically for sure. But deterrence is ultimately a political proposition. If you shave a couple of points off of their GDP, they're okay with that. They're not private equity moguls. Xi Jinping shaves his own points off his GDP. But if all of a sudden there's the possibility of an alternative political system, of an alternative like rule of law, self-government, where there are genuine elections, where the party doesn't have a monopoly anymore, that scares the Jesus out of him. And that's our strength and power. And so we saw this with Hong Kong. How much did Hong Kong threaten this gigantic mainland China? Hong Kong was this amazing resource gifted to the Chinese by the British. If you look at the 1945 moment, when the Japanese are in occupation of British Hong Kong.
He's talking about
Hong Kong is a British colony, and the Japanese are in occupation, and the Japanese have now lost the war. And the Americans declare that Hong Kong is supposed to go back to China, not to Britain, to Chiang Kai-shek. And the British decide, oh no, the Chinese are not getting Hong Kong. We're taking Hong Kong back for ourselves. And the Americans try to negotiate a face-saver, a compromise. The British are not interested in anything other than re-seizure of Hong Kong. And they carry it out. Could Chiang Kai-shek have taken Hong Kong back before the British? Maybe, maybe not, because of the complexity of where his troops were located, because of his focus on Manchuria, because of his reliance on America for airlift power, and all the variables that you know well. The point being is that the assertiveness of the British, rather than the acquiescence, which we could have seen from the British in this moment, meant that Hong Kong did not go to Chiang Kai-shek, which meant it did not go to Mao in 1949, which meant that Hong Kong developed as a British-controlled international financial center under the rule of law, where capital was allocated on the basis of market criteria rather than political criteria, cronyism, or Communist Party decision-making. And so you look at Deng Xiaoping, and you look at the Chinese miracle, and you look at the story.
I would like to see how healthy the people in Hong Kong are, or maybe were, versus the rest of China.
Story of modern China. And
I'm not going to talk about it. I should research it myself. Duh. All right. Maybe this will be more effort. Natural hazards, environment, geography, population distribution. All right. Demographics, population, age. All right, age structure. So let's look at old people. All right, so if you're old, you're gonna have an easier time. There's a lot more old people in Hong Kong than in mainland China. Median age. Yep. A lot more older people in Hong Kong. A lot more population growth in mainland China. Well, actually, not a lot more, but decent enough. Losing population versus gaining population. Infant mortality rate. Oh, we already established that mainland China is having more infants than Hong Kong versus the. Well, this is based on per capita. They are having more little kids, but much worse survival rates. Are these numbers real? That's not a replacement rate. I guess this would point out another major issue with communist countries, in that they are far more chaotic. Honestly, the old school communist China did manage to industrialize, but it looks like they still haven't completed the transition to a true first world country. And they're competing against America just for pure population size. Meanwhile, Hong Kong, with all the support it has from Britain and America, had significant advantages over the rest of China. Meanwhile, China is doing at least keeping up with the rate of Hong Kong's numbers with no trying too hard to make excuses. Right now, how old is this data? Huh. All right. I think I learned enough.
When people say to me, why didn't Gorbachev do a Deng Xiaoping? And I say to him, where was Gorbachev? Hong Kong. Where was not just the FDI and tech transfer that came in from Japan and Taiwan into China, but it was funneled in through Hong Kong. And so that's the key variable. That's the key instrument. And then it turns out that this is so valuable, the British hand it back to the Chinese when the lease expires, as you know. I myself would not have done that, but once again, I wasn't in power. And so here we have then a system that works for China. It delivers enormous value for the communist regime in Beijing. Sure, there are protests in the streets. There are calls for democracy. There are real elections. There are things which you don't get on the mainland. How threatening was it to the regime in China? On an objective basis, it's hard to measure, but on a subjective basis, it was everything. It was not just a black eye. It was an alternative political system on what was now Chinese communist territory. And so how long was it going to last? As long as Xi Jinping decided it was not going to last anymore. And we saw that. And so this political alternative story, this ability to imagine a China which is successful and free and proud and Chinese, it's not some foreign manipulated thing. It is, in fact, a domestically created Chinese aspiration. That's really where we come in as potentially looking to put deterrence here in between Xi Jinping and some of the freedom and international order and countries and self-governing islands that we're trying to protect.
You mentioned Selznick. What's another book people should be reading in 2023 from the canon of Soviet or communism studies that apply, that you'd hope sort of folks thinking about China today take seriously?
The problem that we have is we focused on the Chinese political system and thought it evolved out of a Leninist structure. And so we have a million really good books on China that imagine that China has transcended the Leninism. And then when we discover that the Leninist structure never went away, and in fact that they're trying, as one would expect, to reinforce it, to bring back its dynamism, strength, and energy, not with political opening, but with the opposite, with the hardline version of the Leninist structure, with the Stalin version of the Leninist structure, with the Mao version of the Leninist structure. It's time to return to that work. It's time to return to the work that we thought was done, that our field, China studies, communist studies, Soviet studies, produced, and is of tremendous value still today, despite all the changes that you know about. However, having said that, it's also necessary to understand that the ideology story is more complex, both from those who dismissed it and those who now say that it's back and really important. The Leninist structure doesn't necessarily determine policy or ideology completely. Yes, it limits the scope of action in terms of political reform unless you want to commit suicide. But it doesn't determine what policy you might have on X, Y, and Z. Those are determined in the competition among interest groups, in the leaders' preferences, in the international environment in which they find themselves. Is it conducive or corrosive to their aspirations or aims? And so the complexity of understanding motivation and decision-making and the role of ideology, how far ideology goes, this is something that the old literature sometimes was simplistic about or dismissive about on the other side, where people said it was all cynicism and not ideology. Here's what's really important to understand about these kinds of things in going forward as well as looking back. When you think about Marxism-Leninism, you have Marxism, then you have Marxism-Leninism, which is Marxism in power. When you think about this, it had two fundamental aspects. One was anti-capitalism, meaning that markets, private property, wage labor or wage slavery, as Marx called it, these were not just exploitative, but alienating, fundamentally alienating in a humanity or humane sense. It was worse than inequality. It was worse than exploitation, right? It was a fundamental destruction, alienation of humanity, of the human spirit. The anti-capitalism was deep and fundamental. And so the way you transcended capitalism in the Hegelian, Aufhebung, Marxist sense was to eliminate private profits, eliminate legal markets, eliminate wage labor for a time, thinking that you were going to get to the other side because you were going to remove all of these things. And of course, this led to complete statization of the economy and the kind of incentive problems and other things that we know from the so-called planned economy, which, as you know, was not planned, but was a statized, centralized allocation of scarce resources that made resources even scarcer. Okay, but the other piece of Marxism-Leninism was anti-imperialism. And anti-imperialism was just as big in some ways. And this was the idea that the West, Western power, Western countries, predominantly Europe at the time, the West is something larger and non-geographical, much bigger now. But at the time, the idea was that the West was evil because it was imperialist, it took over other countries, it ended the sovereignty of what came to be called the Third World, right? It went direct rule imperialism, and sometimes indirect rule imperialism, where they coerce you to do things in your economy or in your foreign policy without necessarily directly ruling your territory. And of course, this happened to China during what they call the century of humiliation. So the anti-capitalism and the anti-imperialism are the two component parts. And you can have more or less of one of those components. And so you can diminish the anti-capitalism, but you can actually enhance the anti-imperialism in the Marxism Leninism. So we think, well, some people thought, I didn't think, but some people thought that the Marxism Leninism had died because of the diminishment, right, the diminution of the anti-capitalism for a time. But the anti-imperialism never went away. You could argue that it was, on a scale of 1 to 10, it was an 11 the whole time, and maybe even went to a 12. And so the anti-imperialism means that the Marxism-Leninism never actually did vanish or die, even if you allow for the anti-capitalism to have been diminished somewhat in the thinking, in the teaching of the regime. So you could go to party school, and maybe they could teach you to get rich and use capitalism to reinforce the Chinese state, but they never relinquished their story of the century of humiliation of the anti-imperialism. And so now today, we see a version of a revival of the anti-capitalism, not getting rid of the markets, but taming the markets. Not having the markets be in charge, but having the markets solely subservient to party rule. And that goes for the biggest spheres that the party determines, what Lenin used to call the commanding heights, and what the Chinese might not call the commanding heights in all cases, but when you're at party school, that's the vocabulary you're going to hear. And so that means, for example, the public sphere, education, socialization of youth, the public sphere, meaning the tech companies, and then private education, tutoring, all of the things that are about values and control over values and control over what's permissible in the public sphere. That's going to be commanding heights. And then, of course, the tech stuff in the sense of AI and biotech is also going to be commanding heights, tech superpower stuff. And then, of course, the other things they might deem, whether it's natural resources, right, where you have massive cash flow and possibilities for corruption and patronage, which party monopolies always love. So you put all of this together, and you begin to see that the common prosperity idea has resonance, because it's rooted in the Marxism, Leninism, social justice, fairness, capitalism is evil, capitalism creates inequality, capitalism creates all sorts of injustice. You see it's rooted partially in that. And so you see that they can resurrect even the anti-capitalist side of
capitalism creates inequality. That's too much of anthropomorphization of it. Inequality is just a byproduct of capitalism. Because something like gravity, power will draw in more power, unless you can break down that gravitational effect. Which is why I am communistic.
The Marxism-Leninism, they can breathe new life into it without necessarily eliminating the market, but getting the markets to work for them. And after all, the new economic policy, once again, in Lenin's conception, was not an end in itself. He hated capitalism. He hated markets. He hated private property. It was just a means to an end, and when that means was no longer serving that end, you could get rid of it. And so we see now that even the ideology never went away because of the anti-imperialism piece of it, which is a big chunk, as we said. And the anti-capitalism can be resurrected or re-energized, depending on how you look at it, how much you think it went away. And so here we are, where even the ideological stuff from the Sovietology, from the Mao era, needs a revisit. Although, going forward, it's not going to look identical to what it looked like before. There's been tremendous changes. There's a huge middle class. There's a quasi, sort of, almost financial system. It's hard to know what to call things in China because they don't correspond to the kind of stuff that's equivalent in our system, and so we always have trouble calling the Chinese stuff with the same vocabulary that we have. That's why the CCP Inc. was an improvement on the China Inc. story. But anyway, you get the point, right? The point being is that, yes, there's Shorman, and before that there's Selznick, and then there's a rich literature about Mao and ideology and cultural revolution, and how Mao was constantly upending the system for his own power. He was attacking the bureaucratic structures of his own state to keep them off balance for his own power. Will Xi Jinping do something like that? I'm not predicting anything, but I'm just saying that that history is worth understanding, those dynamics. Why did that happen? Was it solely the caprice of Mao? Or was there something inside the system that went that way? I recently read Shuigong Zhou's, he's a colleague of mine here at Stanford, his Logic of Governance in China book. It's maybe well known already to your audience, but I mention it because it's a fantastic example of using org theory to understand China. Organizational theory was once in the sociology department and other departments here at Stanford. Once Julian Brown here, we had Jim March with whom Shuigong studied, and his book incorporates so many of the insights of that literature that's been forgotten. It's not the Phil Selznick organizational weapon, Leninist party structure stuff, but it's org theory, really org theory 101 in some ways, but also 201 and 301 and 501 and all the way up to beyond the PhD level. And if you look at it, he shows you that organizations have a certain inherent logic and a dynamic and that sometimes you don't fully control this. And he goes through the introduction and evolution of competitive elections in villages, in a township that he's chosen, which has a certain number of villages. And it's a remarkable story because it doesn't end well, right? The elections turn out not to enhance Communist Party monopoly, but to destabilize Communist Party monopoly, to unbalance the party's monopoly, and they peter out. And so we don't have those competitive elections. We don't have the experimentation at the local level. But what we do have is the locality trying to cope with centrally imposed mandates that are unfunded and that put the localities into massive debt and ruin their fiscal situation, but also create the incentive structures for them to actually work on the fiscal situation in an attempt to fix it. And so it's a brilliant book about perverse and unintended consequences, about org theory, about the limits of Communist Party experimentation, even in villages, with opening the system up. And the lessons are eternal.
I'm done for tonight.
So let's talk about another